Here we go. So, I'm gonna tell them they can do as they wish. You know what I'm saying? You let them do that because if you just let people just get off, you'll lose them. If I can. Hey, I just sent you the Zoom link. If you can log on to your phone, I'm gonna play music. I need to see if you can hear it. Dre, what's up, man? I ain't gonna be able to do that.
Louis, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
How are you?
Good, man. Just doing a little bit of last minute troubleshooting before we start letting the floodgates open here.
That's awesome. I'm excited.
Man, appreciate you guys being a big part of this, man. Really, really appreciate it.
Of course.
This this is my hold on one second. I'm gonna play it. Can you see if you can hear it? No, I'm gonna play it right now. All right. Okay. Yeah, I've been troubleshooting for the last 48 hours on Zoom. So I just need to check this audio real quick. I was on the call the last 2 nights with speakers troubleshooting their PowerPoints because they have videos and stuff in them. Okay. Andre's in too. uh hold on, let me play this here.
Yeah, I've got all I have is a video. I'm introing the big new feature we're dropping.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to be talking about today.
Okay. And listen, you got free reign. So if you want to hop in, say things, do whatever, like it's powered by All In Team Sports, so you can flow how you want to. All right. All right, let me see if this music plays from externally. Can you hear music? Okay. I just want a little something going as people come in, you know. Hold on a second. Keeping up appearances, cause there ain't no one rushing you. You said don't act like it's all good, life ain't Hollywood. All right, cool. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Yeah. All right, all right.
There's like a ton of people in the waiting room right now.
Yeah, so we got three. I just sent another blast out about 15 minutes ago. And so they'll start filing in a minute. I had a few people that the blast did not reach. Did you get the email blast?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been sending a lot of emails out all week too with the lunch and learn and things like that. So yeah, we should be good. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. 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 Cool, cool, cool. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. All right, everybody, welcome to Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports. We're going to start letting people in the room. We have a 15-minute pre-conference. So as you come in the room, if you can go ahead and drop where you're from, where you coach at in the chat, and we'll just continue to have a little fun here. 8 o'clock will be our first speaker. So appreciate you guys. What's up, Coach Tim?
Good morning. How we doing?
Good. How's it going, sir?
Pretty good.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for putting this on.
Man, no problem, man. It's fun stuff, man. I wish we could be in person, but we're gonna get some good knowledge here today. Excited for the speakers today, man.
Definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, as everybody's logging on, if you could drop in the chat where you from, where you coach at, we'll have a little fun with that. Just a few moments, we're going to welcome our speaker on. This first speaker is going to be really dynamic. So all right, we got Sacktown in the house, Sacramento, Jacksonville College, Coach Fox, Indy. Coach Fox is in Indy. Man, we'll have to get you out, man. We need to connect. All In Team Sports, the headquarters is in Indy as well, man. We have to get you connected. Coach House, Jacksonville, Texas. Coach Tim, Connecticut. Now, Connecticut is a place I always wanted to go. I've always heard that like up near that area, especially on the shore, is real beautiful. And I got to get up that way. How is it?
There's nice parts, but I mean, it's ironic you say that because I want to get out of Connecticut. But yeah, by the shore, it's nice. Connecticut, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Yeah,
a
I've
good
always
spot.
heard that.
Some people love it.
Yeah.
I like warm
Now,
weather though.
now, what's the weather up like there this morning?
Well, it's actually hot right now. It's in the
It's
80s
high out there.
today.
Oh,
It's
wow.
been cool lately though.
Yeah. Good stuff. For anybody that's already in the room, we've been sending out a lot of emails this week. I know some people have been having trouble where it's popping to spam and things like that. So I've been troubleshooting a little bit. But for you guys that did not receive one of our first emails to confirm that you were at the conference, make sure you message me if you did not receive my ebook. I gave a free copy of my ebook to everybody that registered. So make sure at some part of the day, if you did not receive that email, just shoot me a message, whether it's email, Twitter, whatever way, even on here, and we'll make sure you get that. Hey, Andre, Indianapolis, man, let me tell you, that's one of my favorite cities on the planet. I spend a lot of time there, especially in my days in college. And as you may know, I always tell you that too. Um, Coach Perkins, Princeton High School. Now, is that Princeton High School in Cincinnati, Ohio, or is that a different city? Coach Ty, good morning, brother.
Great morning. Great morning.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good morning, Coach. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Hey, this is Coach Rapp. I'm calling in today. We're driving to recruit today, so I'll be on the road on the phone today, but I'll be calling in to listen. So just want to let you know I'm here.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate you giving us that notice, and glad you guys are able to listen, man. Safe travels as well.
Yep. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Once again, we want to welcome you guys to Coaches Conference 2022, brought to you by All In Team Sports. We are going to get started here in just about 9 minutes. And as people are filing in, once you get in and you're logged in, go ahead and drop in the chat where you're from, where you're coaching at, name of your school. Love to get a little interactive today. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. I am so excited to be able to do of whatever I can to bring coaches the best that they can get in terms of wisdom, just knowledge of the game, anything that can help coaches. That's what I'm about. And in partnering with this conference, with All In Team Sports, they're about just helping coaches too. So I really am excited about today. Coach Kyle, New Jersey in the house, New Jersey. Listen, I need to get to that East Coast a little bit. I've been to New Jersey, but the only time I've been to New Jersey is driving from Philly up the Turnpike. I played in the Rucker tournament a long time ago, and I took that drive. And then the other time, Jersey, I was actually at the Newark airport. Yeah, I didn't see the real Jersey, so I got to come through. We got B More in the house, Maryland. Funny story, on the Turnpike, when the first time we got near New York and I seen the Statue of Liberty, that was a moment. All right. So we're going to get started here in just about 7 minutes. So we appreciate you guys jumping in, grab your coffee, your breakfast, It's gonna get real today, so I'm excited.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Got Coach Poe in the house from Southern Miss, Coach Reddick from Daytona State College. We're gonna get started in just under 5 minutes, guys. So appreciate you guys being on. It's gonna be a lot of coaches filing in today. The chat is definitely going to be active, and I know some of our speakers will be interacting via chat a lot. So keep your eyes tuned into the chat. Grab your coffee, breakfast, anything that you need to. Along the lines of the conference today, it's a gauntlet session. We're going straight through. So there's going to be a new coach on the hour. Whenever you need to take breaks or hop on, hop back in, definitely feel free to do that. As far as our conference, there won't be like a formal break, although we have some kind of break sessions kind of slotted after each session. Each session is geared to be around 45 minutes or so, and then there'll be some opportunity for questions. And then on the hour, we'll introduce our next speaker. So like I say, feel free to jump in and out, take a break if you need to, restroom, whatnot, at your leisure. We're going to keep this thing moving all day. So we got about 3 minutes here, and we're going to get started.
Hey, Lewis, I'm going to request that you guys take a potty break right now. Please don't. You guys can't take a potty break on the first speaker now. I am excited, bro. I really am.
Very excited. Very honored to have you, and we'll formally introduce you here and
yes, sir.
Get this thing going.
Yeah,
very
awesome.
awesome.
Wake up, man. It's time. It's go time, baby. Let's go.
Go.
I got a couple of questions before we get started. Can I call on Mrs. Reddick? If I'm looking at the names.
Yes,
Most
sir. How
certainly.
you doing?
All right, all right. Are you in a place that I can call on you and you're not driving and things of that nature?
Ooh, driving, yes. I am
Okay.
driving. Not gonna lie, I'm actually headed to an event, but I have my AirPods and my notes and everything recorded, so I'm active today.
Man, I don't want you taking no notes while you're driving now.
No, I'm not gonna take notes while I'm driving. I'm gonna make sure I get them.
Okay, all
I'm gonna
right,
make
all
sure
right, all right.
I get them. How you doing this morning, sir?
I am blessed by the best, so I got no complaints whatsoever.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
So,
All right, all right. Coach, I'll get you those names in a second as we get started as well.
yes, sir.
All right. So we got under 60 seconds here, about to get excited, get hyped. I've been looking forward to this for a very long time. So once we hit, and we just hit 8 o'clock Central Time. So I'm going to go ahead and open this in prayer as I customarily do. And I hope that not offensive to anyone in doing so. There will be a few speakers as well that are of the faith as well. And, we definitely respect others as well. But I'll go ahead and open this thing in prayer. Father, we just thank you for a great conference. We thank you for our speakers. We thank you for our coaches that will be listening in, Lord God. We thank you that the speakers will flow, that they will have a great time presenting. And we thank you that for everybody that's listening in, that they would gather 100-fold worth of material, that they will be able to take things back and better their coaching career, their teams, their lives. And we just thank you that this will be a life-changing experience for everyone involved. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, so we're going to get this thing kicked off here. We do have some others coming in, but want to go ahead and welcome everybody to Coaches Conference 2022, presented to us by All In Team Sports, powered by All In Team Sports. They are a very big part of this conference and making it possible. And we're definitely going to be introduced to them later in the conference. But did this conference because I really wanted to be something that I was able to do to give back to coaches, even on a larger scale. And you guys may have seen the lineup of coaches. I put this lineup together because these coaches have been there and done some things on a very high level. And the mindset that the coaches carry is something for me that I really went after as a coach. And so I wanted to put them together to challenge you guys, to push you out of your comfort zone. And you'll see as we go through the speakers today, I know kind of what some people are going to be talking about, and it's really going to challenge you as a coach in your career. And I believe this conference is going to change your life forever. So I'm not going to preamble really long, but I just wanted to mention that. And we're really going to get right into this thing. So I want to go ahead and introduce my first speaker. This guy is amazing. I've been really blessed to connect with him. One of the things that I love about him is his strong mindset for the game. He looks at the game very differently. And for me, that's what I love. He's done a lot of things in the game. I know he'll mention a few of those things, but he's coached in the NBA. He's been in the NBA, whether that's NBA and G League, for some years. He's also coached with USA Basketball, has had a very lengthy pro career as well, and has won a championship internationally. And so I am excited to have him, international consultant, mindset and performance coach and speaker from the Ellis Performance Group. We want to welcome to the show, to the conference, Coach Ty Ellis. How's it going, Coach?
Man, I am great, man. I'm super excited, ready to get going, man. Let's go.
Yes, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, so first and foremost, man, thank Thank you, Lewis, for this opportunity. And also thank all the listeners for getting up early and getting their mind ready. And I pray that God blesses me to say the words that will inspire, empower, and push you guys to greatness. So I'm going to jump right into it. I want to be respectful of the time. And so you guys have any questions whatsoever, please put them in the chat. There's going to be moments throughout the presentation that I ask for some interaction. And besides that, man, I do not want to lecture. I want to have a discussion. I want this to be as uh-oh, I said all of that and I was muted. So you guys heard me or no?
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay, all right, cool. So I'm gonna share my screen and get started. Can you guys see my screen? Thumbs up, cool.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So if you guys can, without injuring yourselves, my people who are driving, I would like for you guys to answer these 4 questions. What motivates you, fear or success? Are leaders born or made? What's more important, vision or ambition? And would you rather be known or noticed? All right, we about to move on. So I'm really big into this mindset and mentality. And unfortunately, I've always admired Kobe, his on court presence, but it wasn't until his demise I really took some time to study all the stories from personal friends who have worked with him, played against him, but the Mamba mentality really stood out. And it's a constant quest to be better today than you were yesterday and better tomorrow than you were today. And so what stood out to me is, as great as he is, or great as he was, he understood the power of failure and just focusing on being a little bit better today, winning the day. And as a coach, if I can empower my players or even my family to focus on winning the day, I am cooking with high grease now, right? And so that's really super important that we have our mentality or our mindset, and it's our way of thinking, right? So moving on to the mindset, the most powerful thing a person can experience in life is a mindset change. And so mine happened. So we all have the organic mindsets, right? From a baby, we go from crawling to walking, walking to running, running to just growing. But those are organic. I'm talking about the life-changing mindset that you guys remember. I remember at the age of 8, my grandmother told me something that changed my life forever. So I grew up stuttering, like really, really bad. I had a serious speech impediment. It was so serious, I never spoke outside of my home until I was like 8 or 9. People thought I was autistic because I would shake my head yes or nod my head no or shrug my shoulders I don't know for every question. And so I'm sitting here thinking, what job is out there when people ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm like, I don't know. Like, what job is out there that does not require communication? And so I remember going to my grandmother and just belly aching. I'm complaining and I felt like I was cursed. And I asked my grandmother, why did God choose me? I can't talk, I get teased, I get bullied. Like, why did God choose me? I feel like I'm cursed. And she had her glasses on her nose and she was crocheting like I'm saying nothing. And when I finished, she said, "You the only one that stutters?" I said, "No." And she said, "Okay, well, you're not cursed. So let's get that out of the way." And she said, "Baby, every time you stutter, that's God's way of reminding you of how special you are. You speak for a living." Wow. I went from thinking I can't to I can right then and there. And I remember that mindset change like it was yesterday. And I've had multiple throughout my career, but that one changed my life. And so we all have them. And in this particular space, I love studying the mindset, the different kinds of mindset. So our first exercise is grow your mindset. Which 3 best describe you? Number 1, you are a certain kind of person, and there is not much that can be done to really change that. Number 2, no matter what kind of person you are, you can always change substantially. 3, you can do things differently, but the important parts of who you are can't be changed. 4, you can always change basic things about the kind of person you are. 5, I feel smart when something is easy for me, but other people can't do it. And 6, I feel smart when I work on something a long time and I start to figure it out. If you don't mind, can you put your answers in the chart? Which 3 numbers best describe you? I give you guys like 60 to 90 seconds. Looking in the chats. Three, 5, 6. And if I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. Blame it to my mind and not my heart. 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 5, 1, 4, and I guess 6. Coach C, that's pretty honest. So I'm going to choose on a couple of you all. So Kyle, Rarick, Mr. Kyle, you chose 3, 5, and 6. Do you mind explaining why 3, 5, and 6, please?
Sure, I can try to do that. I think 5 and 6 are pretty easy to explain. Like, obviously, I feel smart when I can do something, but other people can't really figure it out. And also, I feel smart when I really like work hard at something and it finally clicks and I get it.
Yeah.
And then for 3, I just feel like just in my life, I try to change things about myself and I can do it for a little bit, but then I kind of revert back to myself, like my old ways. So I feel like there are certain things that are just like taught, and at my age, it's difficult to change.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna call on one more so I can keep the presentation going. Let's go with Miss Sharon. Well, you got 3, 5, 6 too. I don't want to choose on you. You guys been texting with each other. Let's go with Tyree Thomas, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, yes. So I chose number 2 because I feel like it's important to separate you from yourself sometimes. We're not perfect beings. We don't know everything. And something that I've started to learn very early on in my coaching and just career in life is, there's times where you're going to be wrong. You're going to need to be able to open up and just learn from other people. So no matter what kind of person I am, I can change substantially. I can change to a great extent because there's always going to be ways that I can better myself. There's going to be things I can improve on from the past and just grow and develop as a individual, especially in, when it comes to coaching. 3, I can do things differently. I feel very confident in my ability to adapt to things. And there are certain parts of me that I feel like I'm always going to hold true to who I am, no matter, what type of advice that I'm given. If that advice improves on those things that I hold true to myself, I will do that, but I'll always keep those core values near and dear to me.
And then, you know, the basic things about the kind of person I am, as long as it's bettering me, again, I'll always be open and, you know, willing to learn and grow, you know, as a person and as a coach.
All right, perfect. And so I want to talk about Mr. KH, and the key words that stood out to me that you said was try and difficult. You said, I tried to, and you chose 3, and the word you used was try, and it's difficult. Like, there is no try. Either you do it or you don't. Either you can or you can't, right? And so Nike says, just do it. Very simple. They don't say just try it. Nah, do it. I remember we was playing a team, and this one guy was just fortunate. And so I called a timeout, and I said, who can stop this guy? Who can put some pressure on this guy? And then one of my players said, Coach, I'll try. Well, I said, no, they trying. I need somebody to do it, right? And so we are the only mammals on this planet that can change and adapt. Is it difficult? Yes. Like, I'm from Dallas, Texas. If you move me in the country, I'm in trouble. But it's not impossible. It's difficult. I can adapt, right? A donkey can't be a horse. I can't kick a donkey and make it a horse. You know, a snake hisses and bites. A dog barks and bites. A lion is a lion. But us, we can change, right? And I think that's the difference between being good and being great. Mr. TT, you mentioned number 3. The important parts of you, that's who you are, and you're not changing those. Well, what about the bad things about you that you have already changed? And so if you're only focusing on the good things that can't be changed, like, and not really focusing on the bad things, like, no, you can change, brother. And so I would recommend 2, 6 or growth mindsets, 1, 3, and 5 or fixed mindsets. We can change our innate abilities, our innate gifts. They can always grow, right? I have a lot of friends, unfortunately, and family members, they had that fixed mindset. And some of them have passed on, some of them are in jail, and some of them just barely surviving because their fixed mindset wouldn't allow them to grow. Their fixed mindset held them hostage, right? And so I'm going to move on to be respectful of the time. But if you guys have any questions about this particular slide or want to dive into it deeper, please put those questions in the chat. So the definitions of the fixed mindset. A fixed mindset person assumes that intelligence and skills are relatively set. A fixed mindset athlete believes that potential and talent is enough. Either I have what it takes or I don't. A growth mindset is a belief that your innate talents and gifts can be developed through commitment, discipline, and effort. A growth mindset athlete believes that consistent effort will help you fulfill your potential and grow your talent. So growing up stuttering, I established all these mental strongholds about what I can't do and who I will never become. And so these mental strongholds, I realize now in my later ages, like those are like weeds, right? Weeds in a garden. And if I don't transform those weeds, or if I don't pull those weeds out, they will usurp my mind and all of my beliefs, all of the positive things in my mind, they will not survive. So I remember my dad teaching me how to pull up weeds. And he got so mad at me because I would break it off at the root of it, at the stem. I would break it off ground surface. He said, no, son, you got to go over and shake it. If you can't pull it, shake it, loosen up that soil, and then pull it up. Then I realized the weed was longer under the ground than it was above surface, right? And I believe that so many of us, we have these quick fix moments where we break off those weeds at the ground. My man K.A. says, well, I try, and then I just always revert back to what I was doing. And it's only because you're breaking the weed off, that weed of whatever's going on, right? That mental stronghold right at surface level. So mental strongholds are houses of negative thoughts that you hoard in your mind that affects your beliefs, behaviors, and your confidence. Beliefs command the mind into action. Beliefs are empowering or they are limiting. We have to believe, ladies and gentlemen, and the most common stronghold that I deal with all the time when talking with different groups, whether they're college athletes, companies, there is confidence and fear of failure. Confidence and fear of failure. I can't dive into it as much as I want to, but please write the questions that you may have regarding confidence. I'm going to touch on a little bit of the fear of failing. So, what motivates you? Failure or success? What motivates you? Failure or success? I'm going to go into my chat list and get some names. My goodness, my battery. All right. So Dwight, what motivates you, Mr. Dwight Calloway?
What motivates me? Well, for me, what motivates me is seeing other people, man, doing well, man. After me, I guess, especially with coaching, after me impressing certain values in them, it motivates me to see, especially my athletes, go to college, not necessarily playing basketball, but at least get some kind of scholarship. Yep. Those are one thing that kind of motivates me. So I would say that my player success is a motivational factor.
Okay, so what's your internal motivation?
My internal motivation, man, is providing service to others. It motivates me. I had a motorcycle accident back in 2010, man. I almost died. So coming off of that, I just had a different mindset. As you say, mindset.
Yep.
So my mindset has been providing more service to others, not necessarily focusing on self, but just trying to make a difference and an impact in society.
Hey man, you must have seen my presentation, because you like 6 or 7 slides right now. So you cheating right now, bro.
I teach AP psychology for a living.
Okay, all right. So I think Coach C, I saw a chat response. Coach C, what motivates you, failure or success?
It's funny that I would come on right after the brother that just was here before, but it's almost the exact same thing. To me, the success is measured in the results that you're getting from your players or your staff. So as my assistants move on to coach at the head coaching positions other places, and my players are earning scholarships, that shows the success that our program is having. It's not about me personally, it's about what I'm able to extend and help others do.
Okay.
I see coaching as a way of changing lives. So that's where the success comes from.
All right. I think the other Coach C, Coach CEE.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Okay.
Your name?
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask one more coach. Let's go, Coach DJ Marlowe.
Hey, my answer is a little different. Failure motivates me and success motivates me. I guess I'm kind of with both. I don't want to fail, and of course you want to be successful at whatever you do. And my internal motivation is just like seeing people in my neighborhood not know a lot of things about certain things, like far as coaching. Like there's nobody that I ever grew up with know anyone that coaches, that anyone made it as a college coach or things like that. So I just want to show them a different way. So people in my neighborhood kind of motivate me to be one of the ones that actually become successful, and I can pass the information down to them.
And so when you say I don't want to fail, why?
I'm not scared of failure, but I don't want to fail because I don't know, like nobody wants to lose at the end of the day and nobody wants to fail at something. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. I don't think anybody wants to do that, but that's why I say I don't want to fail. Like I'm a competitor, so I always want to win. I always want to have success.
And so I'm gonna ask one more person because I've gotten two of the same answers. I got one unique answer, and I'm gonna ask one more person. Pat Richardson, are you on? All right. What about Tim Cooper?
Hey, Coach. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I mean, I think both of them kind of motivate me. I'd say more success, just kind of wanting to, like, for myself personally, just like make myself proud, make my family proud, stuff like that with my successes. I think along the way, though, there's always going to be like little failures that you learn from.
Yep.
And that almost make those successes that much better. But I think if I had to answer just one or the other, I'd say I'm motivated by success, because you just want to kind of feel like you did it and you set a goal and you accomplished it.
Yeah.
But I think along those ways, there's definitely little failures as well.
Yeah. No, so you know what you just said, that's your answer. And my question to you is, can you not make your family proud in the midst of?
Say that again.
Can you not make your family proud in the midst of failure?
I think you can.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can. I think, that's a good question. I think in the midst of failure, you definitely can make them proud. I mean, it's part of the process, I guess, to success.
Yes, that's exactly what the message I'm trying to convey. Your success or who you are isn't defined on failing or not failing. And here it is. Failure and success are fraternal twins. They need each other. They are born on the same day, and society subliminally makes us choose one or the other. No, they are born on the exact same day. Now, with the right mindset, like I've heard people talk about L's all the time. I don't like taking L's. L's this, L's. The word, the letter L has such a negative connotation to it with the fixed mindset. But with and that's a loss. But with a growth mindset, an L is a lesson. I eagerly chase failure. Why? Because failure is informative. You learn from failing, right? You cannot succeed without failure. They are hand in hand, right? And as coaches, we base our success or failures on wins and losses, right? But with the growth mindset, a win and a loss means totally different for me than it does a fixed mindset coach or a fixed mindset leader. I would ask people all the time, name your top 3 boxers ever. And they'll say Muhammad, Mike Tyson, or Floyd. Those are the 3 most popular names that come along. And they are great, no doubt, but they have lost many rounds. They have lost a ton of rounds, but they have way more boxing matches they won. Floyd was 50-0. How many times Floyd got knocked down in training? How many times Floyd got rocked in a boxing match, right? But his disciplines, he learned from it. That's why they're the greats. So this whole trying to separate one or the other, nah, that's impossible. And you set yourself up for a certain type of mindset if you try to separate them. Once again, any comments, questions, please put them in the chat. Agree, disagree. I want to create conversation. I would ask you, do you know how to fail? Do you know how to fail? And every time I ask this question to the audience, they give me this Scooby-Doo look. You know, like, I don't know, I never thought about that. Well, there is a method to failing. No, the great ones know. Think about how many players y'all have coached, they missed 3 shots and now they're done for the game. But if that player knew how to fail, those 3 shots will help them make the next 6, right? So here it is. Do you know how to fail? The first question is why? Why did I fail? Second question, how to get better? Third question is what's next? If you have the disciplines to answer those questions, quickly after you fail, now you're moving on to the next failure that will become a success. All right, I'm gonna move on. Once you guys listen to this,
so a lot
from
of
Kobe.
people in general are afraid of failure. How did you become one of those people who doesn't seem to be afraid of failing?
Failures, it doesn't exist. It's not existent. What the hell does that mean? Seriously, what does failure mean? It's not, it doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. What does it mean?
You're pulling a Jedi mind trick on me right now. I was like, does it exist?
No, I'm serious. But I'm trying to think, like, how can I explain it? So let's use happy endings, right? And then we can relate this to failure, why it's not existent. Like, you know, everybody talks about, like, everybody wants a happy ending, right? Now let's go to the reality of it, right? Let's look at a fairy tale. Let's look at Snow White. Mm-hmm. She gets a happy ending. She finds Prince, whatever, she goes on. She lives happily ever after. Well, I call bullshit on that, because 2 months later, the fact is they had an argument and he's sleeping on the couch. Right? So the point is, the story continues. The story continues. So if you fail on Monday, the only way it's a failure on Monday is if you decide to not progress from that, right? So to me, that's why failure is not existent. Because, you know, if I fail today, okay, I'm gonna learn something from that failure and I'm gonna try again on Tuesday. I fail, I'm gonna try again on Wednesday. So it doesn't exist.
So what the premise of what Kobe said, failure only exists if you choose not to learn from it. The key word is choose. It's your choice, right? And so any comments, questions about this particular slide, please put them in the chat.
So, well, a lot of.
There we go. So I want to ask you all, which 2 words stands out in this leadership slide? Which 2 words stand out to you in this leadership slide? I'm gonna call on a couple people. Mrs. Deanna Davis, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
2 words that stick out to me immediately are leadership and inspiration. Being a good leader is modeling things that you've seen before you that has helped you, I guess, form the ideal of what it means to be a leader. And striving to be that model person that people can follow. Inspiration, having your why, understanding your why, and keeping that at the forefront in everything that you do.
That's good. Understanding your why. I absolutely love it. Lewis, what about you? Mr. Sean.
Yeah, so visionary and creativity. I know some of the other words were bigger there, but those gravitate to me. And I know for me that's who I am. That's a part of who I am, and those stand out like a sore thumb.
You know, that visionary is synonymous, in my opinion, with Mrs. Deanna and the why. You know, that why is super important. You know, I'm gonna ask on one more. I got Coach Poe. Are you on? All right. And how about Perkins? Kimber Perkins.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
So I chose communication and positive attitude. I feel like the biggest thing that people struggle with when trying to get things done is how to communicate with each other. I feel like a good leader is one that can communicate and convey the message to the people who need to hear it. And I feel like a big part of leadership is being able to lead with a positive attitude, right? You know, we expect our athletes, our coaches, we expect them to do things, but sometimes we may not be the best at doing them. So to be able to do that with a positive attitude and be able to lead by example, I think is probably the most important part of leadership.
I agree 100%. I've witnessed bad leadership and I've witnessed great leadership, and communication is key. And I'm not talking about only verbal, right? And so when I say that, I talk about your body language, your tone, your influx of words. All those things matter, right? I have a program called I Lead. I listen to learn. I educate and empower. I acknowledge and articulate, and I demonstrate, right? And that's that. Those are one of the, you know, the 4 pillars to leadership. We have to be bought into listening with my eyes, listening with my hands, listening with my senses. Listen to serve. And if you listen hard enough, they will tell you how to lead them effectively, right? And I want to pose this question to you all. Are leaders born or made? Are leaders born or made? Frederick House, are you on? All right. Dwight Calloway.
Yes, sir.
Are leaders born or made?
I think leaders are made.
And why, sir?
I think if you have the right people that are around you and you listen to them, I think they help make you a leader. I don't think I was born a leader, but I was made a leader by having good influences around me.
All right. Coach C, are leaders born or made?
You know, my vote is they're born. Either it's in you or it's not. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of kids that are very talented, but had no desire to help anyone else get better and lead, you know, whether that was verbal or by action. You know?
Yep.
And then I had other kids that were not as talented, but they would lead our groups. You know?
All right.
They had that desire to take on responsibility to lead. They were always being able to be held accountable.
Yep. All right. So my personal opinion is I think it's both. I really do. I think everybody is born a leader, whether you're leading many or you're leading yourself, right? Being a leader is not being in position, right? These are character traits. Now, being an effective leader, those are made, but everybody is born a leader, right? And so that's really important. I've spoken to different groups, and I say, raise your hand if you think you are a leader. And some people didn't even raise their hand, and that bothered the crap out of me, because you are a leader of one if you're not a leader of many. And that's super important that the people that we coach them as future leaders. We talk to them as future leaders. You know, we empower them to be leaders, right? You can tell him what to do, or you can tell him why it's important to do it this way. You can give him all the answers to the test, or you can ask him the questions to get the answer that you want. Like it's imperative that we embrace this responsibility of leading future leaders. All right, so I'm going to move on so I can stay on task. Most common blind spots in leadership. You are always on. Everything you do or say sends a message and is interpreted differently. Consistency matters. Consistency builds equity, trust. Everything you do, everything you say, your mannerisms, they're all being scrutinized by everybody you are leading, and they're all are interpreted differently. So you can yell at this guy, and if that same person, your best player makes the same mistake, and you don't yell at him, that's not consistency, and you are eroding the equity and trust that you are trying to build in your team. Right? It's imperative that you understand that you are always on. If you're too strong, they won't be. everybody wants to be a strong leader or respects a strong leader. The question is, what is your definition of strong? What is your definition of strong? Sharon Tomlinson, what is your definition of strong? No problem. Josh Roach, what is your definition of strong? DJ Marlowe, what is your definition of strong?
As far as strong leadership?
Yes.
All those things that you was just talking about, consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah, consistency, definitely. A person that's what's the word? That their word is their bond, basically, you know, that they keep their word and things like that, and treating everybody, like you said, equally. No matter if they're the greatest player or the worst player.
Mrs. Deanna Davis, what is your definition of strong?
I would say someone that keeps their own grass cut. So you model what you preach, and a lot of times it's not what you say, it's what you do. So following that model of being the example.
I tell you what, if this was one of those poetry moments, poetry settings, I'd be like, snapping the fingers, right? That's it. It's really very simple. And so what I do in training camp, all my coaching staff, they have a towel on their waist. Somebody falls or they're shooting free throws and there's sweat on the floor. I tell them, get on your knees and wipe it up. What am I teaching my players? Humility. What am I teaching my players? There's no job too small that the head coach won't do. What am I teaching my players? Service. I'm here to serve you. Everything matters. And there's so many coaches that I've seen that I've played for or witnessed, they talk, but they ain't willing to walk the walk. And you cannot BS these players. So I remember coaching in a game, and I'm on my players tough. Like I am on them, I'm yelling at them. It's like we're getting whooped, and I'm on them. And then after the game, the coach said, "Man, how do you coach your players so tough?" Like and like they all say yes, sir, and they do what you do and do what you say. So man, I love them 10 times harder. You don't see the hours and hours that I poured into them. So for me to get onto them now, they know they're not playing well, and that's what they want me to do, because they know I love them, right? And so that's really important that we put basketball as the second priority and put the young men and women who they are as the number one priority. And that's how you build the equity and trust. The why over the what. Effective leaders understand the necessity to explain the why before telling the what. Back when we were growing up, our coaches were our father figures, our mother figures, our parents, guardians, all of that. And so they told us what to do. And we did it without even thinking, right? We just did it. But those days are gone. These young men and women have so much information in the palm of their hand. So if you're full of crap, they're gonna find out. So I encourage you guys, be impatient and teach the why first, explain the how second, then tell the what third. Why, how, what. There is power in not knowing. The greatest value in an effective leader is the ability to admit, I know that I don't know. This mindset creates an environment of humility, growth, and empowerment. It's your job to create the culture of growth. It's your job, and you don't know everything. So stop it. Stop trying to act like you do. Put the time in working on your craft as a coach, educating yourself as a leader, being more intuitive of who you are and the people you are leading, and stop dictating what this person should do. Stop punishing a person because he or she makes a mistake. Teach them through that mistake, and the punishment is it shouldn't be a punishment. The coaching opportunity is I'm gonna sit you down so you can think about why, right? They should know why they're being taken out. They should know why they are on the line. They should know why they are being disciplined. Because there's two things with discipline. Either you're going to be disciplined or you're going to have regret. You are going to have one or the two. That's a non-negotiable. So take away the word punishment and replace it with discipline. Great leaders replace judgment with curiosity. Great leaders replace judgment with curiosity. Simon Sinek, if you guys don't know who this is, I encourage you guys to look him up on YouTube. A phenomenal teacher and speaker about leadership. What's more important to you, vision or ambition? What's more important to you, vision or ambition? This is one of our questions that we had at the beginning. I'm going to ask, is it Summer Queensberry? What's more important to you, vision or ambition?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. It's Quisenberry, but that's
I'm sorry.
a long last name. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So I just go by Q. It makes it
All
easier.
right, Q.
Ambition.
Ambition. And
yeah,
why?
I think that if you don't have ambition, then a vision can't be fulfilled. So you can have everything in place in terms of wanting to get there, but if you don't have the ambition to fulfill it, then it's just a plan on paper.
Okay. All right, that's fair. How about blessing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm in the car going to an AU tournament.
Okay, all right. I can hear you.
I think you need to stay in place in order to be I would say vision.
I think you said ambition and blessing. Your first name. I was really looking forward to hearing what you had to say, because that's an anointing name. But unfortunately, I couldn't hear you too clearly. But I think you said ambition. So I'm going to move on so I can stay on time. And 2020 was a pandemic, obviously. I tell people 2020 gave me 2020, gave me clear vision of who I am and whose I am. So I got into coaching to inspire and empower. I want to help, I want to serve. And along my journey of the last decade, I realized that my ambition overtook my vision. My ambition overtook my vision. And what I mean by that is I wasn't having fun no more. I'll be super high with the successes and super low with the failures or with the losses, right? I would be happy when I got a job. I would be mad when that team or coach told me no. And I realized that I was chasing my ambition and not pursuing my vision. And God told me that the foundation of my vision are the gifts that he bestowed upon me. God gifted me with the ability to articulate, to empower, to inspire, to lead. Those are his gifts that he gave me. And ironically, now that I've put my vision in the number one priority, now my ambitions organically are being met. I'm getting more opportunities to speak, to coach, to make more money, to inspire more, because my vision is the number one priority. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong if you have it the other way, but I want you all to know that God has gifted all of us with something, and it's our job to give it out. Give it. And I promise you, your ambitions will be met organically. I asked a question: are you chasing or pursuing? And this question came about because I hear it all the time. I'm chasing the ring. I'm chasing the bag. I'm chasing. And I realized that anything you chase, it runs from you. I don't want to chase. I chase nothing, but I pursue everything. And so one player asked me, so coach, what's the difference? I said, well, if you go to a dog race and you that mechanical rabbit takes off and those dogs chase it. Those dogs have ran their race hundreds of times, and they know it's a circle, but because they're chasing it, their blinders are on and they're missing so many lessons. But if one of those dogs pursue it, he would just turn around because it's coming to you. I've learned that it's a circle. And so I hear so many young coaches and they talk about their ambitions and they're so ambitious and they want to be here in 5 years, want to be there in 2 years or 3 years. And they have this ambition of doing this. And I encourage them, nah, man, focus on today. If you win the day and you have a vision, right? All the no's, all the ups and downs, you can absorb it so much better, right? It's almost like binoculars. If you have the vision, it's easy to focus and refocus. But if you only have those ambitions, you are literally running a race and you're lacking the focus to learn along the journey, right? If you guys have any questions, comments, please put them in the chat and we can talk about it later. If what you see is not what you saw, then what you see is temporary. If what you see is not what you saw, then what you see is temporary. I have this quote because so many young coaches, they get discouraged because when their reality doesn't meet their expectations. The worst thing to do is have a 10-year or a 10-year plan in coaching. We all have the wants and desires, but I focus on today. I'm going to win the day. Do I want to be an NBA coach? Of course, that goes without saying. Do I want to make a bunch of money? And yes, of course, everybody wants, right? But the great ones, they micromanage those goals. Today, tomorrow, like I'm focused on winning the day. I can't worry about being an NBA head coach if I'm not the best assistant coach right now. I can't worry about leading my own program if I'm not willing to get on the floor right now and wipe up sweat, right? If what you see is not what you saw, then what you see is temporary. I'm almost finished. So please bear with me. I'm right on time. So the most valuable thing you can spend, waste, or give is time. And I'm learning as I start my own business and I'm speaking now and I'm traveling and all those different things now. Time discipline, time integrity, and time management are the pillars of greatness. Time discipline, time integrity, time management. All right. Focus on creating value. That's one of the things I learned in 2020. I remember I was interviewing with the Mavericks and Rick Carlisle asked me, so what value do you bring to the front of the bench? I said, well, coach, I'm good on defense and I'm good on offense and I can inspire the guys. And I was given all the things that I thought was valuable, but every coach brings that. So the value that I thought in what I said was devalued because that's a prerequisite. But now I did not get the job, right? But looking back on that question, I would answer totally different. I would answer that question, coach, I give solutions and not answers. That's the value that I bring. So when you have a timeout and we're meeting in the center of the court and we're discussing in 30 seconds to what you're going to say to the group, I want to give you a solution and not an answer. I'm going to give you a solution and not just reiterate the problem. That's valuable, right? And so we have to create our own value. And I heard this quote from Dr. Miles Monroe. He says, money and opportunity are attracted to value. If you create value, the world will pay you to be yourself. Golly, when I heard that, I was with the Sacramento Kings and it was a bad situation. I left in 2020 and I was a head coach of the G League team. The season ended and I left. I didn't care about them renewing or declining my option. I was not coming back. And I prayed to God for courage and I prayed to God for strength. I prayed to God for patience. And exactly what I prayed for, he gave me opportunities to be courageous. He gave me opportunities to be strong. He gave me an opportunity to be patient. So I realized this. Courage is leaving the table when respect is no longer being served. All right, cool. I'm gonna build my own table. So I left Sacramento not knowing what was the outcome of my contract, but I knew internally my time here was done. I moved back home. I started my company, the Ellis Performance Group, and now I speak for a living. Just like my granny said, I travel and I empower, I inspire, and I get people motivated to be the best leaders they can possibly be. Little old me, Ty that stutters. So I encourage you all to find your vision and stop chasing and start pursuing. Whatever you guys want, it is there for the taking now more than ever. All right, I think we have about 6 minutes until 9 o'clock. You guys have some questions. I can answer them, or we can have some discussions up until 9.
Yeah, real quick, I was wondering if you could show that last slide. I'd love to take a picture of it.
Sure.
Quote. Thank you, I appreciate that.
No worries. Do I have a mentoring program? Yes, I do. This last year, I spoke at a few colleges, and I'm in the process now of creating some like a 12-month program for 4 different colleges. I also do personal athletic optimal performance coaching, and I also do performance coaching for executives and things of that nature. As I'm the head coach, and when I say head, I point to my head. You know, it's like a little wordplay. I thank you all very much. Let me see. Without no vision, your ambition will have no direction. Wow. Without no ambition, your vision is just a dream. From DJ Marlowe. I absolutely love that, DJ. Coach C say, vision for me. I see what I believe we can become, and I have the vision to see it through. The question is, does the vision create the ambition? From Tim Cooper. I do believe that. I mean, your vision is what you see, right? And now the ambition to go out there and get it. People always say, don't put the carrot before the horse or something like that. But for me, I fight for my peace. I refuse to give my peace to anybody else. When I chase my ambitions, I believe for me, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm giving my peace to somebody that can say yes or no. Now, but if I pursue my vision, I understand that no is part of my journey. I understand that failure is part of my journey. So I can accept the word no now way better than I could 2 years ago. I actually smile because the person who told me no, they think they're stopping me. But I know that internally, God don't want me there yet, but my time is coming. All right, making sure your own lawn is cut before you criticize someone else's. Walk the walk. I absolutely love that. That is definitely a snapping moment. So we are at 8:57. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and make sure I am respectful of the time. I thank all of you very, very much. Mr. Sean, you're awesome, bro. Iron sharpens iron, Proverbs 27:16, I believe. So one man sharpens another. So that's awesome what you're doing. You all have my contact information. If you guys want me to come out and speak or talk or mentor, just hit me up. And thank you once again, brother.
Man, I appreciate you, Ty, for delivering that. That was really amazing. And for everybody in the room, I connected with Coach Ty. He actually played pro ball with one of my cousins And we just happened to connect a few years ago, a couple years ago, maybe.
Yes, sir.
And man, this has just been a pleasure. Not only knowing that, you know, you're your former athlete, coach, but a man of God. Like, it means a lot to me and the things that you've done. And so, you know, just getting you on this platform to just be a blessing to coaches, man, I really appreciate it. You know, I deem you as a coach that has a lot of wisdom, very humble in your approach to how you go about not only life, your family, as well as serving others in what you do through your business and helping coaches, helping programs, mentoring people all across the world, man. So I just want to say I appreciate you. Appreciate your time being on, and I already know we're gonna probably talk later on today anyway or something like this.
For sure.
So we appreciate you, man, and feel free to hang around as long as you can today. I know your schedule's busy, and interject at any time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, bro.
All right. Yes, sir. All right, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I enjoyed it amongst my multitasking, just doing some things behind the scenes of the conference. But we're coming upon the 9 o'clock Central Hour, 10 p.m., 10 a.m. Eastern. And so we're going to keep this thing moving. If you guys need to stretch, grab some water, use the restroom real quick. We're going to go in just 60 seconds to our next speaker. And I'm so excited to do so. So I'll give you guys just a few seconds here, and I'm going to go ahead and begin the introductions, and then we'll keep this thing rolling. You are attending Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports, and we're so excited. So grateful for All In Team Sports being a major part in making this all possible for you all coaches. And so without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into our introduction of our next speaker. If you'll give me a second really quick here, we will get this thing rolling. Appreciate everybody that has jumped on today. You know, I know a lot of people are busy. I know people are recruiting. You know, there's all kinds of things going on, recruits on campus. And for our next speaker, I really am grateful for her, more than she knows. I connected with her some years ago. I actually was a acting head coach at Central State. And, you know, being in the state of Ohio, you know, you always look at other programs, other coaches, and not only was our next speaker a coach that was really doing big things and really setting the precedence at the Division II level at the time. Of course, she was in Ohio, so for me, it was like, it wasn't a far stretch. You know, it wasn't like it was a program out in Oregon or something like that. I'm like, she's right up the road. But more importantly for me, I wanted to be the best that I could be. So I always look at the top. And at the time, Ashland, they were doing just great things in their program. National championship, you know, Coach Robin, National Coach of the Year. And I can just see from the outside, you know, when you're doing something from the outside looking in, you can tell when someone's doing it with genuine character, integrity, humility. And for me, I was a young coach that was chasing her. I was looking up to her and what she was doing. And so in inviting her out to speak today, that it just comes from a history of me seeing what she has done in the game and really wanting her to be a part of talking to this group of coaches today. So without further ado, I want to welcome to you the head coach of Bowling Green women's basketball, has won a national championship, Coach of the Year, moved up to Bowling Green, has already won a championship in the MAC, which was my conference I played in. I went to Miami, but I still love the MAC conference and people who are in it. She's also been a Coach of the Year in the MAC as well. So we want to welcome to the stage Coach Robin. How's it going?
Coach, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for taking time. And I know your schedule is busy because you're currently in your coaching seat and you have recruits coming on campus and things like that. So I thank you so much for taking a moment to speak to our coaches today. And I'm going to let you have the floor and share what's on your heart.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Coach. And I heard the end of Coach Ty's presentation, and that was awesome. That's a great way to start a morning. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I gave you privileges. So yep, you should be fine.
Let me try that real quick.
All right. And I love the decorated office in the back. That's awesome.
Yeah. Coach Shine, it says can you try maybe one more time? Let me get off.
Okay, 1 second here. All right, I redid it, so it should
The host.
Let me go up here more. I'm gonna go ahead and
I think if you make me the host, I can share it, and then you can switch it back.
all right.
Oh yeah,
Did
yeah,
it do
yeah.
it?
There we go.
All right, we're good.
Oh shoot. Let me check real quick. System. It's okay if I can't either.
It's okay. And it should have gave you that little button down where it says share screen. It should have said like multi. It gives everybody an opportunity to share the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to share it off my desktop.
Okay.
It says open privacy. I don't know. I wish I was better at technology.
We all got a touch of it during the pandemic, but
That's all right. I'm having an issue with it, but that's okay. I have all my notes
Okay.
here. So I'll share from. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for tuning in this morning. I'm Robin Freilich. I'm the head women's basketball coach at Bowling Green State University. And I'm just so excited to share today. I have I'm going to share a little bit about my history. And then today, my purpose in talking is I'm going to talk about, I think, the thing that really matters for student athletes. So ways that we build a student athlete experience. And then I'm also going to talk about things that really matter for coaches, because I think that's under talked about, how to the experience of your coaching career and how you experience the season really matters. And I think you need to be intentional about how you do that. So I was a Division II coach. I was a Division II assistant coach for 7 seasons with Coach Sue Ramsey, who's actually speaking later today. And then I was a Division II head coach for 3 years. So my first head coaching experience, I literally just slid over one seat in a program I had been in, program that had just elite players, expectations, standards of behaviors. Oh, I'm going to switch you back. All right, look, Coach, I'm going to switch you back real quick.
all right, cool.
How do I do that?
Go to up the top of the chat where it says participants, and you click more,
Uh-huh.
and then it should be reclaim host. Okay, I just did it. I got
you
it.
got
Okay,
it.
sorry about that.
Oh, it's no problem. We got it. So I was a Division II head coach. So I literally slid over one seat and I took over an elite program, which had its own challenges to sort of slide over one seat from assistant to head coach. And we did it. I had a great team. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the things that we built in. It wasn't just basketball. Our culture was a X factor for us. And then I moved up to Bowling Green State University. So I went from a Division II head coach to the MAC, and the MAC is really good and really competitive. And the team that I took over was I don't like to use the term rebuilding, because we weren't starting over, but we were building. We were definitely where we were, and we needed to get a lot better. So my experience in coaching, I've gotten a lot. I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I've coached elite teams. I've coached teams that were at the bottom. I've coached teams that have moved up, and I've learned a lot over that time. And I'll share this too. My father-in-law is a high school coach. He's been a high school basketball coach for 45 years. He's still a coach he's 72 years old, still high school coaching up in Michigan. My husband was a high school varsity coach. So I just have so much respect for coaches. I think coaching is coaching, people are people. And if it's a labor of love for you, if it's a passion for you, and it's a way to impact people, I just applaud people all over at any level for pouring into coaching and pouring into kids. So, nowadays, I think something we talk a lot about is entitled culture. There's this sort of entitlement. I think especially at the college level, we're seeing some changes with the transfer portal and NIL, and we have to take ownership in this. So if you don't want an entitled team, I think it's up to you as a coach to create a culture of gratefulness instead of entitlement. And I'm going to go through that. And I think of this with kids too. So I'm a parent. I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old. And so I learn a lot from them, right? Because a lot of what I see with them, I think can relate to the kids I'm coaching. And I find for me as a parent, my kids are best with boundaries. Kids are best with clarity. They're best with boundaries, and they're best with earning what they get. You know, when they're just given, we tend to run into a lot more behavior issues. So I think it's the same with coaching, you know, finding ways to be clear, finding ways to create boundaries, and finding ways for kids to really earn, to have a value in earning what you get. And for student athletes, players experience, how do we build this? So I'm going to go through some tangible things that we do in our program to build a student athlete experience. For me at the college level, something that's more important than ever is connection, relationship, and culture with your players. Because of the portal, because of how easy it is to transfer, having players feel part of something, having players feel connected to something, in my opinion, is more important than ever. So there's some things that we do to build this. One, we do, we call it lunch bunch. So over the course of the season, I split up amongst my coaches, and we go get lunch. We don't talk anything about basketball. We just talk to them about their life, family, school, anything that's important to them. And we continue to do this through the season. So I love that, because I think any way you can connect with your players away from the court, away from basketball, is really important. In the summer, when we have our kids back for the summer, we do a leadership academy. So my assistant coaches run this, and we run it once a week through the summer, and we pick different topics. It could be courage, vulnerability, handling failure, handling success. So we just pick different topics, and we actually build a curriculum for our student athletes of how to handle this, of how to manage this, of how to learn. Because I think so often as a coach, I always take responsibility. If something's not going right, then the first thing we circle back to was, did we teach this? You know, so if we want resilient players, then we need to teach what resilience really looks like, right? If we want courageous players, then we need to teach what courage really looks like. So we do that throughout the summer. I love it. Our kids love it. I think it's a safe space. It's also before season. So it's a place where people feel just really engaged. And I think it's important to set it up before the season so that your expectations are clear before you go into the season. And these are things you can circle back to in the season when you run into challenges. We do a core value academy. So in our program, everything for us comes back to our core values. And I know core values are trendy. People talk about them a lot, core values, culture, but for us, they are everything. So something I learned when I was a head coach at Ashland, as I shared, I had moved over one seat. So I was the assistant coach for Coach Ramsey when I became the head coach. Well, my very first year as a head coach, I kept the same core values that Coach Ramsey had, because I felt connected to those. I had been, believed in them. I had been an assistant in that program. And after my first year as head coach, I realized, I need to do something that fits me. They fit Coach Ramsey. I believed in them, but they weren't necessarily me or what I believe day in and day out. So my second year as head coach, I actually did that. I created 5 core values that have traveled with me from when I was at Ashland and now to Bowling Green. And I'll share those with you, because I think what I'm going to do is also explain how we use them in our program. Our first core value is be a great teammate. Easy to say, hard to do. Ultimately for us, that means every decision you make is what's best for the team. And what I love the most about basketball is it is the ultimate team sport. It is, and you're watching it right now in the NBA playoffs. There's the most connected teams. The teamness of a group really, really matters. Our second one is manners matter. And ultimately for us, we talk a lot about this with gratitude. Where I get to coach, our kids get, they're on scholarships, we travel, we get so many incredible opportunities. And with that, in the different spaces we're in, even in the gym we have in our shared gym here, we're really mindful of being grateful for those opportunities, but also for the people around us and making sure that we are paying attention to that. In a very distracted world, I talk to our team about this a lot, in a very distracted world, making sure that we are paying attention to all the people around us that are helping us day in and day out with this experience. Our third core value is trust. I always say slow to earn, fast to lose, but it's so important. When you have a high trusting relationship with a team, they develop. When you have a high trusting relationship with a player, they get better. And there's no fast way to do this except consistent intentionality. And as simple as before practice, kids warming up, have a plan. All right, these 3 kids, I haven't had a touch point with this week. When I get into gym, they're warming up today. These 3 kids, I'm going to make sure I connect with. after practice. This kid really seems like she's struggling. I'm going to rebound for her. You know, there's just so many simple ways to intentionally connect. And we're going to talk about Lunch Bunch and these, you know, we do a core value academy and we build things in, but in every day, if you are mindful of it, you can always find ways to have a pulse and connect with your team. Our fourth one is toughness. And I love to share, there hasn't been a single player I've ever coached that would say their 4-year career was just a breeze. Even the absolute best players I've coached on the best teams, there are peaks and valleys. So just making sure we understand the resilience that goes in to being an everyday player. And then lastly, commitment. And commitment is center to everything. We know that. I don't know if anyone's read the book Atomic Habits, but the essence of it is basically that you have to have a commitment to your daily habits, right? You have to have a commitment. And I read this the other day, you have to fall in love with the endless nature of things. And that to me is coaching, right? It's this sort of endless nature of competing and developing and growing. So what we do with our core values that I believe separates them for us and makes them come alive is we talk about them every single day. So after we warm, our kids will shoot, we do our warm up every day, game day, every day. We huddle up and we do our core value circle. So let's say it's Monday and it's be a great teammate day. So we all go around the huddle and we give an example of that, coaches included. So for example, I might say, Sarah was a great teammate. I know after practice, you know, her teammate had to get to class. She waited for her. She got her to class. She made sure she had a snack. Or, hey, from the game, you know, whoever it may be was a great teammate. When I'm watching game film, she was engaged the whole game, even though she wasn't in. You know, I saw her behavior on the bench. So we're constantly identifying that, and so are the players. So let's say it's Tuesday, we're all going to go around the circle and identify manners matter. And what you'll see is as kids get more comfortable, as kids get more vulnerable, and as kids get more connected to your team and who you are, their answers get better. Their answers get more real. Their answers get more connected. And it also gives you a pulse when a kid is struggling. You know, if a kid's sort of drifting away from the team, drifting away from the huddle, you can get that when you're going through the core value circle. So not only does it build on your values, I think as a coach, it also gives you a good pulse on where kids' heart and soul and spirit is at those times. And that, as we know, can move through the season. So we do a core value academy also in our preseason. I build that. So we'll go through all 5, one a week, and we'll spend an hour going through what this looks like, giving videos, giving examples. And then I ask for feedback from our players. What does this mean to you? How is this? Give me real life examples of how this is going to play out this year. And so we write all that down and we go through it. So as the season goes on, we always reference back. And I'm not a coach with a big rule book. That's never how I've operated, but everything for us with standards of behavior comes back to our core values. Kids late for class or not turning in homework, commitment issue. Kids struggling, why don't I play more? All right, let's talk through that. That sounds like a trust issue, right? So I want to make sure you understand where we're coming from and where you're coming from. But for us, everything can come back to that, which is really, for me, has been the way that I've been most comfortable with managing and organizing a team. Teammate to teammate relationship is really important. You hear a lot about coach to player relationship. I think as important as the teammate to teammate relationship and finding ways that they feel connected to each other. Because that's what you remember, you know. And I think back, I played at Davidson a long time ago, and my teammate relationships are so important to me. So one thing we do in the summer, we do teammate buddies. So I pair them up and they have to connect at least once a week. Now, granted, they talk to each other a lot more than this, but it's sort of it's an accountability partner through the summer in a way to make sure we're checked in. And then they do their own Zoom call once a week. No coaches, just them. And it's their space to make sure that they are continuing to connect. And we all know there's certain players that every day training and working out is easy for them. Certain kids, it's not as easy. So finding ways to match those kids and then having that peer-to-peer accountability. One of my things when I first got to Bowling Green, because we were a program that was, you know, we needed to really build up and that we talk so much about, is you won't fight for each other unless you really know each other. I wholeheartedly believe that the way you are connected off the court translates to the way you connect on the court. So for example, when I got to Bowling Green, we were almost dead last in the country in assists, almost dead last in the league, and one of the bottom in the entire country for Division I teams. By my third season, we actually won the league. We had the #1 turnaround in the country, and we led the league in assists. And we went to top like 30 in the country in assists. So when I share that, when you see a culture created of connectedness off the court, it literally translates to on the court in the way that you play. Because when you get a team that's connected and selfless and will fight for each other, it tangibly translates. Something that from the college side, I think that is important is that your recruiting relationship matches their relationship when you're here. So one thing I try to be really mindful of is the way I recruit a kid is the way I'm going to coach a kid, is the way I'm going to connect with a kid here. I don't want them, I don't want that to be a mismatch. And I know at the high school level and the middle school level, just making sure that relationship that you are initially building matches. And that's how, to me, the trust piece continues to build and you're able to develop players. Tough conversations. Okay, as a head coach, assistant coach, parent, friend, any sort of relationship, these are a reality. They just are. They're a reality. And some really good nuggets I've learned about tough conversations is be honest, be factual, and be succinct. You know, sometimes I think when we're in tough conversations, we can overtalk, we can overshare, we can try to sort of, it gets uncomfortable. So the first thing we try to do is fill in those spaces.
Careful.
But that's one thing that I've learned in being a head coach, especially, is something that starts small doesn't stay small. So something that seems like, I don't really want to address that. My advice would be to address it. When it's small, keep it small, because when it starts small and it's not addressed, it does not stay small. And hard conversations done with love and with grace and with kindness and with honesty are helpful. And I actually think they help move relationships to a deeper level. Staff cohesion. So I think something as coaches, we talk a lot about connecting the team. How do we get our team to care? How do we get our team to stay together? Well, in my opinion, it starts with your staff. So I love to share the mirror on the wall. Like a cohesive staff is the start of a cohesive team, because you are modeling the behaviors that you want and need to see within your team. So it starts with the adults, and that can be challenging. I think that's under talked about, because I think sometimes so much of our energy is put into the team, the kids. And I think it's similar to marriage or parenting. Well, it starts with the relationship that you are modeling. And when that is healthy, and when that is modeling selflessness and teamwork and togetherness, then you can see that filter down into your team. Something that I care a lot about, we care a lot about here, is transformative skills. So my biggest reward as a coach is that when I know when my players leave and when they graduate, that they are ready to launch. And one of my worst feelings as a coach is when somebody graduates and I know they are not, right? Or they're holding on, they're hanging on to their career. But the best feeling is when you know, oh my gosh, the world needs you. You've done everything you could here, and it's time. The world needs you. You need to go make a difference. So there's a way for us, you have to build that, because some kids, those transformative skills have to be taught. And they're going to be taught obviously through their college education. But you have to be really mindful with that. So building in ways to learn how to manage money. Careers, so often kids are about to graduate and don't know much outside of who they are outside of basketball. And basketball is a really important piece of who they are, but it is not who they are. It's just a part of who they are. So helping them kind of figure out ways to be ready to launch into the world. And you can build that in. And people love to come in and help, bringing in speakers, whether it's on managing money or different career paths. I think that's a really cool thing you can bring to your program. As we all know, the better relationship, the more honest and truthful it can be. One of the things that I'm big on in our program is grace. I think there's a big difference between a mistake and a pattern. I have a ton of grace for mistakes. I think kids make mistakes. I think it's up to us to not go in and save them from them, but for them to let them figure it out and kind of work their way out of them. But I have a big grace for mistakes, and I'll work through that with kids. But when we start running into patterns, that's really different. That's handled really different, because that to me is that's behavior that's not changing, regardless of the consequence of it. So I think having a good pulse on that of a leader, and for kids knowing, if our kids know that when they come to me, I'm going to let them work through mistakes. That's part of their learning process. But making sure they understand the difference. And I don't have this on my notes, but one thing I want to share that we do with our team, and I do this in the preseason, and this is going a little off track, but I actually split up. I put up on our board. So we have like our film room, and I put up on our whiteboard, conditional and unconditional. And I asked them to define those words. Okay, what is unconditional, right? Always, no matter what, right? And hopefully, give examples of that. So hopefully you feel that my parents love me unconditionally, or if you're faithful, my faith is unconditional, whatever. But okay, let's explain that. And then we go to conditional. Okay, what's conditional? Conditional is if it's a clause, right? It's based on something. And then I ask them, what is playing time? Conditional or unconditional? And playing time is conditional, right? Playing time is based on something. It's based on performance. It's based on a number of factors. It is not unconditional. But what's interesting, and I'm sure we've all experienced this, is that players confuse that, right? They confuse that where they feel like the way I care about them should be unconditional. Now, the way that their behavior, we're going to manage that. That's not always unconditional, but they confuse that. They think playing time is unconditional, or your relationship with them is conditional. So I try to split that right away. Playing time is conditional. Me caring about you, that's an all the time thing. And that's not based on how much you play or how much you score. So and that's still hard. That's something we always circle back to through season, but for them to really, really understand that. And then the other piece, because playing time, as we all know, can be a big impact on how kids feel, right? It's a huge part of it, but I don't want that to be their experience. If their experience is only their playing time, then I feel like I have failed them. So something else we talk about in the preseason, we talk about the huddle. So when I was at Ashland, we had this crazy good team. We actually won 73 games in a row, which now seems insane. It was like, when it was happening, I didn't even realize how crazy it was. But because of that, we were gaining a lot of attention. There was a lot of people with a lot of opinions, and all of a sudden everybody wants to be part of it, which I loved. We had amazing fans. But one thing that I did during that time was I talked a lot about protect the huddle, because it started to get really loud. There was a lot of bright lights and noise and attention on our team. So we talked about protect the huddle. That was one of our phrases. And then more important than that, and we talk about this as well in the preseason, who is in the huddle, right? Who's actually in the huddle? Okay, your team, your trainer, the coaching staff. Okay, who's in the huddle? And more importantly, who is not in the huddle, right? Who's not in the huddle? Parents, friends, significant others, social media. And they might be in another one of your huddles, but they're not in this huddle. Because what I found, when you let people outside of the huddle seep into the huddle, not good things don't happen, right? That's when you get distracted. That's when you're listening to other people's opinions and voices. So that's another thing. That's a phrase we use a lot in our program, is protect the huddle and stay in the huddle. And I promise you, the kids who stayed in the huddle through their seasons and through their careers have had a great experience. The kids who've been outside the huddle really struggle. Those are the kids that I found that have had the hardest time having a good experience, because they're just letting so many other people impact what they believe and what they think. One of the last things I'm going to share about the player piece is, as a coach, you really need to evaluate, is the gym a fun place to be? Now, granted, I don't think the gym has to be fun all the time. There's a seriousness to the game. There's a expectation to the game, but is the gym a fun place to be? Because when the gym is a place kids want to be, even through the hard and through the good and through the challenges, they will keep showing up. They'll keep showing up early to shoot. It'll be a place that they just go to. And so as a coach, just having a pulse on that. Okay, how can I keep the gym a place kids consistently want to be? And when you can create that, your teams really, really, really develop. So I think as important for players, and I know have about 15 minutes left, is for coaches. What is the experience for you as a coach? And in full disclosure, this year was probably one of the most exhausting years I've ever had coaching. We had a COVID shutdown right after Christmas. We were playing 3 conference games a week. I think we played 7 games in 14 days and then 8 games in 15 days. And I was like, wow. I was like kind of just raw and really tired. And for me, it was a great reminder to sort of circle back. All right, how do you keep your experience as a coach worthwhile? How do you keep restored? And I love to call it like stacking habits, because I know this year I was all of a sudden like, I don't have time for anything. And I love to exercise. I love to pray. I love to read. And so I found a stacking habits. Okay, if I need to make a recruiting call, I can make a recruiting call and go on a walk, right? I can do those things together. My assistants, I know they need to watch a lot of film, scout, game film. They can watch that and Peloton. So just finding ways, even when you're busy through a season, to build in the things that still always matter to you. I had one of my friends is a Power 5 head coach. And at the Final Four, we had lunch and she said this to me and I'll never forget it because I wrote it down. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to remember this. And she said, if I have to win to be happy, I must evaluate who I am and what I'm doing. If I have to win to be happy in coaching, she's like, I won't coach anymore if that's the clause. And so that's always a good reminder of like, all right, what are the things I have to coach, And I think those are pouring into the kids, seeing transformation in players on and off the court, finding ways to keep yourself healthy, and then remembering the things that matter the most, right? And coaching the things that matter most. Of course, we want to win. We're all hyper competitive, but the reward is always in the daily process. The reward is always in the relationship and the connection and seeing kids change. Plan things and stick with them. So I know in coaching, it's so easy to like, oh, well, this came up and this came up. If you have a vacation and you planned it and something came up, go on vacation, right? My children are now into the youth sport era. If my son has a baseball game and I've planned to go to it or I'm driving them, I'm going to stick with it. You can adjust other things, but the minute you start always adjusting your life and things that matter to you around your job, it's really hard. And granted, the job is important. And I'm not saying you've got to figure out the things that matter the most to you and then stick with them. Trying to be a better undistracted parent. This is something trying to work on this off season, because when I go home, the phone still rings, they're still recruiting, and okay, how can I become a better undistracted parent? And I think I'm not great at that right now. I'm trying to build in better habits, but ways to just turn your phone off, ways to disconnect, and be present, because it's the same thing I want out of my players. I don't want distracted players. And I think you've got to find ways so that you are not a distracted coach or a distracted parent. Walk the walk. Healthy, I always say healthy leader, healthy team. You want to see a healthy, connected, relationship first team. It starts with you. So having you being a healthy leader and a healthy person is the first step to a healthy team. Sleep. You have to sleep. I know something in coaching, sometimes coaches, it's like this badge of honor, like, I didn't get any sleep. I've been up 5 straight days. I've gotten 2 hours of sleep. That is not impressive, right? That is not a badge of honor. Okay, getting sleep, even in the middle of season, you get home from a late game, you have to sleep. Sleep is the most important restorative piece to restoration. So even if you're up late, or I know we can be stressed, you have to find ways to sleep. It is not impressive to talk about how much you don't sleep. Move your body, find a hobby that you love. I'm not good at it, but I like to play the keyboard. And even honestly, during season, just feeling a different part of my brain being used, I think is really helpful. something I love now that I'm on road trips, I find sometimes during season when I get more serious and I don't laugh as much. And I don't know if any of you have a pulse on that, but sometimes for me, I can feel where I am by how much I laugh. Cause I think a lot of things are funny. I like being around funny people, moments, etc. And during season, I'll be like, I don't think I've laughed in weeks. So something that I've started doing on road trips or when I'm driving recruiting, I listen to comedy. I love to listen to sermons and I love to listen to comedy, and I will find myself just cracking up. And I know that sounds silly, but as coaches, just finding ways that we're continuing to experience the spectrum of emotions and not just sort of anxiety and intensity, but finding ways that we're tapped into all of them. And then the last thing I have for the coaching side is do something fun. Surprise your staff, right? Maybe you're coming in for a meeting, just do something fun and do it unexpectedly. Keep things light through a year. We love coaching. We love our team getting better, but we all know we're all more effective when there's fun involved. So that's keeping a pulse of that on your team. And that's also keeping a good pulse of that on your staff and of yourself. I see I have some questions that were popping up. So I wanted to make sure I had some time for those. Where'd they go?
I know someone requested the values that you went over in the beginning.
Yeah.
As emailing them. You can get them to me and I can get them to them, or whatever you feel is easiest for yourself.
I can repeat them right now, but I also can send them as like a picture. We have them. So our core values, have them in our offices. Every one of our kids has them in their locker. We have them in our locker room. So they're not wallpaper. We don't put them up just to talk about them on the recruiting visit. They are who we are. And I got asked a lot. So my first year at Bowling Green, we won 9 games. My second year at Bowling Green, we won 10. Woo, one more. And then my third year, we won 21 and won the league. So we literally went from last place to first place, which was awesome. And I got asked a lot that year, what happened this year? What happened this year? And my answer was always, nothing happened this year. It happened from the first day that I got to Bowling Green, and we just stayed with it. Nothing happened magically, like all of a sudden this off season. It was an accumulation of doing the same thing and staying consistent with who we were and what we believed in since day one. And something, if you are in a rebuilding program, something we did that I loved, that I thought really was a good visual for our staff and our team, is my second year when we won 10 games, we lost 7 overtime games. I mean, that's gotta be like an NCAA record. We lost 7 overtime games, and which was heart-wrenching, but also we were that much closer. So the gauge was we were that much closer. We weren't winning a lot more games, but we were so much closer to that breakthrough. And that season, I gave every one of my kids a little hammer. And this was after like maybe our third or fourth overtime loss. And I'm just like, whew, this is, that's hard on them too. And I brought them one of those little hammers and the stone cutter. I don't know if you guys have heard the stone cutter story, but it's basically like you keep hammering every day. And someday the stone will break. And so we gave them that visual of like, just keep hammering. That was our phrase for the season. Just keep hammering. And eventually the stone will break. And it might be this year, and it might be next year, and it might be the year after, but you can control the work, right? We can control hammering every day. And I thought that was really motivating. It was just a great visual that was in front of us every day. And then another thing I did when we were in a rebuilding phase, I had a Word document on my computer and I wrote down all of our wins, because we weren't getting many wins on game day, but we were having so many cool things happen. Whether it was I was seeing kids' work ethic develop, or kids' grades get way better, or a kid who maybe had never stopped by our office was coming in our offices and hanging out. So anything that I knew was a really cool, positive thing happening, I wrote it down. And I know for me, that was really motivating because I knew we were doing the right things and we just had to keep sticking with it. Our 5 core values. Oh, I see. I can email those. Coach, Coach Shine, would be easiest if I email those to you and you could send them out to everyone?
Them to me And then I'll blast them out to all the participants.
Yeah, and I see, how do you gauge or adjust your practices if you as a staff are exhausted? Imagine how your players feel. Yeah, the 8-game swing in 15 days, they were. Some things we did is we tried to do a good job of feeding them during film, something that we don't typically do. And then we didn't, our practices were short and succinct. We tried to focus on the most important things for our upcoming opponent and then get through it. But we really didn't get like real practices. But we were absolutely mindful of where they were, because I always say if we're tired, then then usually they're really tired.
Right.
Great. I think I've still got about 5 minutes. So any other questions that I could answer? Oh, a good question about just how do we talk about mental health or be mindful of that. That's really important for this season, especially for us with how many games we played. That was a grind, and that was a real reality. One thing that I actually heard this off season that I want to start building in is, I know some coaches do, where they'll give kids like 3 or 4 mental health days in a year, and they don't have to tell them why. They just get those days. So if they don't want to come to practice that day, there's no explanation. It's just built in for kind of a personal day for them to recharge. We try to have a really good pulse on our kids too, where they feel connected. So if a kid comes in and they're having a mental health day, a challenge, whatever it may be, we're really into take a break. We don't believe in kids needing to grind through practice when they really just need to be restored. And then we have a life coach that actually works with our team. So he meets with them once a week, and then he does a lot of one-on-one counseling with them. Some of it's just like confidence or preparation. Some of it's deeper stuff. And then our school is also hiring a sports psychologist. So I'm fortunate to have a lot of resources, but I think as a coach, one thing you can do is just have a lot of grace around practice with kids who need a break. And then the building in mental health days, I think, is a great idea.
I really love that. It's almost like I was on the Spaces the other day, and someone was talking about how like a job where you have like health days or something like that, and just the correlation between that and just being a D1 athlete or a college athlete in general, where that's like a job and more. You're in school and you have a basketball responsibility. So yeah, I really like that you're doing. That's really cool.
Yeah, and coaches need it too. I think some days we could take one and hey, go shoot, or it's a day off. I mean, I think something that is not talked about enough is both sides of mental health, the student athletes and the coaches. And so, with my what I shared today, I think that's why I shared about both, because I think as coaches, we have to figure out how to take care of ourselves in a healthy way too, to be effective for our student athletes.
I love I'm actually putting out some tweets as we're going along today. But the last tweet that you mentioned about having a healthy team, it starts with a healthy you. Like, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Maybe even some of the things you do to keep yourself healthy so that it can also reflect in your players.
Well, exercise is really important to me. And I just find I think better, I'm kinder, if I do that. And that's something that can go quick when the schedule starts to get crunched. Praying, just feeling grounded. Church, on Sundays, even for us in season, Sundays aren't off days. So just sticking to things. Like I shared, I have 2 little kids. They play a lot of sports. For me, going to watch them play is really a healthy boundary. I think you just have to figure out the things that matter the most to you. My husband actually has, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the exercise, the Whoop. It's like it's like an exercise health app. So it actually tracks like your strain, your calories, your sleep level, your recovery, your hydration. It has all these things it tracks. And our team actually uses them through the season. So that would be an example too of just keeping an eye on yourself, right? Having yourself having daily goals for your exercise. And as I shared earlier, sleep. I think coaches, I've heard a lot, it's like a badge of honor to not sleep. Like it's not impressive to not sleep. You've got to make sure that you find ways to be able to do that. That leads to a healthy leader.
What are some of the ways that for you, and I know you're well accomplished in the game and you're doing great things where you are now as well. How do you keep tabs to keep such a high level of not only of what you're expecting out of your players, even your staff, but how do you now, or how have you now taken that to where you keep yourself healthy, but how do you encourage them to do the same? Because, like as athletes, we've been college athletes, so we, but how do you can't make them get rest and things like that, but how do you lead them into doing that?
Yeah. Be the example. As the head coach, if you're doing it, they feel empowered to do it, and I try to be clear about this is when we're meeting and these are the things that are necessary to do. But we don't all have to be together to do it. So just trying to be clear about what the expectations are, clear about when we're meeting, clear about when we'll be done, so that they can build in their life and their time. But I also know, I was an assistant for a long time. As an assistant, you feel empowered to stay healthy when you see your head coaches doing it. I believe when you see they're taking time to go work out, when you see they'll leave work when work is done. And I also am not somebody who, my staff has to be here if I'm here, and they know that. We all know what we need to get done, and we're going to get it done. And that can look different. It could be at home, it could be from the beach. But just being clear with your staff about their expectations, so they feel empowered to do the things they need.
Let me ask this too, and if anybody has any questions, we still have a few moments here. And I know Coach Fraley, you got a busy day ahead of you because you got recruits coming.
Yeah.
How do you juggle? This was kind of like a couple questions back, but I know some coaches may have children. How do you juggle that with the responsibility of being a Division I head coach, and you're not just a regular head coach? You want to win. You want to excel at the highest level. How do you do that and juggle home, husband, kids? Like, how do you do that?
Well, I have a great husband, and he was a coach, so that does help. So he understands the kind of the unorthodoxness of the job. But I always say the work-life balance, that's not, I think for me, that feels like a myth. I talk a lot more about work-life integration. How can I integrate this? And I have a cool job. I get to coach basketball and travel, and I bring my kids. If it's a road trip they can come on, they're coming with me. Our team's taking an international trip this summer. They're going to come. I have the team over to my house a lot, so my kids get to really know the players. I have them running around in practice. So just feeling empowered that they don't need to be separate. It's not that serious. In fact, I actually feel like my team responds well to seeing me outside of just being coach. They see me as a mom. So any way you can integrate. And then, as I shared, just create some boundaries. These are things that I'm going to do. And if something comes up, I'm still going to do it. But you can absolutely do it. My husband's a great partner, and just sharing, the responsibility. But we do a lot of it together, which has been really, really rewarding for me. When my son was 3 years old, his preschool ended, I'd go pick him up, bring him right to practice. And he actually ran our clock. And he remembered the score of every game because he just was so, he felt important. So any way you can put it together.
Yeah, that's really good. I think I had a question. I actually had somebody text me, Coach Derek Stevens. If you're on here, you can unmute and go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I'm on here. It was more of a statement that I wanted to make. Just hearing Coach talk about the mental health of the team, and keeping tabs on that. I think that is absolutely fabulous. And it took me back, to some of my playing days with one of my college roommates, ironically, because, we had a game on ESPN, for instance. It was Big Monday. Everybody wants to be in the starting lineup, play on TV, for instance, and we're all excited to play. And he gets in the game and he has a great game. He gets, 5.6 rebounds, for instance. Coach subs him out, doesn't put him back in the game.
Yeah.
We come in to practice the next day, and he was totally upset because he did not go back in the game. Now, if he has these days like Coach speaks about, where he can, okay, I need a day for myself today, Coach. I don't, I don't want to come in today. He probably stays on the team and doesn't lead the team. Him and Coach bumped heads, and that led to him not being on the team anymore. So just hearing, monitoring the mindset of the guys and, paying attention to that and, allowing them to say, hey, Coach, I think I may need a day off. I just think that's phenomenal to me, because I think about him and we all wished he never left the team. But unfortunately, during those times, early 2000, it was either you practice or you didn't play, or you practice, or, it was clear cut that way, So I just wanted to commend you on that. That's fabulous. And I would definitely be implementing that myself.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that. And I think, as I shared earlier, something that I would keep in mind with that too is I always evaluate, is this the mistake or a pattern? And if it's a mistake with a kid, we're going to work through it. If it's a pattern, okay, that obviously is a lot more challenging. But giving kids some grace to make mistakes and grow up.
That was really good. And Derek that just spoke, he was actually a pro teammate of mine. We played pro together. And he's coached, played at Colorado State. He's coached internationally too. And I know that just with the mental health, portion, the mindset, I mean, just experiencing those things, even at your level, Coach Fraley, is definitely a conversation to have and to really gauge. And our supporting partner at the conference today is All In Team Sports, and they're going to make a huge announcement here shortly. But they're a big proponent of the mental health piece of it. And so grateful that you shared that portion and talked about that a little bit. I tweeted out the portion of having a I mentioned it just before, being healthy first so that your players can be healthy, and being that example as well. So I think that was a big piece there. Any more questions? I know there's some things circulating here. We got a few minutes. Just wanted to give anybody an opportunity to answer, get any questions answered, share any comments. I believe what Coach Fraley has shared today has been amazing. I always like to hear the backstories, the nuts and bolts of how someone runs their program, especially with, I always say, you don't just roll out of bed and win a national title. There's things that you have to do. Being able to bring the program from where it was to in 3 years winning the conference. When you hear some of the things that you mentioned, things begin to line up, and it's like, oh, okay, I see how that happened. How challenging was it for you? And what made you able to make the decision? You were doing great at Ashland. I thought you were probably going to be a lifer. You were there, and but then I see you make the jump. And what for you at that stage in your life? What was that challenge? What helped you to say, you know what, I'm ready to go to that next place?
There's a number of factors. I was ready for the next challenge. When I was there 10 seasons and you felt like, okay, we've gotten this thing at a great spot. The MAC, it's more competitive. It's more competitive players, the coaching. It was closer to all my family. So we're actually moving closer. It's never a job decision. It's always a life decision. I think people sometimes think, oh, this is just a job. No, when you make any sort of coaching move, to me, you're making a new life decision. And for us, we just felt like It was the right life decision at the right time. It was a place where I was comfortable recruiting. It's a region I had recruited. It's a program that had crazy tradition. It kind of had all the things that we thought we needed to be successful. So that was part of it. And one thing I didn't share that I had in my notes that is something I'm working on too, that I learned this off season, is as a leader, as a coach, to lead first with curiosity. To lead with curiosity. I know for me, sometimes I lead with like quick judgment, right? Yes, no, it comes, and I'm really trying to slow that down and lead with curiosity. And I think that's really helpful with your staff, but I also think that's really helpful with your student athletes. Tell me what you were thinking. Tell me how we got here. And that too, in the mental health piece, I think is an important piece of it.
That's amazing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was reading the undergraduate and being close with the guys. Yeah, the balance of being close in age, but being an assistant. There's a real art to that. I think that you being close in age is an advantage you have, because you are so close to understanding what it feels like and being connected to that. And so I think using that is important, but I think having clear boundaries that your connection is basketball and you create that. I was a young assistant, I think we've all been there. So that's important, being able to connect and relate, but also having clear boundaries of that you are on the staff. In creating your core values and living them out. Yeah, the transfer portal. So it's interesting with the portal. I think we're all sort of figuring out the portal right now. Something I'm learning about our team and our program is we built our program and we've built on really good high school players who've been committed and really loved the university. Something I share with the team every year, that game day accounts for like 8% of their school year. So the game day is 8% of their year. So I always ask, what are you doing with the other 92%? What are you doing with the other 92% of your time here? Because it can't just be game day that keeps a kid or a kid leaves a university. So like what's their experience at their school? What's their experience with their teammates? What's their experience in the classroom? And making them mindful of that the game day piece is a really small percentage of their college experience. So that's something we're working on. And the other part is just the reality. So I think taking it personal is challenging. I mean, if there's a huge pattern and trend of it, then I think you need to evaluate your program. If it's every once in a while, I think that is part of the world we live in. But I also think when your core values get stronger, those filter kids out. If kids don't want to be a great teammate here, they usually leave, right? If kids aren't really committed, it filters out because your standards of behavior are so clear.
All right. Well, if there's any more questions, we just have a couple minutes and then we're going to, man, this has been awesome. I really appreciate you taking time. I know you have recruits coming on campus and things like that, so you definitely have to get going. But I just wanted to say I really appreciate you. I appreciate the example that you've been, because even before you knew it, before I actually emailed you to ask for a game when I was coaching at Central, like I have been watching you. I've been watching like literally everything I could find, everything I could see. I was on Synergy burning up your games, just trying to pull, because I really wanted to build a space of excellence within the program that I was trying to build. And so I was watching you. And so I really want to say that even that back then led me to asking you to come on today, because I learned from you, even when you may not have known it, and so I really appreciate you, what you've done for the game, the example, just your, even the fact that you're a believer, like those things like are huge, for me as a coach, and even as a young coach that I was, being a believer and trying to really just navigate through the game and get better. So I just want to say I appreciate you. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate the fact that you take time before you have to entertain recruits. You know, I know those recruiting days can be a long day when you have a recruit on campus. So I appreciate you taking this time out to come on and share with us.
Oh, Coach, thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words, and the feeling is mutual. And thanks everyone for tuning in today. I mean, it's a Saturday, the sun's out, and you're out here trying to get better. And I think as coaches, we just got to do a good job of continuing to encourage each other and build each other up. I think the profession is challenging. I think it's getting more challenging with sort of the way the world is changing, and just ways that we can always stick to the things that matter. I think will help us all continue to, fight the good fight and pursue kids' hearts and love kids hard.
Yeah. That's awesome. And, I appreciate, everything that you shared today, and the coaches appreciate it. I see it in the chat box there. And once you get those materials over to me, I'll share it with all the attendees as well. So
I'll share my notes. Coach,
Okay.
I'll email you my notes that I have. And I'll email you our core values. And then I put my email up on the chat box, but get in touch with me anytime. Our practices are always open. Any way that we can help or share, please connect. We're happy to do so.
Thank you for presenting today. I'll get that information to them once we get together on it, and I'll be touching base with you today as well.
Great. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thank you so
Later.
much, Coach. Hey, everybody. That was Coach Robin Freilich. Oh, my gosh. It was a pleasure for me to even have her on. And we're going to keep this thing going. We're just getting started. Want to welcome to the stage right now a coach that I connected with. Before we get into our next speaker, I want to give him the floor to Coach Bill Vasco, just to say a few things. He's one of the supporters of this conference, does a lot with coaches. I've been on some spaces with him, and I'm going to let him explain. I'm not going to go all the way into it, but Coach, man, I really appreciate just what you do in the space of the game, and as far as helping coaches and things like that. Appreciate the connection that we have. We've been on a few spaces to just help some kids. We did one on the grad assistant forum, and I know there was a lot of people even from there that touched base with you on just getting help for their career, getting help in terms of just getting their resumes, portfolios, things together like that. So I just wanted to give you the floor for a few minutes to just talk about what you do and how you help our young coaches.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for giving me a few minutes to tune in, and I really appreciate the opportunity and love what you're doing. And, I've had a chance to listen a little bit to the first couple of speakers, and, can't wait to go back and actually re-listen to some of the information and take a few more notes. Because I'm on the road this weekend, but it's been a great opportunity to connect with you, and just to speak for a few minutes about some of the things that I've been working on over the past few years and developing in terms of resources and services for coaches. For those who don't know me, my name is Bill Vasco. I'm the head softball coach at Frostburg State University. It's a Division II school in Maryland, and approaching now, I think I'm somewhere like in my 28th year of coaching. I started when I was in college as a student assistant with the Ohio State football program. So I've coached football, baseball, and softball at the college level. I've coached Division I, Division II, and III. I've been a head coach, assistant coach. Also spent 6 years as a high school athletic director. So I've got a good deal of experience at a lot of different levels. And when I was younger, I got into website development and learned how to do some coding, and I started a website called Coachbook, which was a social networking platform for coaches. Because in the early days of social media, a lot of coaches were kind of nervous about creating an online profile where parents, players could find them. Now it's a little more common where every coach pretty much has some type of social media presence. But Coachbook was a place where coaches could connect with each other and engage and share material. And it was pretty popular at first. And then when coaches became more comfortable with Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, it kind of went along the wayside there. But, I created a lot of content for the website during those days, and I had written an article series on coaching portfolios, which as a former teacher and an education major, I was pretty familiar with about creating portfolios for the job search process. And I'd actually done that early in my career for some of the very first head coaching jobs I had applied for. And I also, one of the coaches I worked for had a really great staff manual that he always shared every year with our staff just prior to the season starting, and had a lot of great information about, you know, how we were going to do all of the different things in our program to be successful. But, you know, I'd written an article series on Coach Book about portfolios and how to design them. And within a couple of months, it had 10,000 views. And I was just realized that there was a lot of coaches out there that wanted to learn more about how to implement a portfolio into what they were doing when they were applying for jobs, or use a portfolio to help design a staff manual if they were a head coach. So out of necessity, I created a website offering a online manual on how to create portfolios, because I was a part-time coach and struggling a little bit financially, and it was just something, you know, that I could give back to coaches and create a self-guided manual online for coaches to kind of follow to set up a portfolio, while also making a little bit of extra money to support myself. And it's kind of just grown from there over the last 8 years into an all-encompassing resource. You know, our base package is still the portfolio guide for $25 that will guide you through the process of creating different documents, and it has sample portfolios, has information on cover letters, resumes, interviews. We've added a lot of additional content to even our base package, and over the last year or so, I've added some premium services with resume reviews, resume building, custom websites, one-on-one consultations to meet with coaches about how they can advance their coaching career and just kind of mentor them. Work with a lot of young coaches who, you know, need some help developing their resumes or their portfolios, those kind of things. And it's really cool because I've been working with a lot of coaches, and there are a lot of great programs out there now. I use Canva. A lot of coaches who are proficient in Photoshop. Some of the documents with portfolios and resumes that a lot of the younger coaches are developing now are really mind-blowing and dynamic. So it's been a great opportunity for me to kind of learn from them a little bit. But, you know, it's been a busy time of year. I just finished up my season this past weekend, but, you know, we've got a lot of basketball coaches that are clients that we've been doing consultation with, and, you know, doing some resume work with them to kind of, you know, as things ramp up in the job posting area right now, to help them make sure that their resume is going to get them the best opportunity to land an interview. And it's just been a really exciting time, because this has become it's grown from something that was, you know, just kind of, like I said, an online resource for coaches to review, that now offering some premium services has kept me busy, but it gives me an opportunity to connect and interact with a lot of coaches. And it's a really exciting time for me, because this is something I'm passionate about and want to continue to grow. And at some point when I decide to step away from coaching, focus on this a little more on a full-time level. So, and then, you know, as you mentioned in some of your postings and things, one attendee in this conference here will get one of our professional packages, which includes a access to the portfolio guide and a resume review, 60-minute consultation with myself, and a custom website that I'll build for them with their assistance. But it's about a $625 package that I'm going to give away to one lucky coach who's attending. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this. And, you know, we've kind of developed a partnership. So I know that when coaches want to learn more about the coaching portfolio site, they can go to your website, or if they want to learn more directly, they can go to xocoach.com or coachingportfolio.com are the two websites. XO Coach is kind of encompasses all of the things that we do, and Coaching Portfolio is more of our services that we provide for coaches.
Man, thank you so much for sharing that. Love what Coach Bill does, and I'm so grateful to be in partnership with him. and so grateful that he stopped by the conference today, as being a supporter of not only my efforts to help coaches, but also this conference in terms of just providing the help that coaches need to further their careers. So we're going to give that away to a lucky coach today, and we'll talk a little bit later about how that's going to work. So thank you so much, Coach Bill, for being here, for speaking. Please reach out to him. You can find it on my website. You can go to partners, and then you can click on his link, and it'll take you to everything you need to know about what he is doing and what he just mentioned. And so thanks again, Coach Bill, for stopping by.
Thanks for having me again. Looking forward to connecting with any of the coaches who are attending, and looking forward to listening in on some more great presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, appreciate that's Coach Bill Vasco, you all. XO coach, does a lot of great things, and I'm appreciative of him stopping by today. So you guys are here at Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports. We thank All In Team Sports so much for just all that they're doing in the space of coaching, helping coaches, assisting coaches, so many great things, and I'm so grateful to be in partnership with them. We're going to get into some things with All In Team Sports. There's a very special announcement today that All In Team Sports will be talking about here in just a bit. But without further ado, we want to get our next coach up. And this guy is an amazing guy that I connected with some years ago. He was coaching at my alma mater, Miami. We connected, was in the Ohio space. Love his energy towards the game. I love his energy towards helping people, particularly families, recruits, as well as coaches. He's been around the game for a while, been really successful, not only as an athletic director, a head coach, but has also won. And I just want to welcome to the room today, Coach William Payne. How's it going, Coach?
Hey, what's going on, Coach Shine?
Hey, man, I'm so grateful to have you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. If I were any better, they would call me Louis Shine. So I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Man, I just want to say thank you for being on. And as
Absolutely.
of course, we all have as coaches, as husbands, fathers, to some of the things that you do. Very busy day, but you took time out to be here with us. So, man, I want to give you the floor. Coach Matt said the Godfather is here, so we want to give the Godfather the room.
No, I don't know about that.
To share what you want to.
All right. Well, so first, let me say thank you. Right. I mean, I'm very appreciative that you asked me to be on, share what little knowledge I have with the room. And hopefully you guys will take something from this. My presentation is going to be very different, I think, than a lot of the other ones that we encountered. And that's okay. That's why you want people from different walks of life from the coaching business. You want people that different positions, different parts of their careers. Where are you today? And share things that have worked for you, right? So for those of you that do know me, obviously you know me. For those that don't, my name is William Payne. I have, over the last couple of years, grown a rather large social media presence and really worked to try to, like Coach Shine said, help the masses in any way that I can, be it through making connections or recruiting or helping people get jobs or just using my platform and providing knowledge and things like that to the masses. But how did I get to that point? What brought me to the point of knowing those things? What brought me to the point of people feeling like I'm someone they can listen to, right? Anybody can hop on social media and start sprouting. Anybody can come on and say whatever they want to say. But what brought me to a point, what allowed me to get to a point where people felt like, okay, not only does this person know what he's talking about, but he's obviously been successful in his past. So I'm going to spend about 25 minutes just kind of giving you guys a breakdown of how I've ran the teams that I have coached and what's been successful for me. Now, keep in mind, this may not work for you, right? Everybody's different. Everybody's personalities are different, but I want to focus on the things that have worked for me and allowed me to have almost a 700 win percentage, head coach of an overall champion. I've been an assistant coach at the national level, national Final Four and championship level. So it's worked for me. So hopefully you guys can take some talking points from it. Not going to be any slides. There's not going to be any of that. I'm just going to be very direct and share with you what has worked for me in my career. And hopefully that helps some people. So first and foremost, this isn't about plays. This isn't about systems. I'm not going to talk about any of that. You guys will be able to find that kind of stuff on 1,000 different coaches conferences, and you'll be able to find them on here. What I'm going to talk about is the dynamic of building my teams. And just for the record, I've never even had a 500 team. My entire coaching career, I've never even been 500. It's been better than 500 every single year of my coaching career. So that's something that I think is really, really telling about how this culture has worked. So let's hop right into it, right? From day one, what we do, what I've always done with my teams is we never focus on championships. Everybody's a little different. I know Coach Shine's probably over like, no, we never even talk about them. We never bring them up. We never do anything. I am huge, a really good friend of mine, Coach Pat Crary at St. Thomas. He has this saying that I've kind of embodied: relationships, then championships. And so for me, my championship is building those true, authentic relationships. Because I believe when you build those, a lot of really good things are going to come afterwards. And so people talk about culture. It's kind of a buzzword. What does that mean? What does that look like? What do we do? Well, I have some key points that I build every team around. Every team we build around family, accountability, energy and effort, long-term outlook, and stability. And within those things, we could talk about a lot of different aspects of it. So I'll say it again: family, accountability, effort, energy. Those two are interchangeable to me: long-term outlook and stability. And so those are the things every year. First thing we do is have a team meeting. I'm always coaching at schools that typically have a large group of people coming in for various reasons. I've had as many as 28 new players come in before. And so usually my team meeting weeds out about 3 of them. I'm going to tell you off top. So I use that team meeting to kind of weed a few people out. And so we start day one in our team meeting going over family, accountability, energy, effort, long-term stability, long-term outlook, and stability, and what that means. And so we immediately come out of the gate. You'll notice when we come to our team meeting, you'll have little cliques of returners who sit here, some new people sit here, maybe somebody that doesn't know anybody else sits at the bottom. And the first thing I'll do is I'll shift everybody up and make them sit next to somebody they don't know, and that's who they're going to hang with for the next week. And so I get everybody really quickly integrating in the family aspect, right? But what that also does, it gives you somebody to hold you accountable, because now you got a partner very, very early that's going to hold you accountable to what you're going to be doing. So again, we do this very, very early. And I immediately start talking about how systems and plays and actions are important, but that's not what we're going to lean our head on. We're not going to focus on those things early. We're going to focus about the proverbial other things within our program, right? So 2 of the things I ask players in the very first meeting, first thing I ask is, do you think you'll be a pro? Right? And it's crazy how many people raise their hands. Yes, I think I'm going to be a pro. And a sub question I ask immediately following that is, okay, how many people think you're going to make your living playing basketball? Because that's very, very different, right? Being able to be a pro player and make your living playing basketball are 2 different things. And I think that that's often the first time that they're asked. And the reason I'm asking that is because I'm already getting their mind to think about the long-term outlook, right? So from day one, I'm also getting them to think about the long-term outlook. So inevitably, if I ask 20 if they think they're going to be pros, about 18 will raise their hand. Then when I ask them if they think they're going to make their living from playing basketball, more than half of them will drop their hands, because they've never been asked that before. And then after we process that, I ask them why they're here. And that's something maybe you've heard me say before. Inevitably, they never understand what I'm asking them. They always think oh, well, I'm here because I want to get an education, or I'm here because I want to play basketball, or I'm here because I want to be able to get a good job later or become a pro. That's not what I'm asking. I always coach at small colleges. So inevitably they're there because they didn't get to somewhere else that they wanted to be. Always. I'm never somebody's first option at a college, ever, because I don't coach at those kind of colleges. So my bigger question is getting them to look inside themselves for accountability and ask, why are you here? So when I was at Miami Hamilton, why are you here instead of Miami Oxford? Why are you here instead of Findlay? Why are you here instead of Wright State? And they never get it. And I don't break the question down for them. I make them learn along the way what the question I was asking actually meant and what I was actually looking for. So those are two examples early on of what we do to kind of set the tone of the family accountability and long-term outlook. And it's something we preach mightily. A lot of people will talk about these things, but I am heavy on these things. I am heavy on this family accountability, effort, energy, long-term stability, and outlook. And so one of the things that I do something called 15s. Odd, we talked about this the other day. I gave halfway my coaching conference the other night on the Spaces by accident. So we do something called 15s. It's not a workout, it's not anything, but 15 minutes. I'll switch it up based on how I think the team is doing. But 15 minutes before practice or 15 minutes after practice, we huddle at center court. We talk about any and everything non-basketball related. Every single practice. We never do a practice without doing that. So that's the first part of my 15. The second part of my 15s is every single player on the team has to meet with myself, my coaching staff, and a captain together for 15 minutes a week. All of them. And it gives us an opportunity to process basketball related things really quickly, go over stuff. And then the last part of my 15s is every single player has to meet with me by themselves for 15 minutes a week. And so I think you'll find that the more you do this, the more this family aspect starts to grow because you are used to being around each other. You spend time together. You're doing things that are off the court together. And it's really important. I'm going to touch on that. That's my next point. The next thing that I like to do with my team, the family aspect, is every single road trip. I cannot stress this enough. For me, it's all about relationships, all about outlook. Every single road trip that we take, I find something unique to that area and we go explore it as a team. Like as an example, when we would take road trips to Ohio State Mansfield, a lot of people don't know about the old Ohio State Reformatory that's in Mansfield. It's a famous prison because the Shawshank Redemption was filmed there. There's been multiple movies filmed there. You can actually go in and tour it. So we went to the Ohio State Reformatory and we toured it. It's been closed down for years, but again, they filmed movies there. You could see the rooms that they filmed some of the most famous movies ever recorded in. And you can also learn a lot about the history of the judicial system and corporal punishment and all of those things, capital punishment rather, I'm sorry. And so we always take time to find something unique to the area we're going to explore together, because I want players to understand what basketball can do for them. I want players to understand the opportunities that basketball can provide them. And I want them to have life experiences surrounding basketball. Another great example, I would often go to the very southern part of Kentucky to play at a holiday event at the University of the Cumberlands. And the University of Cumberlands, it's a great campus, it's a beautiful school, but it's only about 15 minutes from something called Cumberland Falls. And Cumberland Falls is really fascinating because it's just what it says. It's a river with a falls, beautiful falls. But what makes it fascinating is once a month, something occurs at this falls that there's only 2 of them in the whole world. So we've all seen something called a rainbow, but at the Cumberland Falls, once a month on a full moon, that falls creates something called a moonbow. So you can go there at night while the moon's up and see an actual moonbow at night under the moon. And it only happens at one other place in the world, and that's South America. So it's literally only 1 of 2 places in the whole world that you can experience that. And so every time I've done that, I take my teams to go visit Cumberland Falls. You can walk down behind the falls. You can learn how it was created. You can do all these things. So I want my teams to gain life experiences, because here's the reality of it. The vast majority, I've scoured this room. I've looked at all 52 participants, and at best, all of us combined, there may be 3 players playing for us that will make their living in basketball, playing basketball, right? At best. Now, they may have good pro careers, they may have decent pro careers, but at best, where they truly make their living at basketball, maybe 3 to 5 tops. So I'm just really big on using the game of basketball to build these connections, to build these networks, to build these opportunities, and teach people about the life lessons that can come from it, right? And so that's the next thing I want to hit on. I already talked about that. So let's touch in the energy effort area, right? So I go to coaches clinics, and I've been asked to speak at coaches clinics, I don't know, hundreds of times throughout my life. And I'm typically, once I tell them what I want to speak about, they typically shoot me down because everybody wants to be the next Brad Stevens. Everybody wants to be the next great, Coach Golden that left San Francisco to go to Florida. It's using analytics and particular systems and plays, right? That's not me. That's not who I am as a coach. I've never been that. My coaching notebook is much closer to the thickness of a magazine than it is a phone book, right? I mean, I'm not out here running wildly intricate plays and doing things like that. I don't believe in it. It's not how I operate. It's fine if you do believe in that. I've went to coaches clinics where they've talked about, oh, coach, I've got 42 pages of horn sets. Well, fine. I'm glad you do. That's not how I'm going to work, right? That's just not how I operate, right? What we do from a coaching perspective systematically is all about energy and effort. All of it. That's literally what we teach, is energy and effort. Because I fully believe, what I'm getting ready to say to you, I fully believe as strongly as I believe anything, anywhere that you'll ever hear in basketball. I believe that playing with intense energy and effort consistently and doing it at a higher level than the team you're playing against will give you an opportunity to be in every single game. And I fully believe that. Now, if you are playing, now granted, if I take a team of 10 players with no scholarships and we go play Duke, is that true? Maybe not. Of course, there's always going to be outliers to everything. But when we talk about all things being equal, when we talk about, at our level, at this level, at that level, I believe that if you can build those connections to get those players to give you maximum energy and effort, you're going to be in every single basketball game with a chance to win that basketball game every single time. And that's what we work on. We work on building the energy and the effort. And then we implement what we're doing systematically. I don't care. I'll tell anybody that's listening. I've got about 15 go-to basketball plays I coach. And that's it. Anybody who's listening, that's what I've got. Now, what I do with those plays are very different. Each one may have 3 or 4 different ways that we can score from it. I may deceive you in ways that I present those. I may try to switch it up. Another secret that I'll do that I learned this, some of you guys may know I fall under the Don Meyer coaching tree, and I think Don Meyer is the greatest basketball coach ever. And something that Coach Meyer would often do is he would hide plays. And by that, a lot of times you'll be listening for a play that's called out. I may give the same play 12 different names, and I'm not exaggerating. Literally 12 different names. And I'm not joking. I may do a horn set and I call it Florida, or I may call it green, or I may call it school top. Just so many different things where it keeps you off your toes thinking, okay, it's the same set here. I see the same thing, but he's calling a different play. So he's got to be running a different action within that set. Nope. I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the literal same thing. And I have no problems telling you all that, because what I believe in is the effort and the execution we've put into being able to do what we do at a higher level than what you do. And I've done it so often that I'll give you an example. There was a coach we were playing, and it was a couple years back. I was at Miami Hamilton, and we were running a very, very simple 4 out, 1 in kind of read and react offense in the moment, right? I pulled it out to a 5 out, and the opposing coach, he kept yelling, and he said, "They're running wheel. They're just running wheel." And I turned around and said, "No, we're not. We're running 5 out." I told him exactly what we were doing. Like, I literally told him that in the moment, because I trusted the energy and the effort that we had put into learning what we were doing, to know what we were doing so well that it didn't matter. I literally told him exactly what we were doing. And so that's what when we start talking about that stuff, right? So I don't build my program on the plays. I don't build my program on a system. I don't build my program on a type of defense. I will often adjust based to the personnel that I have, and I focus the first 2 months on complete all-in buy-in, energy, and effort. And I have absolute no tolerance for not giving it. Now, the only time that I do have tolerance for not giving it, and I'll touch on this really quick, is when kids are actually struggling with things. And I believe that if you take the time to build those relationships, those kids are going to tell you that they're struggling with things. And I can give you example after example after example of how players have done that throughout my career, and how they've taken the time to come to me and talk to me and tell me what's going on with them versus me having to find out through someone else. And so I've told this story a lot. This shaped me throughout my entire career. I've never coached anything but college basketball ever, like from an actual coaching perspective. But early on, I was helping a friend of mine with an AAU team because the coach that helped him got really sick and he wasn't able to be there. And a lot of you have probably heard me share this story before, and it defined my entire coaching career going forward. And there was a young person that was in there, and I knew he was really good, and I knew he could be bringing more effort. I knew he could be bringing more energy, but he wasn't. And about 30 minutes into it, I stopped, blew the whistle, and I just tore into him. I lit into this kid, and far more than I should have. And he stood there and took it for a minute, but then I didn't stop. I kept going because I was a young, hot coach that knew all this and all that. I just kept tearing into him, and finally he just screamed at me. Like, it was like, ah, and just like lost it. And I kind of stepped back a little bit, and he just tore into me, and he said, "I haven't eaten anything in 3 days except popcorn. So how can I give you all my energy and effort right now?" And telling that story some 15 years later, I still get chill bumps every time I tell it, because I'm expecting this young man to come into the gym and bring all of this energy and effort that I'm going to build my entire coaching philosophy around. But he's literally eating popcorn once in 3 days, and that's all the food he's had. So how in the world can I expect somebody to bring energy and effort when they don't have energy to give because they haven't fueled their body, right? They don't have anything at home to eat. They don't have anything, any resource. They don't have anything. How can I do that? And so that's where you have to go back to the relationship building early on, and you have to make the relationship building paramount. Because if you do that, then when it comes time to do the energy and effort, if something's off, they're going to talk to you. They're going to know it's okay to talk to you. They're going to know you got that 15 minutes before or after practice, that 15-minute session with Coach Payne every week, or that 15-minute session with what I call the council. My council is me, my staff, and however many captains there are. We literally sit in a room at a round table. We bring players in, we talk to them, we get feedback. It's kind of like a three-headed monster, if you will. Me, then my staff, then the captains, captain or captains. And so I love input from my players. I love input so much from my players, halftime I won't even call what we're playing. I'll call a timeout and say, look, if you don't start making something happen, I'm going to rein it in a little bit. Now go out there and pick what you want to do and do it to the best of our ability that we worked on. And it works. It's always worked for me. And so literally I've called timeouts, but like, I don't care what we run, just run something we do well and go do it. And so I know that that's controversial with a lot of people, and they're like, oh, you can't do that. Well, okay, I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you what worked for me. I'm telling you what got me my championship. And here's the cool fact about my championship. My championship is different than anybody's in the room. Nobody else can claim what I can claim. we were the only champions of the COVID shortened year because everybody else's season got ended and they couldn't play their tournaments. So when you go back and you look at the list of national champions, it's going to say none. That's not true. We were the only team that got to play our levels championship before COVID hit. So I got this weird little asterisk piece of history when it comes to basketball that I really am proud of and I love, because everything, all the negativity and all the things that happened that year, right? Everybody lost their season and we got ours, and I embrace it and love it so much. And it's just really, really cool. And don't think that's my only one. Like I said, I was setting associate head coach for Fab Four in the NAIA. In CCAA, I was an assistant coach, won national championships. I've never had a losing season. And so this has worked well for me. Now, I also think it has a lot to do with who you are as a coach, right? I think it has a lot to do with who you are as a coach, because not everybody's personality can reach the players in a way that makes them buy into this stuff, because you have to have full buy-in. And that's important to remember, right? You have to have full buy-in with it. But yeah, so that when it comes to the energy and effort part, it's always about just getting full buy-in. And for me, systematically, that's what's worked. It's worked well. And I'm rushing through this stuff, guys, because I have a hard cutoff today, and I want to open it up to give you guys a chance to ask some questions. So this wasn't my full presentation, but I want to give you guys a chance. Got a couple more points, and then if anybody wants to hop on, you can. It's not just on the basketball side that I require that energy and effort, though. I require your energy and effort in the classroom and everything that we're doing from our community volunteering to the other things that we do, because my teams always do community volunteering every year, every season, multiple forms of community volunteering. If it's helping teammates with academics, everything that you do, relationships, classroom, court, I require that energy and effort. And even if that energy and effort, and here's the kicker, even if it's just reaching out to me to let me know you can't give me that energy and effort that day, you've still used your effort to relay to me what's going on with you. You've made the effort to communicate with me, because another thing my players have to do, they have to go to class, every single one of them. If they don't go to a class, they have to give me a written reason as to why. 2, they have to sit in the first 3 rows. And I know you guys have heard this stuff before, but I swear this is a recipe for a C average all the way through college. If you do what I'm getting ready to tell you, you will make C's all the way through college. I promise you. Go to every class, sit in the front, talk during class if you're allowed to, communicate with your professors, do the work. That's it. You don't even have to do it well. Just do those 5 things I just told you, and your players will make it. Are they going to make it with a 4.0? No. But those things right there are a recipe for success at the college level. It's a recipe for success at the high school level. I promise you. I guarantee you, every institution I've been at, some great, Miami is as good of an academic institution as you'll encounter, all the way down to junior colleges. That recipe works, but you have to give maximum effort and energy into doing those things. And I promise you it'll work. I talked about the players being comfortable, right? And this is the stability part. So family, accountability, effort, energy, long-term outlook is going to be the last thing I talk about, and stability. The stability part comes from comfort and the relationship building. The stability of knowing that the stability is there, that if I need you, you're going to be there. Knowing that what we have built is stable. What we have built is going to work. What we have built is going to last, because we've laid these foundational pieces to ensure that the whole ship is going to keep sailing. If something falls off a little bit, that's fine. We'll rein it back in. We give our energy, we give our effort. We know what our long-term outlook is. We are family. We're holding each other accountable, and that creates a level of stability that nothing else can. And so that's really, really big for me. And when we talk about long-term outlook, I think back to 2020, we just won a championship. We were stepping off the bus back on campus. And we were going to place our trophy. I've got pictures of me actually placing the trophy in the trophy case at the school. And here we are. It's a small group. I didn't let any parents in there. I didn't let any family members in there. I didn't even let my son in there. My son helped me cut the net down. Here we are putting the trophy in the case, right? And I stopped and I looked at him. And I knew what was coming with COVID. I knew all of these things that were happening. And I turned and I looked at him and I said, this may be the last time all of us are ever together again. Because I knew we likely wouldn't get to have a banquet. I knew we likely wouldn't get a chance. And most of these guys would have been coming back for another year. And it hit me that this is it. I said, we likely, none of us will ever be in a room together again, all of us. And instead of worrying about the championship and the moment, I turned, I put it in there and I shut it and I completely tuned it out. And I said, these are going to be the people that we invite to each other's weddings, that we are calling on to help us get jobs, that we are reaching out to when we're struggling over the next however many years this thing drags on. And I tied it all back to the relationships. And we had a young man in that group that had became the all-time winningest player in school history that day. And we couldn't, focus on those things at that moment. We had to push all of that to the side and really think about our relationships. And the stuff that I said rang true. We were never in a room together again. None of us, not all of us together. And everything changed after that. But I hear from them often, two of those kids, and I still refer to them as kids, and I hate doing that. I was blessed to see two of them play professional basketball since that day. And what was really cool, you think of something coaches often don't get to see. I got to witness two of those players play on a professional team with my son in one game. So I got to watch my son play and two players that I coached in college. And not only were they playing for just a pro team, they got paid to play that game. And another one has since earned his master's degree and has went on to start coaching, and I've been mentoring him. Another one is starting a nutrition company. Another one is still playing. One of them decided to walk away to focus on his academics, but they're all by and large doing extremely well. Another one re-enlisted into the military. They're all doing extremely well. And I'm using them as an example because that was the last time I was actually on the floor. But those stories ring true through my entire career. Those stories have pretty much been commonplace to everything I've done and every team I've had a thumbprint on, because we've built around family, accountability, effort, energy, long-term outlook, and stability. And no one will convince me that it doesn't work. Will we win every game? No. Will we win every championship? No. But will we win more than we lose? Yes. Will it set us up for long-term success? Yes. Will it set us up for a stable outlook? Yes. Will it make us better people? Yes. Will we learn how to utilize experiences from this to relate our life? Yes. All of that's true. And at the end of the day, that's really all you can ask for. And so I've got about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll open it up if anybody does have questions. If not, you don't hurt my feelings. I don't want you to feel like you have to hop in with questions. But if you do, please feel free. And as long as they're coming in, I'll stay until I've answered them all.
I appreciate you taking time to share, man. I know you're on a tight schedule today, man, but it just means the world that you're in. You're in here. Now, I'm going to adopt that. You got to look on Twitter because Coach Matt, he put a meme about you. I don't even know if it's a meme, but it's a funny post. So I retweeted it, but
okay.
The grandfather. No, man, I really like the piece that you mentioned about relationship before championship. And I know you called me out, but really that
no, I wasn't calling you out as much as I was teasing you. I was just teasing.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I know. And
I'm big on them, man. For me, it's everything.
Yeah, and you're right though. Like I know I outwardly talk more about that, but one of the things I will start talking about is the relationship, because the precursor for like my success was the relationships And so I'm glad you really pointed that out, man. It is really what it is. You got a few things here in the chat already.
All right, so can I repeat those key points? Absolutely. Family is one, accountability, effort, energy, those are interchangeable to me. You take them however you want. Long-term outlook and stability. And I think that those things are wildly important. So I want to put those back in there. Let's see. Coach Jackson says she loves the selflessness of coaching. Relationship before championship, won titles based on that model. It's true. I mean, you do. Like for me, even though I'm a Don Meyer guy, the coach that I look up to outside of him the most is John Thompson. That's the person who has always meant the most in terms of what I try to do on the court and the things that I implement. Because, I talk these relationship things, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to have a relationship with. I got to point that out too as well, right? It's not easy having a relationship with him. So I want to point that out because it can be difficult because I do focus so much on the energy and effort component. Right. I mean, I'm not going to, if there's something wrong and you can relay that to me, then you can go do whatever today. I give mental health days. I give all that. We talk so much about college sports being a job. Well, then let's treat it like a job in some sense. All right. You're having a bad day. Let's give you a day off today. Right. And so I give those things. I fully embrace those things, but I expect you to give me maximum effort. Right. And that's why I put effort before energy, because if that maximum effort is just you giving me the effort to reach out and tell me I don't have the energy to give today. Right. All right. That's cool. You don't have the energy to give today. I get it. I fully understand that. You're not always going to have the energy to give today, but always give me your best effort. And that could literally be just you telling me that. Right. I see somebody said, John Thompson's I Came as a Shadow. It's my favorite book ever. I'll tell you, that is literally my favorite book. I've read it multiple times. I'm having a little bit of trouble scrolling and seeing some of these real quick. I'll try to go back up. I got it. It says tips on balancing relationship as an undergraduate, responsibilities of an assistant. That's a really good one, Coach Muhammad. That's a tough one. And it's one that is extremely difficult because you are wearing many hats in the moment. And what I'm going to do with that one, not to take away from the conference, but I don't connect with you enough personally for us to be as cool as we are. So I want to set up a time with you individually and maybe mentor you a little bit because, I tease Coach Muhammad a lot, but I want to actually help him grow. And so I'm going to set up something with you, man, where you and I talk every couple of weeks. We do a Zoom call together or just talking on the phone together or something. That way I can help mentor you along this path because I know you talk about a young, hungry coach. It's him. That guy's hungry. I promise you that guy is hungry. So I'm going to do that for you, Coach, and then we'll kind of go on it. Tips on closing deals with recruits when you first offer, but bigger schools offer after. Well, that's tough because honestly, it depends on the situation because there's certain circumstances where I'm actually going to encourage the player to go to the bigger school. I'm being very honest with you. I've done it before. I had a young person who was down between Miami Hamilton and Indiana Wesleyan, and I was like, look, I'm not even going to let you come here. Do I think I could work well for you? Yes, I do. Do I think it's the best thing for you in the moment? No, I don't. So it really depends, Coach. And that's where you have to really look inward and decide what you want to be as a coach and what your ultimate goals are. Because for me, I just am, in a good conscience, couldn't try to convince this young man to come play for me when he had an opportunity to go to Indiana Wesleyan and play. I just couldn't do it. So it's going to be very, that's a kind of a tough question to answer in general, but I think we could also talk about that in terms of, during our mentorship. Last one here, Coach, can you talk about the types of team goals that you have tried to implement for your teams? Absolutely. So some of the team goals that I've implemented are not, and I'm going to talk about the non-basketball stuff because that's what we focus on. So you guys have probably seen some versions of this in different movies or stories or things like that. But the first thing I do is I set get to know you goals. So when I put you guys, when I switch everybody up and put them with other people, I give them certain things that they have to be able to know about the other person within a certain time limit. And you got to know it, not, no, I want you to get to know each other. And so the first thing that we do as a team goal throughout the year is each other has to know who your parents are, if your parents are around, who you were raised by, where you're from, what high school you went to, what role you played on your high school team. I've got a list of things that they are required to know about the other person. Are you in a relationship? What do you like to do for fun? What's important to you outside of basketball? I mean, it's an extensive list, and it requires you to take time to get to know the other people on your team. You have to. And then we start moving into some of the other things that we do in terms of conditioning goals and things like that. But that's the first big thing we do, but it's in steps. You have to know this about one person. Now you have to know this about two people. But before we touch a basketball, you have to know your teammates. We never touch a basketball until you know who they are. Where did you play last year? What have you been through? What are some of the struggles you've dealt with? Because how can I trust you on the court if I don't even know who you are? How does that happen? How can you trust somebody if you don't even know that person? And so I put a lot of effort in that. And that's the first big team goal we reach, is hitting these metrics of what we know about the people we play basketball with. Tips for coaches that are trying to find a coaching job in a community that doesn't want to help. I don't know if I completely understand that, Coach Waits. Tips, let me reread that. Tips for coaches that are trying to find a job in a community that doesn't want to help. That's tough. Finding a job in and of itself is not easy, not at all, because everybody's looking for a job, right? So what's going to separate you? What's going to make you stand out? And I'm going to tell you what's going to make you stand out more than anything. There's nothing else that will help you get a job faster, quicker, without doubt, than relationships. Who do you know? Who can you call on? Who's in your network? And that's the most important thing. That trumps anything else, especially in college basketball, because a lot of the jobs that you see posted, they're not even open. They've already been filled. They're posting it because there's a requirement with the institution, or maybe they're a state school and the state school requires it to be posted for X amount of time. But if I had to put an educated guess on this, I would say 80% of jobs that are posted are filled. And if they aren't filled, there are already 3 serious candidates for that job. And so it's all about networking. Like, as an example, every job I've ever gotten, I haven't applied for a single one of them. I applied because I technically had to apply with the process, but I haven't applied for any of them. I haven't seen it on Indeed or seen it on Hoop Dirt or whatever and been like, oh, let me inquire about that job. And I've coached at multiple colleges. They've all either reached out to me or somebody told me it could be coming open, and I inquired about it, but it wasn't because I saw an opening and just applied. So the thing I would say to do is grow your network. And people say, well, how do you do that? I try to grow my network. First of all, it ain't gonna happen overnight. But second of all, don't reach out to people hoping for something transactional. AAU coaches ask me all the time, how do I get my players looked at? I've reached out to this coach and tried to tell them that I got a player. Well, that's where you're making your mistake. You're waiting until you have a player to reach out to them to try to get to know them. And that's transaction. Reach out to coaches you have nothing for. Reach out to coaches that can do nothing for you, and start building those relationships now. Start working on cultivating those relationships now. So when you do have a player 2 years down the road, you're not a stranger to that coach. Tell them, hey, I just want to pop up in a practice and learn from you. I don't have any players. I don't have any of that for you in the moment. I just want to grow as a coach. Can I learn how you run a defense, or can I see what you're doing to bring energy to a practice, or so those things are important. And you can't hope for a meaningful relationship if the start of it is transaction. You just can't. And when you're reaching out for a transaction, then you're not going to be building a relationship. It's just not going to happen. So work on it now. Work on making those relationships now. Work on cultivating those relationships now. Don't be the, hey, hope all is well guy or gal. Don't be that person, right? Because that's what we all reach out to say. Actually show some genuine interest in the person. Get to know the person. You know, do a little research first. When you look up a bio, see where else they've been. Say, hey, I see that you coached in Kansas. And that's cool because, you know, I go to Kansas every year for the NAIA championship, right? Show a little interest, show a little concern, show, you know, and then once it comes time to, hey, do you know a coaching opening, or do you know, could I, you know, then it's not going to be an issue, right? Then it's going to be like, yeah, absolutely. You've been cool. You've done these things. We've, you know, built these relationships. Absolutely. I'll get this one more question here. Coach, what areas do you have goals in? Do you start those goals during the summer or in season? It depends. I do have, like, in the off season. So I have reading goals for my players. I know you guys are not getting the stuff you want here. So I make my players read during the off season. I make them read during the Christmas break. I always assign them things that I think is going to offer them a fresh perspective. I'm not into leadership books. I've read them all. I don't read leadership books at all. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not what I do. I don't, you know, I think they're great, but it's just not for me. I read books that are going to make my players think about life, about real things that they encounter, about real circumstance. And so that's something that I do. So I do reading goals, but also do exercise goals in the summer, because I'll know if you've done them. I mean, it's simple. If you get back and you can't do X, Y, and Z, then you didn't do A, B, or C. It's really simple. So I have a very detailed conditioning goal that they have to meet during the summer. It's specific for each player. We start working on those. I have shooting goals that they have to do during the summer. We have conditioning goals that we work on when we start the season. So there's a bunch of different goals that I implement. If anybody wants to know those, feel free to DM me on Twitter and we'll talk about it.
Well, I know you're getting close to your cutoff time, man. And you know, I just want to say I appreciate your time and being here, the Godfather. And I'm not gonna let that one go, man. I'm not gonna let it go.
They keep calling me the Twitter Godfather, man. I'm like, all right, sorry, whatever. But I appreciate it. But hey, thanks for having me. And if anybody wants to dive into this stuff I've talked about today, you know how to find me on Twitter, Tweets by Coach P. We'll talk about it. And again, it may not be for you. It's not for everybody, right? I respect how others operate. I respect what they do. This is just what has worked for me. And I'm just one coach.
Man, you delivered some nuggets today, and I just want to say, man, I really appreciate you taking time to be out. You're my guy, man. I appreciate our connection, and look forward to continuing to just rock together, man. And thanks so much, and I know everybody appreciates it. So
I'm gonna run, guys. I got an event to get to, but I'm gonna be listening on my phone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Coach Payne. Hey, that was Coach Payne, you all. Man, drop some nuggets. I'm so grateful for him. And, as we get ready to transition to our next speaker, got about 5 minutes here. Just want to let you guys, get up, stretch, use the restroom, whatnot, grab a snack. And just in 5 minutes, we're going to get started with our next speaker. And I'm very excited to hear from him. Also, you can join the conversation on Twitter. The hashtag, I'll put it here in the chat, that you can go. And if you got any quotes or anything that you want to share, use that hashtag. Also, you can go to my Twitter page. I'm reposting quotes and everything throughout the day as we listen to some of our speakers as well. So we'll give it just a couple minutes. And for you guys who are still in here, if you want to come off of mute and maybe just share something that you've gotten today so far, feel free. We can just chat for a few minutes together, and then we'll get to our next speaker. I think it's really been amazing. Our speakers, I love the different angles that they're bringing. And honestly, I gave a few topics. However, I never wanted to handcuff the speaker, so I told them to do their thing. And I love how the different angles are coming in with the different wisdom. That's really amazing. So anyone want to share, or if anybody has any questions, you can put in the chat. We have about 4 minutes here, and then we're going to get started. We're also excited at halftime today. We're going to be welcoming All In Team Sports. They have a major announcement to make All In Team Sports is powering Coaches Conference 2022. I'm so excited to be in partnership with them because they help coaches in a number of ways. If you follow them on Twitter, All In Team Sports, they're constantly putting out information, content, and different things to help coaches. And that's what drew me to them. It was a great relationship even from the start because I love helping coaches. They love helping coaches, and they offer a platform that brings everything you do within your program at whatever level you may find yourself. It brings everything together so that you can operate your program synonymously with synergy and build that team culture in one place. So we're going to talk more about that at halftime today. But we just got a couple minutes, so go ahead and grab your water, whatever you need to do, snack, use the restroom. We're going to jump into our next speaker in just a couple of minutes. Man, I'm so excited for what we have going on here today. Coach Tim, I see you over there, man, dialed in. I appreciate you, man. All right. Appreciate you guys taking out of your day as well to jump on. And I know there's a lot of coaches yet to come on as well. Different things happening today. Some people have recruits on campus. Some people are out recruiting, things like that. So I appreciate the coaches who have been coming and going. So all right. Hey, Coach Matt, no problem. And I appreciate what you put on Twitter, man. It's so funny. I love it, man. But I appreciate your just interaction, man. And I really am grateful for you, man. So we got 1 minute, but we'll go ahead and just jump into things. This next coach here, I really love what he stands for. And I'm going to go ahead and get this graphic up here really quick here, and we'll go ahead and introduce our next guest. So, all right, give me 1 second. I'm fixing my share screen from my last, actually a couple speakers ago, and then we'll jump into this. All right. So our next guest, I am so excited to have him. I actually met him back in 2004 through actually one of my pro teammates by the name of Derek Stevens. He was actually on here earlier and was talking. But I met him through him back in 2004 when we were just talking about coaching things or whatnot. And just over the time, I stayed in contact with him. You know, one of the things I really enjoy about him and just being connected with him is the fact that he is a man of God, and I am as well. So being a coach and being in the sport and having someone that has went before you, that has done the things you're trying to do, and has done some of the great things that he's done. For me, it was awesome to be able to be in connection, to just talk to him, to just reach out and text and see how you're doing and just have a conversation here and there. And I've been grateful just to stay connected with him over this time. And so, you know, when putting this conference together, I knew I wanted to have him on here just to be able to share of his wisdom, of his journey, and whatever God might put on his heart to share with us today. So without further ado, I want to welcome to the stage today, Coach Bill Peterson. How's it going, sir?
Good, Lewis. How you doing?
Doing well, man. I'm so grateful that you've taken time out of your schedule to just be a part of what we're doing. And so thank you so much, man, for taking time to really get on here to share with our coaches.
You're welcome. I'm blessed to be here and thankful that we met through Derek Stevens a long time ago.
Yeah, and it's so funny. That was like 18 years ago.
Yes, it was. Yes,
and
it was.
It does not seem like it. It seemed like it's just like yesterday, but I'm so grateful for you, the example that you are, and just grateful that you have allowed me to be in connection with you for this time. So just, I guess we're starting out. If you could just share just some tidbits about your journey before we get into some questions.
Okay.
how you got started in the game, and just maybe a few highlights of some stops that you had that you feel deemed enough to share for us.
I was really blessed a long time ago. I finished playing in 1980. So obviously that's a long time ago. That's 42 years ago. And when I got done playing, a guy that I'd worked for, and when I was in college, I was one of the years I went to Eckerd College. I was a Division II player in St. Petersburg, Florida. And one of the years I was there, I got hurt and I had to sit out. So there was a high school coach in the area by the name of Craig Schaefer, and he came by and asked our head coach, Jim Harley, if he knew anybody that would want to coach at a high school part-time and coach the JV team. And I was excited to do that. And I was able to do it because I didn't have to practice every day. I wasn't eligible. I was sitting out. And I thought I thought this was my big break. He paid me $300 for 6 months. And I thought I was rich, and it was unbelievable, but it was a great experience. And he taught me a lot of things about coaching. And anyway, he had a friend who coached at Louisiana Tech named Andy Russo. And I'd always dreamed about coaching in college. And he said, I'm going to get you a GA there. So I graduated in 80, and he got me a graduate assistantship at Louisiana Tech. And I was blessed to start there in 80 and work under a guy named Andy Russo. And at that time, Louisiana Tech was just starting to really come on the national scene. And my second year there, we recruited a young man that everybody knows, I'm sure, named Carl Malone. And Carl Malone was a freshman my second year, and he was not eligible to play. So he was kind of my protege. I played with him every day. At that time, I'm still pretty young and could move around a little bit. So he played on an independent team with me, and we used to travel around North Louisiana and play on weekends. And, I just worked him out and just taught him about working hard. And he was a really good person and had great heart. So, and next year he was eligible, and obviously he became the best player in the Southland Conference. And I was blessed to be able to coach him, for real as an assistant at that time, or a GA. And then I graduated and got my master's, and moved on from there. I went to Union College in Kentucky. I was a head coach there for 4 years. And if I go through every stop, it's going to take too long. Okay. There's been too many of them. When you get to my age, and you have a lot of places that you go, but was blessed to go to Union College. And then I was assistant at McNeese State for a number of years. And I was the head coach at University of Alabama, Huntsville. And was really blessed that I was at Huntsville and got fired, and thought, what am I going to do now? And I interviewed for a ton of jobs, and I couldn't get any. And one of my best friends, Mike McConaughey, who just retired at Northwestern State, was at Bossier Parish Community College, and he hired me as an assistant and academic advisor, and I taught some class. And lo and behold, God had something else in store. A year and a half later, I was good friends with Donnie Nelson, who's with the Mavs. And he, at that time in 99, 2000 was a lockout. And he said, why don't you come over and do some work for the Mavs unofficially? And I did. I was living in Shreveport, Louisiana. And I did it for a couple months on weekends. And then we got into December, and the lockout got ready to end. And he said, hey, you got any interest in coaching in the pros? Well, that was one of my dreams, to coach in the NBA. And he hired me to be their player development coach. And lo and behold, I got to coach one of the best players in the world, in Dirk Nowitzki. And that's why he hired me, to work him out. He was 18 years old. And, I just kind of tried to show him and give him experience. And then from there, obviously, I got to work with Steve Nash and Mike Finley, some really good pros. I was there 2 years, and my best friend got the job at Colorado State, Dale Lair, and I went back to college. And that's where I met Derek Stevens, recruited him. He played for us. We were there 7 years, and we got fired. And God opened another door to go back to the pros. I was with the Milwaukee Bucks then for 6 years under Larry Krzyzewski and Scott Skiles. I was the player development coach and assistant, and we got fired again. And I was out about half a year, and God opened a door for me to go back to work for Donnie with the Texas Legends. I was there half a year, and then I interviewed with the Orlando Magic and got the D-League job with the Erie Bayhawks. And I was there 3 years and got fired again. And God opened a door for me to come to Baylor with Scott True. And it's been really, obviously had a lot of different experiences, a lot of different levels, and learned a lot from a heck of a lot of people. So very thankful for all the stops I've been to. And God's blessed me in so many ways with all the people I've gotten to meet and be around.
Man, I love it. I love it because, whenever I see someone that has been through a lot of different levels, of course, there has to be some kind of resilience there. and just a lot of lessons. And I that's why I really, really enjoy, you know, just even the thought of having you on. And so, you know, one of the things I want to ask, and I know we do have some questions here, what differs from the different levels you've been at in terms of like just being a coach? You've done a lot of different levels. Some levels you went away from and came back to. Was your approach different? Did you have to change up or gain some different skills to adapt to certain levels? Kind of how was that for you?
Sure. You know, Lewis, you have to, old coach told me one time when I got hired by the Bucks, the coach was Larry Krystowiak, and we had two older assistants named Jim Todd and Tony Brown. And I got really close to both of them. And one day Jim Todd, you know, told me, he took me aside and said, you know, when you're coaching at this level in the pros, you have to learn to deal with guys. It's not like in college. You can't run out there and scream and holler at them, and you can't pull them around. These guys are pros and they're getting paid to make a living. All right. This is their career. And you have to find different ways to motivate them and visit with them. And he said, there's two things you're always going to know about guys in the pros. One, they all want to make more money. And two, they all want to play more. And if you can help them grow in one of those areas and have no agenda, and they're going to listen to you more. They're going to be more willing to, you know, buy into what you're trying to teach them. Whereas in college, you know, depending on the level you're at, I started at a Division I at Louisiana Tech, and then I went to a lower level at McNeese State. A lot of those guys really thought they were going to play professionally, but it was kind of a pipe dream. And then when you change and go to a little higher level like Baylor, you know, we probably have 6 or 7 guys that will play pro basketball. They're not all going to play in the NBA. But if they can learn to make a living by playing overseas or getting their degree and opening a business that happens to help them, that they've made a contact through basketball. But there's different ways to teach guys and visit with guys. And I've always been a guy that's been good at getting personal relationships. One of the things I always did in the NBA, I was a player development guy. I made sure I was the first guy on the floor and I was the last guy to leave every practice all the time. And I had no agendas. Donnie Nelson called me in one day and said, look, I know this is awesome. You're working with Dirk and he's going to be a great player. You know, don't ever ask him for an autograph. Don't ever ask him for tickets. Don't ever ask for anything. They got 1,000 guys, 1,000 people wanting stuff. Just be there to help him. And because I had that relationship with him, he trusted me. And I think the biggest thing you can do as a coach, if you can gain your players' trust and they know you're out for them. All right. You're not out to advance your career. You're out to help them be a better person and a better player. And people, girls, guys, they'll flock to you to help get better, to learn and grow. You know, we call it investing in guys. And we really do a good job of that here at Baylor. All our coaches do, where we don't just invest on the floor. You know, we invest off the floor. Something we do a lot that I think is huge to our program is Scott encourages the assistants to go out to lunch every week with a couple guys. So especially in the fall, obviously by NCAA rules, it's legal to do that, to have an occasional meal. So, you know, I could tell you 3 or 4 guys that, you know, one in particular, I probably have spent, I don't know, in 4 years, 200 lunches with him, you know, going to different restaurants in town and eating with him and talking. And sometimes we talk basketball and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we talk life. Some we talk about his girlfriend. Somebody talks about academics, but it's amazing how different they are. And they start to realize they see you as a real person and not just a coach. And they know you're invested in them. And, you know, when hard times come, they know, hey, I can come to you and visit with you. And I can tell you whatever. I would tell a couple of them, look, I don't care what you tell me. I've heard everything in the book, from being in the pros to high school. I will never go to the head coach and say, guess what so-and-so told me. You know, I'm going to earn that trust with you. I'm going to keep that trust. And so because they know that, they'll tell me whatever, you know, and we can work through the issues, what they have.
Yeah, that's really good. Like, I mean, that's like the baseline of things. And love that, you know, especially what you were saying, being able to go out, things that don't have anything to do with basketball, just spending time with a player, those kind of things gain their trust. And because I always know it to be that if you can gain a player's trust, if you can go the extra mile and run through a brick wall for them just as a person without basketball, when you're now at the place where you're asking them to do something on the court, they can trust that, hey, coach cares about me, you know? And so I love that you shared that. And moving on to the next thing I really want to ask you, you know, of course, I always say that winning championships, you don't just roll out the bed to win a championship. There's things that happen, whether that's on the court, off the court, building culture, just different actions as a coach and as a staff that you have to perform to build that championship culture. Kind of talk through a few things, if you would, that went into the ingredients of winning the championship that you guys did at Baylor, that you did on and off the court.
I think one of the biggest things is when you're trying to win a championship, and obviously everybody on the call, you know, they all want to win. Everybody wants to win. Nobody's doing this to lose. And there's different things you can do to help your program be better to win in any league you're playing in. And I've been here 5 years now. In my first year here, we lost. We were made the NIT, and we lost in the second round in Mississippi State. And they hit a shot at the buzzer, bounced up in the air, and that dropped through. And they made a three to beat us by 1. It was a home game, and we really anticipated getting to New York, to Madison Square Garden. And after the game, we went in the locker room, and I don't know, those coaches were kind of scattered, and Scott Grew was in the back in the restroom by the coaches' locker room, and I just heard him start screaming. He just screamed loud as he could, just let out a huge, you know, just like that. You know, he was frustrated, obviously, and so we went in and visited with the team, and took a couple of days where we got our thoughts together, and we had a staff meeting. And I'll never forget the staff meeting. We talked about, what are we going to do? We have to change some things, okay? I think we ended the season like 20-14 or something like that. And this isn't good enough for us to succeed in the NCAA tournament. And 2 things came out of that I'll never forget. The first one was a couple guys on the call, in the room, said, we have to recruit higher character guys, okay? Maybe they're a little less talented, but they're higher character. And we know when they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. You know, we're not always dragging and pulling them around. And then the second thing, he asked around for something else, and I said, well, you know, I'm new to college coaching. I've been in the pros for the last 9 years, okay, 6 with the Bucks and 3 with the Magic. And, you know, I've just known from working with pro guys, when you get a guy that's a gym rat, and everybody on the call knows what a gym rat is. When you get a guy that's a gym rat, okay, he just loves it and he wants to be there all the time. It's so much easier to teach them. Or you get a young lady who wants to be in there every day, and she's going to work every day, because you can deal with that. If I have to pull and tug you to get in the gym and pull and tug to teach you, then it's going to take a lot longer. So that's what we did. We went out and got a little higher character kid, and we got some gym rats. And what happened was we also started taking kids to sit out. We got transfers in. We decided to we get 13 scholarships, and anybody on the call knows no matter what level you're at, you can't keep 13 kids happy. And now with the portal, it's gotten even worse that they can leave right away. So why are we trying to kill ourselves keeping 13 kids happy? Let's take 2 and get 2 transfers and redshirt them. You know, they have to sit out, and they can work all they want. And we did that. We got 4 years ago, we got a kid named Davion Mitchell and a kid named Maceo Teague. And those 2 jokers loved the game, man. And they were in the gym all the time. Tell me stories, coach. Tell me this. And we got a GA to work with them all the time or to be around. We tell our GAs, you're on call 24/7. You want to get in college coaching, this is what this is about. And not just to come in the gym and to shoot, you know, dribbling, ball handling, whatever it is that they're going to work on. And we would actually, that next year, we'd have a game and they were sitting out. We'd play a game on a Monday and say we played Texas, and the game's over at 9:30, and I go to my office at 10 o'clock, and our practice gym's right down there in front of our office. You can see out the window. I look down there, it's 10:30. There's Davion Mitchell on one end and Maceo Teague on the other end. All right. Obviously, they didn't play, but they got all this time. They're in the gym. They didn't go out. They didn't go out to dinner. They didn't go out with everybody else. they're working. And we knew we were going to have a good team with that happening. So the more guys we got like that, Scott Drew always says, if there's 3 guys living in an apartment in every room, and there's one guy that's a gym rat, and the other 2 guys are party guys, and they say, hey, let's go out, man, let's go out. Usually the 2's going to beat the 1. But if the 2 are gym rats and they're saying to that other guy, hey, man, come on, let's go to the gym, man. Hey, man, let's go come to the gym. You're going to go to the gym with that guy because that's human nature. All right. People want to be around other people and they want to grow. And when we did that, we saw things start to change in our culture. And the other thing I'll say to that is, if you know a kid that's a gym rat, or you've been around that, it's easy for me to say because that's who I was as a player. I was not any good, and I had to live in the gym to get to play. So when it got to crunch time, game time at the end to win, or it was adversity, I never gave in. And gym rats don't give in because they know I spent more time than anybody in the gym, and I deserve this. I deserve to make this shot, or I deserve to make this big play because I've worked so hard at it, and I put my heart and soul and guts into it. So we saw things change when that happened, and it just kind of steamrolled in with other guys on our team.
Yeah, I love it because I was a gym rat. So, and I like what you said. When you have a gym rat, it's a lot easier to teach them. It's for a gym rat, there's something in them that they already want it. They want to be in the gym. And so, for me, when I was a gym rat, I found that statement to be true, that I wanted the knowledge. I was open to correction. It was, whereas maybe one of my other teammates, they're always bucking against the system. I was just like, okay, whatever, coach. Like, okay, fine. Come in early, cool. Whatever the case is, run the extra sprint or whatever the case. I found myself being easier. I listened to correction. The coach was able to teach me, and honestly, and maybe you can touch on this, I felt like for me, it drew my coaches to me because I wanted to learn. I wanted to do what they were teaching me. Kind of touch on that, like
very much so. One thing we do, Lewis, with or I do anyway, obviously being the oldest guy on the staff, when we have a kid in to visit, and I know that going to other places, and I tell them, look, I know how recruiting is, and everybody's going to tell you how great you are and all that kind of stuff. I said, I'm not going to do that. Okay. Most of the guys that come in here want to play in the NBA or play professionally, and they have greater goals. So if I was at a junior college, one of my good friends of ours, it was a GA here named Cody McCoy. He's at Kilgore Junior College, and he does the same thing. I said, now you can tell them, do you want to play at the highest level? Do you want to play Division I? These are the things you have to do. And I always say, everybody says they're a gym rat. Tell me you're a gym rat. Tell me how you do that. What do you do? And prove to me you're a gym rat, and they'll say, well, I go to the gym at 4:00 and I go home and that's it. Well, that's not a gym rat. Okay. Gym rats get up early in the morning at 7, 8, and they go in, try and get something in the morning. Then they come in and practice. And a lot of our guys come back at night and shoot. And I would tell our guys, hey, you guys say you want to play professionally. Well, over in Europe, there's no time limits. Okay. Those guys in Europe, they come in the morning at 8, they shoot for an hour and a half. They come back and practice in the afternoon. Then they come back at night and shoot again. And they do this all the time. That's how they live. So I asked them, tell me you're a gym rat. And the second thing I said that we ask all the time is, are you going to do what we ask you to do? Are we going to have to fight you, or how's it going to be? And then the last thing, and probably the most important thing, you already touched on it. Do you have a teachable spirit? Is your spirit willing to be taught, okay, and coerced and corrected? God tries to teach all of us in different ways. He disciplines us. He loves his children, so he disciplines us, and however it may be. And, if a guy has a teachable spirit, it's way, way easier to help them grow. And, we love guys that are teachable. And when they come on their visit, I'll say, I watched some film of you, and I've seen you come off pick and rolls. And when you come off the pick and roll, you're really slow and you don't have very good footwork. It's not 1-2 left, right. And you don't get that ball down on the floor and up to the pocket quick enough to get it off to shoot the ball. You get it off good enough to play where you're at now, but not to play at this level or not to play professionally. I've seen Dirk Nowitzki do it. I've seen Steve Nash do it. And this is what it looks like. And guys that listen and learn, all right, you can tell they're going to try and do it. All right. And the proof of that is then when they're in the gym in the morning and they're working out with a GA and you see them down there working on something you've taught. All right. Because obviously with the rules, you can't be in there all the time as a college coach. They have to do some things on their own if they want to get to a certain level. And, you know, we are really big on talking about those guys working, giving them the tools and going in the gym and working on their own.
Yeah, and that's really good because leading to my next question is actually a seamless transition. With you guys making those kind of moves, recruiting those type of people, there has to be a certain culture. So I'll give a quick example. I was talking to a player that played in the WNBA and she went to Florida and she said, I had her on the podcast, had you on the podcast as well. Both of them were amazing. She said, when I stepped in the door at Florida, it's almost like you could feel it in the air. Like we knew when we were going there, we were trying to win a national championship and we were all going pro. Like that culture was created. So like with you guys, you know, making those changes, now you have these kind of guys on campus, the gym rats, you know, that championship culture, guys wanting to go pro. Like, what was that like for you guys in terms of really establishing that to the place where now everybody knows Baylor basketball for what it is and the type of guys that come out of there, the grit and grind and those hard-nosed guys that just go all out? Like, what were some of the ingredients in that? I mean, I know one of the things that you just said was a major ingredient, but what were some of the other ingredients in building that culture?
A couple different things. One, Scott's really good at delegating, and he's really good at managing his staff. And we always have some kind of title for the year. Every game at home or away, we have a team chapel, and on the road, each one of the full-time recruiting guys, they do the chapel, and at home we have a team chaplain that does it. And he came up with this acronym: JOY, Jesus, others, and yourself. And we talked about it, but more than that, we tried to show them how to do it every day in practice, in their life, whatever they do. And what that comes down to is obviously putting others ahead of yourself. And one of the things I think that really helped us get over the top or get to that point is we glorify the insignificant. Okay. And a lot of people don't do that, but you know, Jesus Christ does. He glorifies the really small things that people don't look at. Everybody sees who gets the points and everybody sees who gets all the rebounds. But in a game, if you have a player and you're a high school coach or you're a college coach, so in high school, say your better players play 25 minutes of the 32, and say in college they play 32 or 34 minutes. Well, they're only going to have the ball about 2.5 to 3 minutes where it's actually in their hands. And we sit them down, we ask them all to write on a little note card, how much time do you think the ball will be in your hands? And when you do that, you'd be amazed at what they write. We had a guy 2 years ago write 10 minutes. He's going to have the ball in his hand 10 minutes. And, you know, we just all kind of laughed and smiled. And then Scott collects the cards and he puts up on the board the data. And one of the greatest things was Klay Thompson obviously just had a great game last night. He scored 60 points or 61 points a couple years ago, and he did it in 61 seconds with the ball in his hands. That's it. You tell me that's not efficient. So it doesn't mean you got to dribble all the time. You just got to be prepared when the moment comes. So we had to figure out a way to glorify the insignificant. And what we did, we came up with this thing that I brought in from the NBA called 95%. You have the ball 5% of the time. What do you do the other 95%? And the other 95%, we made a chart up. And myself and one of the other assistants did it. And I do it every game, 95%. And it's things when you don't have the ball: setting a great screen, diving on the floor for the ball, taking a charge, sprinting the floor on the break, getting the ball on the swing of the reverse and making the extra pass without a dribble, just getting it and moving it on right away. Hawking the ball on defense, where you're just all in that guy's stuff and he's got to pick the ball up or he's frustrated. For a guard, the ball shot, you run into the basket and you crack down, we call it. You go help block out another big guy. So instead of 3-on-3, it's 4-on-3. We got an extra guy down there to get the defensive rebound to go the other way with the ball. Another one, see ahead, where you go, you're playing defense and you can see what's happening because you paid attention to the scouting report and you can shoot the gap for a steal. Anyway, we put the categories together, and you can do it however you want, whatever the categories you like, you put in there. And after every game, I tally it up, and then we give an award. We give a candy bar or something to Mr. 95. And let's see, 3 years ago, I think it was, we had a kid on our team named Mark Vital, and he was a junior. And he got in a press conference, and everybody was talking to him all the time. This kid averaged 6 points and 5 rebounds, and he essentially helped us to win the national championship. And he got in a press conference, and he said, somebody said, Mark, you don't average many points, and you don't get a ton of rebounds. And he said, I'm Mr. 95. That's who I am. And so they started asking him. And Fran Francilla, who does a lot of our games, started calling him Mr. 95. So now he just parlayed that into his brand. He talked about it all the time everywhere he went. And it was all the little things. Like he was inherently great at switching onto a guard and just hawking them to death, and they'd turn the ball over. Or he was really huge on getting a huge rebound at just the right time. We call them traffic rebounds. And so we glorified the insignificant, the things that most people don't look at, that only coaches see. And because of that, it started to come through our team, you know, and other guys start saying, I want to be Mr. 95. I want to get Mr. 95. And then the other thing we did was something one of our other video guys thought about is everybody wants you to pass, but how do we incentivize that passing? So we called it share the sugar, share the sugar. So you share the sugar. If you win, share the sugar, and that means you have the best assist to turnover that game, you get a candy bar, and you get our guy knows what you like. So maybe you like Payday, or maybe you like Butterfinger, or whatever it is. So we meet after every game, and we give out Mr. 95 and share the sugar and a couple of awards like that. And we glorify the details, and our guys start to realize the little insignificant things are what make you win games. And you know, just a short story about Mark Vital. We played Houston in the Final Four, and we won. And he didn't play very good in the semifinals. And he only played about 18 minutes, and he was ticked. You know, he's a competitor, you know, and it doesn't bother us when you're mad. You know, we want guys that compete. That's the other thing we talked about every day is we really raised our level of competition. We competed in everything. We competed and we ran sprints. We competed in shooting drills. We competed 4-on-4. If you lost, you had to do a sprint or push-ups or whatever. Compete, 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 because that's the way it is at the highest level. You know, I know at the lower levels, everybody gets a trophy. Well, I'm not into giving everybody trophies. You compete to win. So he didn't play very good. After the game, Scott came over to me, and he's one of the guys I spent tons of hours with. He said, Coach P, you got to visit with Mark. We got to have him right for the Gonzaga. We got to have him right for the championship game. We got him right for Gonzaga, man. So I went over and put my arm around him. We went back to the hotel. We were in the bubble, and we had dinner. I called him over there and put my arm around him and said, hey, I know you're upset, and I get that. I'd be mad too. You're such a competitor. But Monday night, we play on national TV against Gonzaga, and you're the only kid from Lake Charles, Louisiana, that's ever going to play in a national championship game. Which Mark Vital you want to see? Which one? And he said, Mr. 95. I said, you got it. He said, I got you, Coach. I'll be there Monday night. Well, the first half against Gonzaga, he had more rebounds. He had 8 offensive rebounds against Gonzaga in the first half. They could not keep him off the glass. He was just a menace everywhere. And he set the tone right there. And that's one of those little things that we talked about all the time. And after the game, he knew it. He was so happy and, you know, pleased that we were able to win the championship, but he had a huge part in doing that.
Yeah, and that's really taking a title like that and being on top of it and making and owning it. That's really like a mark of resilience. Like this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna be, and I'm sticking to it. And you know what are maybe some marks of, and I know this is one, but what are some other marks of resilience for you, or stories that you've seen, like just in your tenure over, whether it's college or pro? Just, you know, share with us, you know, an example that exemplifies perseverance, maybe even in the face of opposition as well.
Right.
Can you share something like that with
Yeah,
us?
sure. A couple of them, two things coming to mind. One, if anybody saw us play this year, we have a kid from Cameroon named John Chamora Chimanga, and they call him Everyday John. And he had a gruesome, horrific injury against Texas. And he just stepped on the back edge of a guy's shoe, no contact. and he tore his knee up, and there was some damage to tons of ligaments, and it's going to be a long time before he plays again. And they weren't even sure if he'd walk again, and he's walking already. And I tell you this, he's rehab. This kid rehabs every day from 8 to 5, like a job. He comes in and rehabs every single day. I mean, I've never seen anybody to do this kind of stuff to that level, that he works to that kind of extreme, but he has great pride, and he's from Cameroon, and he's been over here and seen his family in like 4 years. And, you know, it just shows you work on the right things and do it, and, you know, God will eventually bless it. But so the other day I'm in the office, and one of my friends calls me and says, "Hey, my son, he's a 9th grader. He tore his shoulder. He's got a labrum tear, and he's not able to play for 6 months. He's really down. He's going to miss high school, you know, the beginning of the season." He said, "Can you do anything?" So I look out there, and John Chamor is in the gym with a big thing on his leg, a cast kind of thing. And he's shooting in a chair, one-hand shots, and he's doing ball handling drills with the GA. And he just that kind of resilience to keep doing it. And there's no immediate reward. He's not going to play this year. He's going to maybe play next year. But his willingness to persevere like that and pursue, and him knowing, you know, I'm going through this for the reason, and I'm going to learn from it, and I'm going to grow from it. And then another guy, when I was in the NBA, obviously Dirk Nowitzki was a great player. His first year, he stunk. He was not any good. And people called him Irk because he didn't play any D. And I mean, I would hear it in the games, and he'd come to me and say, "Coach, why they call me Irk? Why they call me Irk?" I said, "You don't play any defense, and you get pushed around, and you're soft." And so after his first year, he came to me in the spring, and he said, "Coach, we're going to work double. I'm going to get in the weight room every day." And he committed himself to getting in the weight room, all right, and getting stronger and jumping rope and getting better at all the little things nobody saw, so he could become a great player, not just a good player. And it's amazing. The more great players you're around, they do what we call it at Baylor. We call it work in the dark. You got to work in the dark when nobody sees you, when nobody's around. That's how you get to a championship level. I mean, if you were to go around the great players like that, they all have stories like that, because you can't just go every day and do what everybody else does if you want to be a champion.
Hold on, I can't let that pass. You got to reiterate that. I'm over here taking some notes and tweeting some of your posts out, but can we stay right there for just a second, all right? You said working in the dark when no one sees you, that's how you get to a championship. Can we just float on that for a minute? And
sure.
Maybe you have some other stories, or I want to drive that home. That is powerful right there.
Like working in the dark, like when I was with the Bucks, one of my rules was, a player development guys, we'd play on a Saturday night and say we wouldn't play again until Tuesday. We had Sunday off. And on Sundays, the rule was all the rookies or first-year guys, first and second year, they had to come in and work out at 10 in the morning with me the next day on Sunday. And when I say workout, they come in and stretch, and they put them through a 45-minute to hour workout. And I'm kind of around Baylor, all the kids know. And when I was in the NBA, to me, a workout's where you sweat and grind, okay? You don't come in and just get shots up. And I'd say, do you want a Coach P workout, or you don't want a hanging out workout? Do you want to work in the dark, or you just want to go in the lights and just shoot around? So when we were my third year, we got pretty good and we finished 6th. We had a guard named Luke Ridnour, and he played at Oregon, a really good shooter, and he loved to work. He would start coming in on Sunday mornings. This guy was a 7 or 8 year vet. All right. He would come in, and he would come after, like he'd come in at 11:30, and he knew I was done. And he'd come out on the floor and he'd go, he didn't call me Coach P. He'd say, Billy P, I want a Billy P workout. I want a Billy P workout. So I would put him through about 45 minutes where he would run and shoot and run, coming off me quick, DHOs, quick ball handle stuff, everything quick, 1-2, get the ball down up, and he'd be dripping with sweat. And then we'd shoot free throws. And one of the things we did shooting free throws, I got from Steve Nash. You want to be great at what you do, then you find somebody that's really exceptional around you and learn from them, whatever it is, because older people always want to give advice and experience. You know, ask them questions. So when I was in Dallas and worked with Dirk and Steve, I would working with Steve Nash every day after workout, he'd make 10 in a row, free throws before we'd leave. Well, 10 in a row free throws for Steve Nash was like, for us, it'd be drinking water. Okay. I mean, he could do it with his eyes closed almost. The guy was a tremendous shooter and great touch. And one day he started saying, Billy P, this is stupid, and I make 10 in all a row. So I started saying, well, let's see how many we can make in a row where you don't touch the rim. You got to swish every one. Okay. So we got up, we were doing 5. That was too easy. Right. So we went to 10. So every day after workout with Steve Nash, he would make 10 free throws in a row, not hitting the rim. And this was practice. All right. And honestly, Lewis, there'd be days it'd take 45 minutes. He would not leave the gym until he made 10 in a row. All right. So, and Lewis, nobody was there. Okay. Everybody was gone. All right. They're gone. This is the dark. Everybody else is in the locker room. They're gone. And so one day I'm sitting there, I just rebound. I didn't need to say anything, I said, I'm going to make it tough for you. I started talking trash to him. All right. Talking trash. And the beginning, it got him off his game and then he got into it. And people would say to me, no, there's no way he makes 10 in a row without hitting the rim. I said, yes, I've seen it time and again. So I tell that story. And now we got a couple guys on our team, Davion Mitchell for one. He'll say, Coach, we're going 5 in a row. I'm not hitting the rim. I'm not hitting the rim. And there's nobody left. All right. And those kind of things working in the dark give you confidence when nobody else is around to do things that nobody understands. One other quick story. I was really blessed when I was with the Mavs to work with some really good guys, good high character guys that want to get better. So one day after practice, and I'm talking practice 11 to 1, and it's 3 o'clock. Okay. So guys would go lift weights and they'd wait on me to come back. And it's like, I don't know, 3:30. Practice has been over since 1:30. Mike Finley's there. And Mike Finley comes out and he says, Billy P, he said, I want to get some shots. He said, I want to do something. He said, if you need to go, that's okay. I said, Finn, this is what I do for a living. I love this, man. I'm not going anywhere. And there's nobody in the gym, nobody. There's no ball boys. There's nobody. So we started this drill going, I'm going to go 8-10, 8-10. And his goal was to make 8 out of 10 from 5 spots in a row. Okay. So he had to go 8-10 from the 1 spot, from the 2 spot, from the 3 spot. And if he missed, he had to go back a spot and start again. All right. And he would not leave till he went 8-10. We went all the way around and all the way back. All right. And may take an hour, may take half an hour. All right. But my point being, there was nobody there, Lewis. That's the dark. And that's why when you get in the gym, you can make those kind of shots. And last story, when I was in Milwaukee, a guy named Scott Skiles was the coach. And he used to always say, he played in the NBA, he's famous because he holds the assist record still. He'd say, when a guy misses a shot late in the game, a lot of times, it's because they know they're not going to make it because they haven't spent the extra time in the gym. And he started calling it a buzzkill shot. Say the ball swings around from the right wing to the left top to the left corner, and the guy's wide open late in the game. You got to make it. There's 30 seconds to go. It's a tie game, and you got to drain that jump shot. Just like last night, Jason Tatum made huge shots like that. And the night before, a couple nights before that, Giannis made a huge 3. The next one up. Those are buzzkill shots. You miss it, and everybody in the arena gets up and goes, oh, and you can feel the emotion. Well, guys that make those shots, they work in the dark. They work in the dark. And to me, that's how you win a championship. And it doesn't matter who it is on your team. You just need a couple. You need a couple. Hopefully it's the best players.
That sounds like a book right there, Coach P. They work in the dark.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we have people over here in the chat saying they need a Coach P workout. Man, this is awesome. And I really appreciate you talking about what you're talking. As we begin to round this thing out, for you, like I said before, one of the things that means so much to me is you're a man of faith, and I know with some of the conversations we've had, we've talked about that too. How important for you has that been in your career? You talk about it all the time. I mean, you live it. I talk to you enough to where it's what you are. It's not something that you're throwing around because it's convenient. It sounds nice. It's what you are. How important has it been for you?
Lewis, I came, I was born and raised. I went to Catholic school and I was an altar boy for a while. And, I always had a faith in God. But when I went to college, my roommate, a guy named Dale there, kind of led me to Christ. I became a Christian then. But my faith didn't really get solidified until I went through the fire. And everybody listened to me, whether you have faith or not, you're going to have adversity, and we all face problems. Every one of us has issues in our life that we have to deal with. And, no, God is always there walking with you, even though it doesn't feel like that. In 1999, 2000, I had just left the Mavericks and I was with Colorado State, and our team went overseas. We went overseas to Spain and France, and it was a great trip. It was in August of 2000. And I have 3 little girls, Haley, Katie, and Jenny, and they were 15, 12, and 7. Well, we left, and my dad took them to Disneyland, California. We were living in Fort Collins, Colorado. On August the 13th, my phone rang, and it was a head coach. He said, "I got to see you, man. I got to see you." Well, it's 2 a.m. My wife said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Oh, probably one of the guys got in trouble. They were probably out messing around. Maybe one of them was drinking. They got arrested over here." So I walked upstairs, and I pushed his door open, and the light was on. His wife was on the bed crying, and he'd been crying. He said, "I don't know how to tell you this. An 18-wheeler ran over your dad's car, and your oldest daughter was killed. And Haley was killed, and my other 2 little girls were hurt." And, obviously I had to go back downstairs now and tell my wife, who had born that little baby. My wife had been married previously, and Haley was my stepdaughter. I had led her to Christ, so she was a Christian. And, it just shattered our world and my wife's world. And, it changed everything and my faith. And we went through tremendous turmoil then. We had to figure a way out to get home for the funerals. We had no tickets and all kinds of stuff. And then my wife, obviously, and I went through some counseling, and my dad was driving the car. So she was very upset at him. But God worked through all of it. And only our faith and strength and God's grace and mercy helped us go through it. Everybody has trials, but once you go through trials, you become stronger if you're with the Lord. And everybody listening to me has trials, has issues in their life, and it helped me to be stronger and be able to, grow in my faith and learn. And, the 2 things I learned from it more than anything was wherever you're at, whatever job you're at right now, God wants to use you. And you may say, well, I'm not at Baylor, or I'm not in the NBA, or I'm not here. Where you are is where he is. And he wants you to be great. He does. He doesn't make us average. God doesn't deal in mediocre. He deals in great human beings. And a lot of times the thing is, how do you deal with adversity? How do you persevere through it? Are you relentless? I mentioned earlier, and I'll just share, I've been fired 5 times. Okay. 5 times I've been fired from I was fired from the Bucks. I was fired at Colorado State. I was fired at Alabama Huntsville. I was fired at McNeese State. And, everybody's going to get fired eventually if you coach long enough. All right. And everybody in the NBA gets fired, and you lose that job, and it's hard. When people talk about stress, you got to win. I'll tell you what pressure is. Pressure is when you have a wife and 3 kids and you get fired, you got to find another job. And the other job you can't get, it doesn't pay what you made before. So you got to figure something else out. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? And, knowing that God has you, he has a plan, and he's behind everything. And walking with him has obviously strengthened my faith. And saying that, just because you get fired doesn't mean you're not good at what you do. It means God has somewhere else for you to go. And he has some other people he wants you to visit with and share with. And, like I said, and a lot of people maybe haven't been through that yet. Last year we were talking about this in our staff meeting, and we have 9 coaches on our staff. And I said something about being grateful about being at Baylor. And this is, one of the best jobs I've ever had, and, being fired. And it got real quiet. Nobody said anything. And I said, I got to ask everybody, you guys been fired? We didn't have one guy had been on our staff had ever been fired. Not one. All right. And I know that's an exception. I said, well, it's going to happen if you coach long enough, especially in the NBA. And it just means God has something else for you to go. And I know I share my story a lot to different people. And I've been places where I met a guy one time at a Bible study, a plumber, and he'd been fired. And he was in deep depression. And he did not want to come to this Bible study that I went to speak at. And the next day, the guy that ran it emailed me and said, "You're not going to believe this. There was a guy in the meeting last night who'd been in his house for 2 weeks and not gone out because he was embarrassed that the plumbing company fired him and that he wasn't any good anymore. And then you step up there and say, I've been fired 5 times. And he said it just disarmed him and realized God had something else in store for him. And that's what I believe. And that's what I know. I mean, if I wouldn't have been fired at Alabama Huntsville and gone to Bossier Parish Community College, God would never open the door for me to coach in the NBA and coach Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash. So, you're going to go through things like that, turmoil. And the last thing I would say, I know we're getting close to finishing, is, wherever God's leading you, I think about, there's a story in the Bible where Moses is leading the Israelites and he leads them to the Dead Sea, and there's nowhere to go. On both mountains of the enemy, and the sea he can't cross. It's too wide and too deep. And behind him are the Egyptians. There's nowhere to go. God let him in, and guess what? God let him out. He parted the sea, and he went through the sea. God's love is relentless, and he is relentless for us. Wherever God leads you, he will lead you out. The problem is, too many times we get in that situation and we think, what am I going to do? This is awful. This is awful. Well, maybe God just wants you to wait, pray, think about it, and keep growing and learning where you're at. But he's never going to get rid of us. He's never going to dump, and he's never going to say, ain't no good. If God leads you in, God will lead you out. And he says it all through his word. And I hate to sound like a preacher. I'm just telling you how it is for me in my life, for God has led me, and he's always led me out somewhere else. So,
wow. Listen, that's so refreshing. Like literally it was refreshing. And a lot of people responded, of course, in the chat, man. But that's so important to me, the things that you shared, even of your own testimony and how you got through adversity as well. That's what it's all about. We grind as coaches and we go through all the things we go through in a year's time, and we do it over and over again as coaches, but it can seem monotonous. But to have that focus of, I'm here for a reason, God has me here for a reason, I'm on assignment, man, it's amazing. So I really appreciate you sharing your testimony there. You kind of covered another question I wanted to ask you. What would be one thing that you want to leave with the coaches today? I'll still let you answer it because you have
I think the one thing I would say is that growing your faith daily wherever you are. Okay, whether it's a 5-minute quiet time, do it in different ways. You don't have to sit and do the same thing. Sometimes I read in the morning. A lot of times I go eat lunch by myself. I sit under a tree by this post office in Waco, and I pray and just talk to God. Sometimes I go visit with a friend I know that we visit about different things. But, just having that alone time with God. Jesus did that all the time. And it doesn't matter, well, I don't know what to say. Well, just talk to him like you're talking to another coach or a player. And then the last thing I would say is, wherever you're at, I'm sure you got a lot of young coaches on there. I just turned 65 and everybody's like, when are you going to retire? Well, I don't want to retire. I love what I'm doing. I love pouring into guys. I love people asking me questions, how I can help, because, as you well know, Lewis, experience is the best teacher. When you've been through something and hey, I went through that, and many times you start to share and somebody goes, wow, I went through the same thing. And this is what I found out. Get someone around you that's older, more experienced. Doesn't have to be a coach. Maybe somebody that's more, more experienced in their faith, or maybe they look at things a different way, and whatever it is. But someone older than you that can share those experiences, because there's nothing like experience. And, I shared the story earlier about Jim Todd from Milwaukee. He was in his 58 or something. And I was like 49, 50 when I went to the Bucks. I'll never forget him telling me, I was really disappointed my first year. Man, I'm in the NBA now. I'm a player development coach. I'm going to work with Michael Redd. I'm going to work with Mo Williams. I'm going to work with Andrew Bogut. This is great. I get out there and I never get to work with any of them. None of them, because all the higher experienced guys and all the guys that had been there, they already were set and they were working with him. And he brought me aside and he said, Billy, there's somebody on this team that needs you. You find the guy that needs you and you pour into him and you work with him. So I found a rookie named Ramon Sessions, nobody thought was any good, that I worked with every day. He ended up playing 11 years in the NBA. All right. And he calls me his rook coach, the game fundamentals to grow and learn. There's somebody wherever you're at, every coach on the call that needs you and you personally to work with them and invest in them. And when you invest in others, God blesses that tenfold. You know, it's about all I can say, man.
Man, that's so awesome. It's really refreshing. Just some of the stuff that you shared, and I want to open it up to any questions while we have a few minutes. Anybody want to ask Coach Pete any questions? Also, Coach Pete, if there's anything that we did not cover that may be on your heart as we close it out, you are more than welcome to hit on anything you want to.
You know, one thing I'd say, you know, obviously I'm blessed, Lewis, because I'm at a Christian school. So I can share my faith and I can pray with guys whenever I want. And I've been on the other side. I was at Colorado State, and I ran the basketball camp for Dale Air. And on a Sunday morning, you know, we had camp, and I brought everybody together, and there were probably 200 kids there. And I said, guys, I'd be in church usually this time. If you guys don't mind, let me open in prayer. And I just said a short prayer, and I had a 5-minute devotional about God loving all people, no matter who they were, no matter what color of skin they were, no matter what language they spoke. Camp ended on Monday, and Tuesday morning, our assistant AD said, I need to see you in my office. And I went into the office, and she said, did you talk about God and make everybody pray on Sunday? I went, well, yeah, no. I said, I just said we're going to open in prayer and all that. She said, was everybody there? I said, yes. Was it voluntary? Or I said, no, it was at the start of camp. She said, well, do you want to go see a lawyer on campus? We can't have you doing that. We had a complaint from one of the kids' parents, all right, that wasn't right, that you forced that on them. And I said, I get it. She said, you can do that, but it has to be voluntary. You can't do it with the whole team, with all the people there. So, you know, there are different things that go on when different teams and schools, but I know this, when you're one-on-one with kids in a small group, or maybe you let them lead it, God's there. And the more you talk about it and the more you live it, like you said, I think it's more important to live it than speak it, you know. And if I can help anybody here at all, Lewis has my email. Feel free, Lewis, to get my email out. I'm not very good in the social media arena. I don't have Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. Our guys all laugh at me all the time. If something comes out in a meeting and Scott will say, who put that on Twitter? And I'll go, I did it. Sorry, man. Sorry, I did that. And everybody will laugh because they know I don't deal in that arena. But I spend a lot of time with our guys. And as I've gotten older, I've really worked hard to coach our coaches to help them grow, because everybody listening here has a great skill, has a great ability, maybe as a teacher, maybe as a listener, you know, maybe just be as a friend to put your arm around somebody and grow where God has you, every day. You know,
yeah,
so
this is so awesome. A couple things. We have a coach in the chat asking. They said we have been trying to incorporate high finishes off the glass like you all do at Baylor. We call ours level 2. Do you have any drills to make players work on that?
Yeah, we call it level 1, level 2, and level 3, and we have a GA that has one of those, I don't know what them little wiggle sticks. It's a foam thing. It's about 2 feet long. And they go up and do that with everybody. So we put him at the free throw line, and coach tosses the ball, and he'll run in and take a dribble, and we'll say level 3, level 2, and they'll have to get over to the stick right there. All right. And then we'll do the same thing with the left hand. We do it with the left hand, and then we incorporate the Euro step doing the same thing down the lane. But we put the guy there with that little fan thing up in the air to where he has to do it. And then the other thing we do a drill. We used to call it daily dozen. It's not daily dozen anymore. We got it from the NBA with the Bucks. Scott Skiles did it. And essentially it's 6 different layups, full speed. We put a cone out by the 3-point line, and we do it like for 2 minutes. We divide our team up, 6 on one end, 6 on the other end, or 7 and 7. And whatever team makes the most layups in that amount of time, or sometimes we go, whoever misses the most loses. And you got to catch that ball at the cone and sprint in there. The first one's a level 2 finish, really high. The second one is an overhand where you jump from the box and kiss it off the glass. The third one's an inside slip with your left hand. The fourth one's a Euro step. The fifth one's a reverse. And then the sixth one, we let them make up on their own. And they have to go fast. As soon as they do the right side, they do the left side. We put 2 minutes on the clock, and we go at the end of 2 minutes, Coach Scott will say, okay, who won? We got 68, they got 62. You guys win. You guys owe me 5 push-ups. Someday we'll do it where the team that misses the most has them, sometimes makes, sometimes misses. So that's how we incorporate that in workouts and in practice.
Yeah, that's really good. I appreciate you sharing that too. I got, well, we're running short on time. There are some questions. I'll try to catch them and actually get them answered. If I can maybe send Coach Pete an email or something like that. I want to give Derek Stevens, if he's still on the line, a chance to say what's up. I know he's been listening in today. Derek, are you still on the line? He may be doing some work. He may be working out. I'm not quite sure, but
he's probably working out. I love Derek Stevens. You know that, Lewis. That's one of my favorite guys all the time. You talk about a guy that fought through adversity. That's one right there, baby.
Yeah, I'm excited to be his friend, and so grateful that he introduced me to you, and that we've been able to have a long-standing connection. And so we just have a couple minutes here. I just really want to just express my thanks to you being on, just sharing of your wisdom and your knowledge. I definitely will make sure I'm actually going to compile an email. I had a couple people ask about a 95-foot chart. Do you have a chart or something like that?
Yeah, I do. What I do is you send in the email, okay, and I'll email it to them. It's a list of all the players' names, and I have 15 columns across the top, and I'll take a picture of it, and then our secretary knows how to scan it for me. And if somebody wants it, you just send it to me, and I'll send them the 95 chart. And like I said, they can change. I sent it to a college guy at a lower level Division I, and he called me at the end of the season and said, I just want you to know we use it. One of my friends, Mitch Coles at Samford, and I told him about it. He said, Coach P, we use the 95 chart. He said, we changed it a little bit to adapt our personnel and how we play. And he said it really helped us, and obviously we do it to an extreme because we think it's really important in our program. But yeah, I do have it, and I can take a picture and send it I can send it to you. And if you want to give it out, that's great. Okay.
Sounds good. I know a lot of people asked about that. So, Derek, I think Derek just chimed in. You want to say a few words, Derek?
I'm here. Coach, good to see you, man.
What's up, Derek? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Coach. And yourself?
I'm good. And whenever I hear your voice, it makes me get chill bumps, man. I love you. You know that.
Yeah, likewise. Just hearing the stories and everything, and the Coach P workouts, man. I'm like,
Derek, you can tell them the Coach P workouts. You don't need me to say it, right?
Exactly. I was listening from afar, and I was like, yeah, I remember those days, man. The great times, great workouts. And I mean, if anybody could get their hands on those or attend a Coach P workout, I would definitely advise that, because it's some great stuff for sure. 100%, Yes. And it's just awesome to hear you speak, Coach. Miss you, man. Love you, man. And, one of the best coaches I've ever had, for sure, hands down. And you've done so much for me. And, since the beginning of my career, even going back to the days you first recruited me and, bringing me to Colorado State. And everything you're saying is true and factual of, just sewing into someone and, just going through adverse times with someone and growing our relationship. It's been so beautiful between you and I. And I always, look back at the times, Coach, and I'm just so thankful for you, man. It gets me choked up to even talk about it.
I love you, Derek. I'm so glad that you came to Colorado State, and our relationships continue to grow. And I'm proud of you. You've done a lot of great things for a lot of people, and you've come a long way. You talk about perseverance. You can put Derek Stevens' name next to that for all the people you've helped and what you've done. So, hey, keep doing it, man. You're a champ. You know that.
Yes, I greatly appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, Coach. Definitely means a lot. And, going past the off the court, things and sewing in the guys, like I say, just, all the things you've sewed into not only me, just, the guys I know that you work with and deal with over the years. Just amazing, Coach. You're inspiration to all of us, man. We always talk about you. I don't know whether you know it or not. We always do in a positive way. You know, we all.
That's okay. That's however you want, baby. We had a lot of times where we grinded together and learned from each other.
Yes, yes. But, you know, going to workout, you know, we all remember those things that you taught us. And it's been a foundation for a lot of the guys, you know, when I talk to them as they teach others, you know, because I communicate with a lot of my old teammates regularly, and they always go back to the Coach P workouts, whether it be big man drills, guard drills, where they're throwing that ball that bounces around and we got whatever it be, tennis ball work. I mean, it's just amazing, you know, what you've been able to do and how you've been able to inspire us, Coach. And I greatly appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Derek. Good hearing from you, man.
Definitely. Likewise, Coach. Likewise.
Okay. I love you.
Love you too.
Man, I love those moments, you guys. And like I say, Derek was my pro teammate, and he introduced me to Coach Pete. But I've heard so many Coach Pete stories, and you know, it's fun to even talk about. But Coach Pete, I so appreciate you taking time out to come out to Coaches Conference 2022. Powered by All In Team Sports, man. Such a pleasure to have you. Of course, we'll be in connection, and I'll get with you about getting some of those things to coaches as well. But thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, Lewis, and appreciate everybody listening, and hope everybody has a great day, and hope everybody got something out of it. God bless.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for listening in. That was Coach Pete. Oh my gosh, amazing stuff, amazing stuff. So I know I have a lot of people in the chat requesting certain things. I'm going to try to do my best to scroll up, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to compile. I've written down some of the things you guys are looking for, like the 95-foot chart. I also have the core values from Coach Freilich, and I'm going to try to get all those things from those coaches and put it in a blast to send to all of our coaches. I know coaches are going in and out. We have a few hundred coaches that actually registered. So we're going to get everything out to everybody. So if you do have some requests, continue to put them over in the chat, and then I'll do my best to grab those and then compile them into an email to blast out. All right. So with that being said, that was a great session. Right now, we want to turn our focus to our conference partner, All In Team Sports. Man, I'm so grateful for the connection with them. Like I said before, just their vision in helping coaches. CEO Andre, he's been an athlete, so he's been on that side of the grind. And so it's kind of a two-way street, you know, understanding that side versus also understanding where coaches need help to even help the athletes. They brought it all together in one place and to where that synergy and that team culture can be built simultaneously with a synergistic approach. And so I want to give the floor to CEO of All In Team Sports, Andre. Take it away, man. Thanks for being on here.
Hey, Coach Sean, thank you so much, man. This has been incredible. I mean, I just been obviously tuned in the entire time and listening to Coach Robin and Coach Payne and then Coach P. I mean, it has seriously been incredible. Just, you know, I'm obviously not coaching, but I mean, just being, you know, in the seat to listen it's been amazing, and super excited to power the conference this year. I met Coach Shine a few months ago. Absolutely incredible guy. Really has a great mission and great visions for what he wants to do in the coaching community. As soon as him and I connected, we literally said, all right, we're going to put a growth series together. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, that's on our Twitter page. But I did have a little presentation put together. Honestly, I put it together as we were in the room, because I didn't know exactly how I wanted to go about it, because I didn't want to just hop on the call and just start showing features or something like that. I really wanted you guys to know who we are. So we're a newer company, and I want to go ahead and share my screen and tell you guys a little bit about who we are. All right, sweet. I'm assuming you guys can all see this. Awesome. Well, again, thank you guys so much. All In, our big thing is team culture. It's something that I really knew it resonated with me whenever I was an athlete, and so much about early product stuff is obviously being a product guy, is having conversations with coaches and really asking them, like, what's the most important piece? And so as I was actually looking through the room today, there's about 10 to 20% of people in the room currently who are already on All In, or at least trialing it. And so if you guys are really interested in seeing more in depth on what exactly our Coaches Suite does, in synopsis, it really is an A to Z operating system to implement everything you guys heard today, from a relationships, from building team culture, from getting athletes engaged within the culture itself and making sure they stay in tune throughout the summer, throughout the school year. This is the platform for exactly that. It really has, it's a robust feature set. It has a lot of different things, super easy to use, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time today diving into a couple things that I took away from this already. A little update. I have 2 updates to share with all the current all-in users that are currently in the room, because I noticed we had a lot. So I said, hey, I might as well just talk to you guys about what's coming soon. And then after that, I'll wrap it up with just any questions you guys might have on the system. So with that being said, this is a little gift. We're dropping gifts on All In. It's kind of a small thing, but I just want to announce that we're pretty excited about it, and also excited to be here. So that update's coming out next week, along with a couple other ones, so you guys can start to interact, start to get the jokes rolling, things like that. But the second thing is that we do a lot of work on Twitter. So along with obviously our flagship product, All In Team Sports Hub, the All In Team Sports brand is centered around helping coaches specifically. Coaches on all levels, coaches at any different kind of sport, but we do every single coach that comes on to All In. We don't just have them sign up and they're just a part of our platform, right? We actually do blogs on every single coach on the All In system that wants the opportunity to get their story told. And so if you go to there and check that out, we do all kinds of things like that. We have bundle giveaways, different resources for you guys. So we're doing just about everything in our power to help coaches, right? Because I mean, being an athlete, and I'll never forget, my high school head coach got mad at me one time my senior year, and I legitimately cried as a 17-year-old kid, because my high school head coach was like my father. I never had a father growing up. And so much about coaching is near and dear to my heart. Obviously, I'm a younger guy, and so everything that we can do from All In is to give back to you guys who are All In. And I have some takeaways from what was being said in the conference, right? And so I just kind of found it interesting, and it's going to pull back into All In, of course, but if you notice, as you go in and watch or read a lot of our blogs that we do, we always have All In key takeaways. And a lot of that's from the interviews we do with all the coaches who are on the system. And Coach Robin was really diving into a couple of things I took a note as, how do you connect as a team? How do we, get all the people on the same page? And how do we keep a good pulse on the team when it comes to mental health? And that's a little sneak peek into what I'm going to be announcing here in a second. And then Coach Payne was like, how do you build safe relationships? And as a lot of you guys may know who already follow us on Twitter, we have partnered with Coach P and Coach Shine together. I really believe in both of those guys. And I hosted a Twitter space on a Wednesday evening with Connor Bestie, and he was really diving into the absolute need for something like this from the small school college level all the way up to the Division I level, and especially at high school too. And one of the things I asked myself is there an opportunity for coaches to have a platform to talk, for their athletes to open up and talk to them? And the biggest question I kept asking myself is like, from an athlete's perspective, the number one thing that I realized, I would just never say anything. So really that gap between like the understanding that someone is going through something, by and large, seems to be the biggest hindrance in them actually saying anything at all. And so with that, and I also know that not every school has an opportunity to have a therapist or a psychologist on staff, a sports psychologist at that, for every one of the athletes. And so this next, I'm actually going to just go ahead and open it up, and I'm going to show you guys what we have coming out. And we have a pretty cool promo with that as well. I'm really excited about it. I really think it's going to help revolutionize the way that everyone in this room and every coach, hopefully in the country, has to help, make an impact on mental health and help the wellness of their team. So this video is going to go on, then I'll dive in a little bit deeper. But our goal is just to eliminate the barrier as a whole. So we actually are putting in wellness checks and an opportunity for athletes to directly reach out to you guys if they need help. So if there is a given day where they say, hey, I need to alert my coach that something's going on, they can simply click a button. They can pick which coach they want to send it to, and then you guys will get a notification to simply talk to that player. So you guys can use whatever method you guys go about it, whether it be hey, have a mental health day or something like that. This is going to be a really amazing tool for all of you guys, just to add to everything we already do within the program. Like how do I implement mental health on my team? This is going to be a very simple, easy, and intuitive way for your athletes to buy into that, and really just to be able to help you guys, manage this idea of mental health. All of us are not psychologists. I am not a psychologist, but what this offers is a chance for you guys to talk to these players, which I'm excited to show, and I hope you guys are excited about that too. So along with that, guys, we are offering a 120-day free trial using code mental health. We'll be dropping an entire landing page on diving into all the different aspects of what it's going to do within the platform. But I just wanted to open it up to give people, 4 months to get on all in, because we'll be dropping it near the end of that 120 days and just give you guys an opportunity to get on this thing early. Like I said, we've probably added on nearly 100 teams in the past 30 days to all in, and the reviews have been really wonderful, mostly because it does bring everything into one place. And it really allows coaches to centralize everything that they do and gives them so many more tools that just aren't out there right now. And so that's why we've been able to, track as good as we have and be able to partner with as many teams as we have been. But, and besides me going into this too much and diving too deep, I'd love to answer any questions anyone might have, or suggestions rather, on, different things you guys would want to see in a mental health feature for your team, different things that would be important to you. And so I'll be sure to answer those questions. We can have a little bit of a dialogue while I have some time here. But again, you guys, thank you so much.
Man, really appreciate that. That's major. And I know we have some other guys on here that you may want to chime in. Matt, start calling a few people out. I know I've been talking a little bit. Coach Kayla, which actually Coach Kayla Petrie, she was just actually on our conference, Coaches Conference 2022, All In Lunch and Learn. So that was like a big deal as well in terms of talking about that mental health piece. Just searching for a few people. Any questions that you guys have about this, any dialogue that you want to have just surrounding the topic, and how the app incorporates that and how that can help you as a program. Now, in terms of Coach Andre, what was the I want to say the deciding factor, but I don't want to say it like that. What was your mindset in terms of the introduction of that mental health piece into this phenomenal app that's already built to build team culture, but also adding that piece so that can be something that our coaches can provide for students that may be going through things?
Yeah, real quick, before I dive into that, Coach Shine, we have a couple questions over here in the chat. Said I'm in the process of signing up using the promo code. Whenever you fill out the form, whenever you get to they just said they just found it. So there you go. You're good to go, Sandra. And then is this something that you have used for the high school level? Absolutely. That's what it's built around. It's a pretty simple feature set, really, if you think about it. But the whole idea is to give you guys an opportunity to allow your athletes to open up, and just nothing really exists out there without having to go out and actually have a psychologist or a therapist on staff. So it really just kind of automates that for you guys. So I'm sorry, Lewis, can you repeat your question?
I'll get back to that because there's something else in the chat as well. Coach Jason mentioned checking it out for basketball and tennis. And one of the things I wanted to say with that is it's for all sports. It's, I know this is a basketball kind of geared conference, but it's for every sport. It's not just basketball. So when he mentioned tennis, that kind of threw my mind into that, just letting people know, because I believe we do have some coaches on here that are multi-sport coaches. I believe there's another coach on here that's an athletic director / basketball coach. So just letting you guys know that this is a multi-sport type of thing. And another coach on here said it's a one-stop shop. It's a one-stop shop to get everything that you need all in one place. So hence the name. I love it.
Yeah, I guess, the last thing I would say is I didn't dive as much into everything else that we offered, right? I wanted to kind of give an opportunity to speak on what we're coming out with and what we're really believing in as a team. But from our ridge, like what everything else all in does, I mean, that's going to be all you guys' communications, but we also have like a whole, like you're going to have your own team nutritionist as well. So the whole idea behind it was I went to a small college and we didn't have those kind of resources. And I went to a very small high school where we certainly didn't have those. And that's essentially going to give that all at your disposal. And, at the price point that we have it at, it's not necessarily something that's, if you find value in it, that's when you should keep it. And that's why I give, 4-month trials to be like, hey, like, unless you're actually using it, don't feel like you need to, obviously have that burden of purchasing something that you're not going to use. And so, but the good news is that a lot of people have had some really great reviews, and we're just continuing to add more features, to add more value to you guys, and ultimately just help the sports industry as a whole. That's something we're really passionate about.
Yes, it's amazing stuff. Anybody have any more questions or dialogue around that, definitely feel free to drop it in. Of course, All In with powering this conference, they'll be around for the day. You can also ask me questions as well. And we do have a quick question by Matt. Matt just said he had us a question. Coach Josh said, you definitely can use it at the high school level. It's basically a one-stop shop for everything you do off the court, playing field with your team. It simplifies your biggest resource, time. And I can attest to that, because I always tell the story I tell when I talk to people about All In is when I was an associate head coach at the Division I level, I was pretty much the liaison to like every, if it was a strength and conditioning coach, if it was the athletic trainer, if it was administration, to the players, all communications went through me. And so a lot of the times I was trying to figure out, okay, like I have to send it to this player on group me because they don't have an Android. And, if you send a group message out through Apple, then everybody might not get it because everybody doesn't have Apple. If I had a itinerary, travel itinerary, I had to send it out different ways. I might have to text it, email it, trying to remember which way I did it to make sure players got it. But you can actually do all of this here. And we all know that buzzword for coaches is time. I barely have time to eat sometimes. So if there's something that can save me time, but yet can accomplish what I need to accomplish, I'm like all in for it, because that time is like one of the hottest commodities as a coach. You need more of it. But like I say, this does that. And so with Josh saying that biggest resource is time, it's like that's the currency for a coach. And when you can manage that properly, and when you can have something that is this easy to use in your hand to be able to use for your coaching staff and your team, you will find that it will definitely help you. So free trial will definitely help you to see if it's for you. And I believe that you'll see that it will be. Matt, did you have a question for us?
Just to mention one more thing, it's just all caps mental health is the promo code for the 4 months. Just in case anybody, I know I took down the presentation, so I didn't know if anybody still needed that. What were you saying, Coach Shine?
I'm just putting that over here. Code mental health. All right. And Matt, you could go ahead, you can either unmute Matt, or you can go ahead and put it over here in the chat if you want to ask that question. But yeah, this is phenomenal. And like I say, I really appreciate what you shared, Andre. I believe that, it's already blessing a lot of people. I actually was on a call with a coach that I believe may have stepped away for lunch, but was on here. So I do some business and I consult with programs, and I'm working with a program out east, and was actually on a call. I helped them to get signed up for a free trial, just so they can check it out. And they signed up, and they literally called me and was like, oh my gosh, this makes my job easier. They have some other friends that they're going to get signed up. They were just really so excited and ecstatic, because it helps them to do what they do fluently, to be on top of things, to have everything in one place. And so that really was a blessing just to hear that. And so also All In, they put a lot of different things out there. If you go on the site, if you go on Twitter, you'll see different testimonial videos of different coaches that have used it, are using it, just so that you can, get that credibility, because coaches are being successful at using it. And it's an amazing platform. So I encourage you guys.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Can I take about like a couple minutes? I just want to walk everybody through what it's going to look like, just specifically on the mental health piece, because I think that's kind of important, just so you guys can have an idea on how exactly, if you are considering using it, getting the 4 months and things like that, to really see what specific things you can, implement as a program. Can I take a couple minutes to do that?
Yep, you got the floor.
Okay, cool. All right, let's see here. All right, can you see this?
Yep.
All right, awesome. So yeah, everybody, this is what it's going to look like. So whenever your athlete first comes in on a given day, they have 3 things to check off the list. They're going to log in their health check, their wellness check is what it's going to be called. And then they're also going to be able to log their breakfast. And then they also can log their lunch and dinner for the nutrition piece, what we already offer. We also have a second piece to this as well, where you're going to be able to see essentially a whole dashboard view at a glance of where each athlete is based on key questions that we got from a certified psychologist, athlete psychologist, on what gauges them on their mental health score on a given day's basis. So it's a natural check-in. Every athlete can do that, and then they can actually see, how that's going. And then the biggest thing one of the other biggest things we have in is at any point, if an athlete needs to talk to you guys. So like if someone actually is struggling with something, if they did break up with their girlfriend, something that it could be anything they actually need, you will get a direct notification on your phone that this specific athlete needs to talk, and all that's going to be just available on the app as well, on the health tab. And then, the final thing is we also are going to have some breathing exercises as well, that is going to be incorporated for any athletes that are looking to kind of mellow out or whatever. And they can also, you can go in and see other moods and things like that. So that's kind of a more in-depth view on what that's going to look like, and complement everything else we have going on. So thank you so much for giving me a chance to show that. Just want to have a chance to show that.
Oh, definitely. And that's amazing. And I appreciate you doing that. And like I said, we'll All In Team Sports will be around. If you guys have any questions, you can either ask, or there's a option here at the bottom where it says to in the chat, and it says to everyone, but you can actually choose All In. If you want to ask a direct question, to get a direct answer from them, you can go ahead and click that now as well. And anything else, Andre? Just wanted to make sure that you didn't have anything else before we transition to our next person here.
Well, I say, guys, thank you so much. Again, this has been an incredible conference. I'm going to stay tuned in here, and I won't take any more of anybody else's time. But again, you guys have a blessed rest of your weekend. If you guys want to use team code, feel free to do so. Follow us on Twitter, and just thanks for the opportunity, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. Guys, we are at Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports. This is an exciting time. We want to go ahead and welcome our next presenter. When I first seen this, I am an analytical guy, and I approach the game a lot of times in numbers. Whenever I mentor coaches, whenever I'm on spaces, I always tell people to watch Moneyball, because Moneyball, the movie, will give you it'll give you an example of using what you have to do more. And there was a part in the movie where they went analytical at trying to get better because their general manager wouldn't give them any more money to get better talent. And so that's kind of just an example or a snapshot of where we're about to go with this next presenter. They have a platform called Cerebral Sports. And I mean, oh my gosh, I got introduced to it by an agent friend of mine. And my goodness, I bought in right away. And so I won't give too much away. I'll introduce my man Ryan to go ahead and introduce himself and talk a little bit about Cerebro.
Awesome. Thank you, Lewis. Can you guys hear me all right? Am I good,
Yep.
Lewis?
Yep.
Awesome. No, I really appreciate the introduction, guys. It's a pleasure and honor to be joining you guys today. I guess, Lewis, I can launch a screen share.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, looks like I can.
Yep.
Awesome. That looks like the wrong screen. Let's see. Okay, for some reason I keep sharing. Are you guys looking at an email list, or what are y'all seeing?
I see your as soon as you go to the website, Cerebral Sports at the top.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right, the right thing's shown. Sorry. Awesome. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. So, again, really appreciate the intro there, Lewis. Guys, we've started in basketball. Our concept is applicable to multiple sports, but we'll look at through the basketball lens. I think analytics have been made really complicated. If you go to the NBA level, there are full analytics departments. If you go to Synergy, which is a great tool, do not get me wrong, it is a great tool, but it is extremely granular. And it's very easy to cherry pick certain stats that maybe tell a story, right? And that's what we've seen through agencies, as Lewis was talking about. It's what we've seen, with coaches, with players. What we do is we take the one thing that scales all across the world, basic box scores. We take those from every level of competition everywhere in the world. The database has about 400,000 players and over 1,000 of the world's top competitions in it right now. And then we help to make that data navigable, essentially. So we say start with stats. And when we say that, what we're saying is if you take simple data, you can quickly and easily, from a recruiting standpoint, but even from a player development standpoint, you can evaluate a player very, very quickly and ultimately come to a decision. So this kind of I just want to show you guys quickly kind of what the funnel looks like and what we mean by that, because we are not saying that you don't need to go out to games. We're not saying you don't need to watch film. We're not saying stats is the end all be all. No, what we're saying is start with stats. So we take these box scores, we turn them into our proprietary skill rating metrics, and then we allow you to run a filter to find players that meet a certain performance criteria, or to run a report that, again, is just very easy and relatable to say, if this is where you want to be, this is where you are today. This is just frankly, the objective half of the story, right? And then from there, you need all of the same subjective stuff that you've always been doing. We're just here to help basketball coaches do their jobs better from a talent evaluation perspective. And again, I'll actually show that to you guys. But real quick, you'll actually see these metrics in our platform. Again, we'll go in a second. We'll look at the entire basketball world. I'll let you guys throw names at me. And you guys can tell me what you think about what we've been able to get out of a box score. But you can look at everything from a high school competition all the way up to the NBA. We can go look at LeBron James from high school, literally up until this season, and we can look at all of those competitions very flatly using the same 7 skill metrics. So 2 of them, the RAM and the CRAM, tell you how good a player was overall within that event. The CRAM ends up being on a gold, silver, and bronze scale. So you'll see when we start looking through player careers, you'll see like these colors that are popping. That means like this person was, a top 5, 10, 20% performer within that competition. And from there, you're like, okay, cool. So they were really good. What were they good at? Well, that's where our 5-metric suite comes in. And so again, every competition in the world, you look at the exact same way. 5 skill scores: pure scoring prowess, 3-point efficiency, floor general skills, big man strengths, and defensive statistical impact. You can take these 5 metrics and create archetypes, which I'll show you guys too. The pure scorer, a modern big. You can create your own custom archetypes and ultimately run searches that return back players that some of them, it's confirming what you've already thought of them. Others, it's like, wow, I did not know that player, at least, from the numbers, deserves to be in the same conversation as this other player that we were looking at. So that's the concept at a very high level. It sounds very grandiose that we can do this much with a box score. But I contend that we can. We have about 50 college programs right now that agree, about 10 agencies that agree, a few NBA teams. And really, we're just looking to evangelize this and spread it, because at the end of the day, the players themselves don't really get a read on where they stack up. They don't have any agency in their own recruiting process. They go to these club events and they walk away with really nothing tangible to show for it. So now they can walk away with reports and understand objectively what they need to be improving on. And then, yes, it also does help decision makers, recruiters, players, trainers, etc. So that's the concept. Might want to pause here and take questions. I'll check the. Okay, I don't see anything in the chat. Okay. Oh, Lewis hit me with the name. We'll check that out in a second. So I'll show you guys. What's that?
That was a name that one of the coaches sent me, so I just wanted to send it over to you.
Gotcha. Is that women's D2? Because I think we only have women's D1 in there right now. Women's D2 is coming, but we'll
Okay.
I'll take a look. We'll see.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I'm gonna head over to the platform, and I'll quickly kind of show you guys around to make the screen a little bigger. Okay. So you can look at the world basically in two ways. You can either look at it on a per player basis, or you can look at it on a per competition basis. So we could type in the name of any player, which just, for to make it universally applicable, I'll pull up Luka Doncic, right? And so we can go look at the time, we can look at what he did night before last, all the way back to what he was doing when he was 15 years old. And so the data is telling a story here. You're seeing he's a gold at 15, he's a gold performer. And then all of a sudden he's playing against his peers. And then he jumps to playing against grown men. It's like a 15 or 16-year-old. Then he starts to come around and he becomes the MVP. And then he jumps to the NBA and he becomes the Luka Doncic that we all know at this point. You can see those gold performances. To give you some scope, like medaling is usually the top 25% of an event. If a gold medal is usually like top 2 to 3%. So it's very a very elite mark. And we can come back and look at a few other names, but I'll give you like a domestic prospect, current prospect. We'll look at Jordan Walsh. So here's an example of what we've got on him. And like when we showed this to people at Nike and to some of the shoe companies, they're like, I didn't even know that this data existed. And that's what we pride ourselves on. This is what we do. We go get this data, we put it in a platform, and we tell a simple, flat, objective story. So, you always have to take sample size into consideration here, but, you start to look at the events that he's playing in. You start to look at the body of work over a period of time. You see a good number of silvers, golds, and bronzes. I mean, it's Jordan Walsh. So the other way to look at it, again, is on a per competition basis. So lots of competitions, lots of international stuff, obviously domestic, youth, pro. We've got most all collegiate competition levels covered. So we'll pop into D1, and I think we can, I'm pretty sure our data sets here go back like over 20 years. But this is really where it really caught on originally. We were developing this in stealth. We started on a Google spreadsheet. That Google sheet we ended up selling to about 15 colleges that were like, hey, we really need this. And what we were selling them was the transfer portal specifically. And so it was that's pretty much what I'm showing you here. You can come in and select. I'm not sure. Can you guys see my drop downs? Lewis, are you able to see my drop down on screen? Okay, cool. So yeah, you can come in here and select whether you just want to look at players in certain conferences. Like we're gonna run just a sample search. Let's say the top 12. I only want to look at players. I only think players in the top 12 conferences could play at my level. I only want to see juniors and seniors. I'm looking for a guy that's at least 6'4". We'll say 190. You can come down here and say, also, I don't want to see anybody has less than 5 games because I don't feel like that's representative. You can use basic stats, or now here's where we're going to kick in those archetypes. So these are those skill scores I explained to you guys. And you can come in here and build your, like I said, your own custom archetype, but these are all on a scale of 0 to 100. They're all measures of volume and efficiency. So in other words, like going 1 for 1 from 3, over the course of 2 minutes, we don't nearly respect as much as going, 5 for 5 from 3 over the course of 25 minutes, right? Volume and efficiency. are weighted into all of these formulas. But like I say, you could build your own, or you could just come in here and say, let's see 3 and Ds. So now we're going to look at, again, players in the top 12 conferences. They're upperclassmen, 6'4", minimum 6'4", 190, 3 and D players. There's a usage element that goes into that too. And played a minimum of 5 games. So 5,000 players will quickly become 13. So we've filtered through pretty quick. From here, we can say, oh, you know what? There's another thing I really care about. I want to see who's actually making the most 3-pointers per game. And now you see how these filters, rather these colors, come in really handy. Because yeah, sure, Darius Days was the best player that meets this exact criteria, but maybe I thought we had a goal here. Oh yeah, we do. But maybe, of course, Justin Bean. You know, we'd look at and we'd say, hey, I'd actually rather have him. The gold helps to flag. Of course, in D1, we know a lot of these names, but when you're looking through, when you're a D1 coach, you're looking through D2, D3, NAIA, looking through a high school data set, right? Pretty soon, these kinds of filters are available globally. Show me all the performances within the youth levels that, or whatever, select a level that matches this criteria. And then lastly, this is really what set a lot of coaches over the edge. We could just click, oh yeah, which ones, by the way, which ones are in the portal? And now you've only got 4 of them. So we keep that updated every 24 hours off of verbal commits. You can choose to look at this this is kind of our main view, but you can also choose to look at it from our archetypes. So this is just a way to look at it and see like our skill metrics, and then what goes into those skill metrics, which, by the way, if you ever have a question about it, you can just click on this analytics term glossary. It's on every page. But for general skills, we look at assists, turnovers. Remember, all of this is derived from basic box scores. We don't even take play-by-play. Not shot charts, not play-by-play, not player tracking. Has to scale from a high school gym in Bangladesh all the way up to the NBA. And then the last cool thing we can do, I'm going to pull transfer eligible off because it would break what I'm about to show you. Oh yeah, you can also look at that per game, per 40, or totals. Again, all the same stuff. But now we could take that filter that we just ran and we could go apply it to last year. Who did this in last year's D1? Who did this in 2011, 2012? Hey, Jay Crowder, I'm a Mavericks fan. We're beefing with him right now. But yeah, so it's a very easy, simple way to lay the world very flat, very quickly. And I heard a theme of time coming up with coaches, and that's exactly what this is designed to do, right? Like the naked eye half is great and it's really important, but there's a lot of happenstance involved if you're a college coach that's recruiting and you're relying on these naked eye networks to push players to you. And of course, you leave the door open to politics too. This is a place for you to start, for you to generate names, and for you to check your list and what you're hearing about players to make it as objective as possible. It's just another voice in that conversation. And then again, secondarily, it's a player development tool. So, with the club events we work with right now, we give club coaches the ability to see their own players, to develop their players more, doing the same for high school coaches too. So this is just about making data simple and accessible, because frankly, it's been too complicated for way too long. This is the everyman's analytics as we view it. So yeah, I'm happy to go look up specific player names at this point if we'd like to, or take any questions that pop up.
Yeah, we had one person go Asia Wilson on the women's side.
Gotcha. Asia Wilson. All right, here she is. All right, so we've got all of her WNBA seasons. We have her international competition, her collegiate career. So yeah, you see quite a bit of gold there. And when she's not gold, she's silver. She was silver as a freshman, gold the rest of the time. Let's see, silver in her sophomore season in the league, and then gold. Other than that, yeah, obviously an incredible player. And this is where I'm happy to not that I'm the inventor of the metrics, but I'm happy to I'd like to know, is this the Asia Wilson that you see? We're always checking, we're always asking, because what you want to do is develop faith in this, so that when you're looking at a data set that you don't know, this can actually help to save you time. If you don't trust it, it's not, doesn't help. That look about right? Cool. Any other names? Hit me. College players, pros, internationals, international prospects, international pros, high school players. We'll do this one for fun.
Okay.
This is a fun one. I don't know why it's not loading. Maybe case sensitive, maybe. I might have to refresh my page. Did you have another one come to mind, Lewis?
I was gonna say Davion Mitchell, played at Baylor.
Yep. Yeah, I'll definitely head over to him next.
Somebody gave Kelsey Plum, another women's player.
Okay. Trying to figure out why. All right, we'll head to Davion. I spelled Davion right, didn't I?
There's a different kind. I have to Google it. Maybe try Kelsey Plum.
Is there a B on that?
Nope, just that's good.
There we go. So yeah, from here you click on the player's career, and now you're able to see everything that we've got. So wow, a 15.2. So when you're thinking about CRAM, think of it like standard deviation. Like, this is telling you how far from the pack someone is. So that's anything above a 10, which means that they are effectively, if you're a 10, you're like 2 times as good as the average player. So, I mean, yeah, obviously we're saying like she's 2.5 times as good in that season. And from here, if you wanted to like dig into that further and see who else was doing similar things, that's when you just click over into that specific data set. Kelsey Plum look about right?
Yeah. Now we had a coach on here. There's a D2 coach that I know. I know you addressed it before. So as far as D2 on the men's is there, but you said D2 on the women's is on the way.
D2 on the women's side is on the way. That's correct. The men's is there, I believe, updated through this season. Let's see. Yes, updated through this season. So this is this is current men's D2 right here. We track transfers over there too. So you just wanted to see who's in the portal right now. You just click transfer eligible. So 616 players in the D2 portal.
So yeah, I know we were playing around a little bit on our call last week. The reason that I see the value of this is if you're looking for a player, and let's just say you want to maybe find someone in the portal, you can literally go to directly what you want. If you're looking for someone that's averaging this or their percentage is this, it takes the time away. That's another time component for coaches where I'm not having to call 5 people saying who you got, watch 1,000 hours of film. I can literally categorize what I'm looking for. 6'4", a lot of people reach out to me, say, I need a big guard, So now you can just put someone there, put their stats, put their height, and it brings up everybody in that category.
That's
and
right.
You don't have to go looking for 12 hours or 12 days trying to figure out who should I look for.
That's right. We got the correct spelling on Davion. So here he is. A 6 to a 6.5 is usually a rotation player. So we have him in the ballpark of being a rotation player this year in the NBA. Of course, his rookie year. But you can see his development over the course of his time at Baylor. And this is where it's interesting to kind of go look year over year at what exactly it was that he got better at. The jump, the leap between these two seasons as a pure scorer. Again, like looking at his scoring efficiency, essentially. In particular, from three, he became, he's 20% from the Cerebro perspective, a 20% improvement on his 3-point shooting from one year to the next. He became a better floor general as well. You can see his assist to turnovers, decent here. His assists jumped almost 2, and his turnovers jumped 0.2 between those 2 years. I'm sure at a higher usage rate too. So yeah, you can just come across here and like you can look at a player and what exactly it was they got better at. This is coming soon to everyone. But well, I guess he's only played 1 year in the NBA, so it doesn't really work here. But for any players that have played in the NBA, you can actually see a full graph of how their overall performance has trended over time, as well as how their skill scores have trended over time. The other thing I want to show you guys is you can create lists. So let's say you're going through, you may take Davion's, like if you're available, you might take Davion's exact profile and hit the transfer portal and say, who else does these exact same things, right? We're not telling you what to think about a conference. We're not telling you what to think about a given competition. You have to bring your own, coach's awareness around what you think about whether or not that would translate to your league. But laying it flatly, statistically, this person did the same thing. And so now, like say you run that search, maybe you want to add somebody to a list. Just click up here. You say test list, click add. And now we head over to our lists, and we've got he'll be on there. I'm gonna pull up the WNBA draft list because we've gotten several women's questions. This is just a pre-populated list that we've got from last year's draft. Blocking me, but I can't. Okay, yeah, we've got quite a few players on here. So yeah, you can just kind of go through this. I think this is like a draft eligibility list. But you can just go through this and say, all right, who leads in 3PE? And the list will end up sorting according to that. I think its default is alphabetical. And then the last thing I'll show you is are these things called player event breakdowns. There's more reports coming soon, but here under the reports section, you can actually, if you're one of our collegiate members, you can actually go pull a player event breakdown. If you let's say you want to run a report from a given event and take it into a meeting with coach, right? You literally want to print it out. Well, it's the same thing that we sell to parents and players themselves. But you just you go pull down a PEB on eligible events. There's a little button that says run player event breakdown, and then here you go. I mean, this is ready to go print out. It'll show you the game log of all the games they play, their overall stats breakdown, and then how we rated them, as well as gold. This lights up gold, silver, bronze as applicable. So yeah, that pretty well covers it. I guess one more thing I'll tell you guys. This is designed to be a hub. So we're always looking for new partners to work with, making it very easy to import and export, or rather export data out of our platform and import it into others. So there's we also work with video breakdown companies, companies like Synergy, Instat. These are not competitors of ours. These are partners of ours. So when you're in our platform, you're looking at a player's like game by game breakdowns. If you want to go watch the film somewhere, here's the Baller TV link. You can literally go watch that game. You want to see coming soon, you want to see a playlist 3 for 7 from 3. Click on that. If Synergy owns the rights, pops up over in Synergy, or again, whoever the right holder is. We're an aggregator at the end of the day. We take the I'll finish where I started, I guess. Go back to this funnel right here. And in our view, we're coming in, we're taking the lowest common denominator of the box score, we're making it digestible, We're putting it all in one place. So you've got comprehensive career profiles, and we're allowing you to help to more quickly decide who you want to go take a look at. And then you invest the time in going into Synergy or watching the game film or going to the event or calling the scout or club coach to learn more about it. So that is us in a nutshell. Yeah, happy to take questions. Lewis, I know I'm a little over time, so I guess the close here would be just head to cerebrosports.com. Anyone can sign up for a free account. That will allow you to go type in any player name that you want, literally for free. To run the event searches, those filters that we looked at, that is normally $100 per, that's our gold package. It's normally $100 per month or $1,000 per year. If you use the code SHINE22, we'll actually discount that for you guys an additional 10%. And if you are a small college, let me know. We have a special deal for non-D1s. But again, anybody can start for free.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And I put the website over in the chat. I had a couple questions over here. One of the coaches asked, what about NAIA men's and women's?
Yes, definitely on the roadmap. And in some cases, I think it's already there. I want to say we do have NAIA, but I don't think it runs through this year. I think it still needs to be updated. Actually, I may be wrong about that. Let's see. Okay, here's the problem with NAIA. There's only one conference that we were able to find stable data for. So if you know NAIA, then I'm sure you're looking at these names and you're realizing which conference it was. So that's it says right there. It was the Appalachian Athletic Conference. You can always click on an event title and learn like the basics about it, as well as get links straight to where the video is hosted, or the hub of the video. But we're always looking to expand. Our chief of product spent 2 decades with the Houston Rockets, worked directly under Daryl Morey, so our data standards are very high. You're never going to see even high school data in there that's not trustworthy. It's not user generated. It's not self-reported. It's comes from legitimate stats resources, and subsequently, oftentimes we have to throw stuff out because we can't really find a good source for it. But yeah, always looking to add. If anybody does know of good resources for men's or women's, please hit me with those. D1 women's portal, how many are left? So our problem on the women's, this is another place I would love to take, I would love some help. We have looked for a verbal commits equivalent that's publicizing women's transfer data at the same level that that verbal commits is doing it on the men's side. We found like one blog that publishes it, but it looks like it's not updated regularly enough for us to feel like it would be current and representative. And you guys probably know this, the NCAA does not allow us direct access to the portal. Only coaches have it. So we have to go off of secondary media sources, and we just can't really find a good one. But if you do know of one, we would be more than happy to do the legwork of keeping that up to date, just like we do with the stats on the women's side.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Let me know, DJ. Hey, I hope you find one.
Yeah, this is awesome. You guys go over to cerebrosports.com. You can get started with a free trial to check it out. And I love it.
Always free. It's not even a trial. It's always free. You'll never get hit with the paywall. It's not 7 days. Go check it out. Hope it brings value. If you decide that it's worth $100 a month or $90 a month with Shine 22, that's awesome. We'd love to have you. But regardless, hit us up on Twitter at Cerebro Sports. We're always here to chat.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, I appreciate you, Ryan, for sharing. I was reading, looks like it's girls coaches need to get more shine on the women's game. So yeah, I believe it's coming. I was a women's coach, and a product like this would, for me, it takes the guesswork as well as the time that it will take to go and find like all the if I wanted a big guard, if I wanted a big, you could look that up. You can see like exactly what you need. So I love what they're doing, and that's why I'm a huge proponent of what they're doing. I'm an analytic guy. I like to look at the game in a different way, and I believe in a lot of ways being on the analytics side can give you the advantage because everyone's looking at how well someone can play, how well they cannot play. They're looking at plays. They're looking at everything you can see. But when you begin to diagnose the analytics, there's some things that you can't see on the surface that when you dive into the analytics, it'll really, really help you to be successful. And I am a firm believer of it. I've done it, and I love doing it. So Ryan, I appreciate you, man. Please feel free to hang around as much as your time will allow. I know you're a busy guy, but feel free to hang around as much as
Been a
you
great
want to.
conference, Lewis. This is awesome, man. And guys, I am so grateful for everybody just paying attention. Like I said, check us out. I'll definitely be hanging around here. Thanks, guys.
Sounds good. Feel free to interject at any time as well as we go along today. Man, I am so excited. I've really enjoyed the first 4 speakers. We're at our halftime mark, actually past our halftime mark. And, we had All In Team Sports, which our conference is powered by. They've helped make all of this possible for you all. And then we had Ryan with Cerebral Sports, which, like I say, that is for me, when you're talking about recruiting, doing things, getting that edge, like that's it right there. That will give you that edge. So yeah, we're going to keep this thing moving. We're going into our second half of speakers. We have 4 more dynamic speakers. The first 4 have been very dynamic, but we're going to keep this thing rolling. So real quick, if you guys need to grab your food, or maybe you're coming from getting your food. I know some people went to grab some lunch and they're hopping back on. Some water, restroom break. Here in about 2 minutes, we're going to introduce our next speaker, and we're going to keep this thing rolling. I'm so excited too, and I'll kind of talk a little bit. I wanted to do this in conference in person. Being on the heels of the pandemic, I just wasn't sure. I actually had I'm actually from the Chicago area. So I'm right over in Northwest Indiana, about half hour away from downtown Chicago, and had a 4,500 seat facility booked because my goal with this was to do a all on court conference where you could come and it's like a game and you could sit in the stands, and we have our coaches presenting like on the court, having a team out there showing you different things as well as talking to you. Well, we decided to do it virtually this year just to if people were not comfortable going out yet and things like that. I really wanted people to get this information, but stay tuned because if this is something that, if things stay like they are and continue to grow, we're really looking at having it in person next year. So really want to make it like a destination for coaches, not only a time to get away, but a time to have fun as coaches and learn. I believe we can make coaching fun again. We can make it cool again. Because when you're in your craft and you love your craft, when I was in it, oh my gosh, like I loved it. I enjoyed it. I loved learning. I loved learning the little things like Coach Pete was talking about, the insignificant things that matter that everyone doesn't look at. I was trying to get that edge. And so I would love to be away for a weekend somewhere where I can just dive in. And I want to create that. And so this is like our first step to that. And I have my speaker, he's logging back on. He's having a little bit of issues technically. So I'm kind of talking for a few minutes here while he gets settled back. But I hope you guys have really been enjoying this. There he is. Hope you all have been enjoying this. I've been enjoying it. Oh my gosh. But we're going to keep this thing going. So we're going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Coach Mark Mitchell. Man, he's meant so much to me. He's been a mentor of mine when I was actually at Central State University as an acting head coach. I reached out to some of the Division I schools that were in my area, and he was one of the guys that answered very quickly and just really opened the doors to what they were doing at Ohio State and some of the things that he was doing player development wise and with his daughter, Kelsey Mitchell. I was able to go in and just sit in on workouts. There was times I was able to, he invited me in and I was able to go in, sit in. I can remember vividly, it was the day before they had a big game against Penn State and they allowed me to come into practice and I was able to sit in practice. I was able to sit in the film session, like just to have that open door and to have a coach like Coach Mitchell that would just open his doors and allow me to come and call and check up on me and let me know, hey, I got some time or come on through. And then he's just continued to be that to me. And he's done a number of things, not only coaching where he's coaching now at Wilberforce and growing that program, but 2-time Big Ten conference champion, 8-time coach of the year. I want to welcome to Coaches Conference 2022, presented by All In Team Sports, Coach Mark Mitchell. How's it going, Coach?
Everything's good. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Hope everybody's good.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that, man. I'm telling you, I didn't deserve that. You know, at the end of the day, you just kind of hope that you can get to a point in your life where you can do some things and quality things and help as many young people as you can and invest in some other people and just kind of help them find what they're looking for. It's tough. It's tough, but I would like to think that, you know, God makes no mistakes. And I tell people this all the time. And I was a high school coach who was very, very ambitious. I come from the pro football realm though. And I got really, really, really disgusted, mad at the game of football that I started playing at age 4. When my pro career it didn't play out as long as I wanted it to. So I got disgusted. I didn't even want to coach football. I had a GA ship to go to Florida State with Bobby Bowden in '92. And I was just done with the game because I just felt that I wanted to play more. I wanted to play longer. Well, that crisis actually led me to my purpose. So y'all remember that. If you're going through anything right now, you're going through a crisis, trust me, it's leading you to your purpose. And my ultimate purpose was not to play pro football, not to coach sports. It was to impact young people. And I was fortunate to be in a situation where people trusted me enough with young people to be able to build them, grow them, and empower them. And I started at a 7th grade coach, sweeping the floor. And I, parlayed that into some really good opportunities to myself. I was a runner-up 19 times. I went on an interview, went through the whole process, runner-up 19 times. And this is why I tell you, God doesn't make any mistakes. On job number 20, God sends me to Taft High School, downtown Cincinnati. Teenage murder rate higher than the teenage graduation rate. There is no resources. They won 2 games a year before, 0 games a year before that, 2 games a year before that, 1 game prior to that. So there wasn't there had been some lineage because it being a downtown school, an inner city school back in the 60s, it had plenty of lineage, plenty of understanding. Well, we took that program in the first year, we went 22-3. And people ask us, how in the world, my bad, 22-4. We lost the game before the state finals. So people say, how did you parlay that? How did you get that going the right way? Guess what? The first thing you have to do when you take over any program, and people may agree with this or disagree. Guess what? We can agree to disagree. We all grown here. The first thing you must do is you must take your locker room back. That's the very first thing you must do, because whatever you're trying to get accomplished, if you don't have the locker room, meaning when you talk to them on the court, you talk to them out in the hallways, in the classes, out on campus, they go back to that locker room and they blowing holes in whatever you're doing. Guess what? You're not going to be successful. So the first thing I always do is somebody always gets punched in the mouth. Not figuratively, not literally. I don't actually put my hands on them, but figuratively, somebody got to get it. And if this happens to be the best player, worst player, doesn't matter. But at some point in time, somebody's going to get made an example of. And best player got rid of him. Unbelievable kid, 6'7", can play it. Everybody, why'd you get rid of him, Mitch? I said, well, when I watched the film, there was something glowing. The glowing thing became the bus could not move forward because he was holding the bus back. So that's the first thing. You got to get all the right people, right people on the bus. You got to get all the wrong people off. And that means sometimes it might not be your best player. So that's the first thing you got to do is get rid of those people. So then what you can start to do is develop your baseline culture to really, really get your guys moving forward or your young ladies moving forward. You have to be able to get that. You got to be able to control that locker room. And guess what? At the end of the day, you want more people rowing than you want drilling. If you got people drilling, you're just swimming in one spot. You're not going anywhere. So you got to be able to get that point right. You fast forward that into maybe couple months into my first year, me and Sean Miller developed a really good relationship because we had dynamic guards, which is what I'm gonna get to today when we talk about our skill development within inside of our attack motion. But Sean Miller invested in me. I said, Coach, what you down here for? We ain't got nobody. Now, this was before the rules. They kind of adjusted some rules. He says, Coach, he says, Mitch, I love what you do with your guards. You got unbelievable inner city guards who are tough, they skilled, they play it the right way, they play fast, and they just really get it. Well, they wouldn't have got it had we had all those distractions around. So at the end of the day, that parlayed into this. And this is all next thing I'm gonna leave you with. Don't be afraid to build relationships, because Sean Miller invited me to a coaches roundtable. I go in the coaches roundtable and there's some unbelievable coaches in there. In there though, Kevin McGuff. Sean throws me the pen and said, I just want to be a fly on the wall. I just want to learn. I'm an inner city coach. Who sees value in what we do? Normally no one, but he did. He throws me the pen. He says, Mitch, talk about a little bit about that pressure stuff that you were working on the other day. So we talk about it. Coach McGuff hence later after the roundtable, would you ever be interested in coaching women? Coach, no, man, I don't know. Because I thought my style of play might be a little too edgy for women. But what I did find out after coaching my daughter and coaching my daughters, because I got twin boys and twin girls, and I've been fortunate. So after coaching them, I understood now they're not women, they're not men, they're just basketball players. And at the end of the day, that's how we approach it. Well, guess what? That relationship that I ended up developing with Coach McGuff parlayed the opportunity for me to be at Ohio State. Because everybody thought I was at Ohio State because of my daughter. I never forget it. When after the first workout, Gene Smith got word back to me. Thank you for being here. You are one dynamic coach. Bingo. So at the end of the day, everybody else around the world, around America was like, oh, he only there because of his daughter. Guess what? It's all about the knowledge. But I don't need to beat my chest on that, because all the things that I've done have propelled me and pushed me to the opportunity to see all these rings in the back. Guess what? That's just 6 of 15. I've been fortunate in my life. I've been fortunate to play with some really good teams, be on some really good teams, be the leader on really good teams, and be around really good people and coach unbelievable kids. So at the end of the day, they were thinking at one thing, but at the end of the day, it was something totally different. Next thing I know, I'm trying to get a job. Thought I was going to be the next head women's coach at Tuskegee. Thought it was on, man, I was right there. Guess what? Didn't work. They had to go with a woman. No problem. Understand that. I ended up it was late in the year, had to go back to, went back to coach high school. Next thing you know, here I am at Wilberforce University. The funny thing is, God has prepared me to do this again, because the things that I had to do at TAB, I'm doing them right now at Wilberforce. No resources, not a lot of people want to invest, not a lot of people want to, do things with an HBCU, especially a small HBCU. And then guess what? You just got to build it. You can't cry and complain about it. So we just do what we got to do. So at the end of the day, we had to come up with a style of play that matched everything that we had gone through. And before Vance Wahlberg had dribble drive in 2002, guess what? We had attack motion down at Tabb High School. And it was very, very successful. And like I said, we've won a lot of games. We've been a lot of big events, won the state championship, did a lot of things at the college level, brought a style of play to Ohio State that, you know, a lot of people didn't think it would work, but at the end of the day, we stuck to it and we put our blinders on and we did what we needed to do, which was right for us, which I leave you with. Coaches, don't be afraid. Stop coaching afraid. If you feel like you want to press and you want to apply pressure, guess what? Apply pressure. I can't tell you how many coaches this year we're our first year playing at Wilberforce. Everybody says, oh, you ain't gonna be able to do that. Why not? We got those type of kids. We just gonna apply pressure. At the end of the day, you coach. I got a friend of mine that tells me all this time, you fly your own kite. I got the tail on mine. So guess what? You mind your own business. We gonna do what we do. And we play 94 feet in your face. Sometimes we gave up layup. Sometimes we got steals. One game this year, and this tells you how bad, now I ain't gonna say how bad we were, but our basketball IQ. Remember this, dumb gets you beat. So you gotta really develop your players. This is why skill development is unbelievable, which we played one game this year. We forced one team into 37 turnovers. Did we win? No, we didn't. Because we're not good at the things that happen a lot. Being able to pass the basketball. We had the #1 team on the brink. 2 minutes left in the game. We're up 2. All we gotta do is make a free throw and a pass. We couldn't do either one of them. End up losing that game. But as our guys developed over the course of the year, and we stayed true to our skill development, we stayed true to our attack principles, it ended up parlaying ourselves into 10 wins, first time in 15 years, 7-1 in the conference, actually had an opportunity to win the conference championship. Our guys didn't believe it. We actually had a chance to win it. And I told them some point in time throughout the year, guess what? We're going to be able to play for a championship. And guess what? We did. And our guys just didn't believe. They didn't buy in. And it was too late, always too late. But hey, at the end of the day, stay true to your principles. So what does that lead to? For what we're going to talk a little bit to you today. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm going to try to share my screen. I didn't realize that I had took all my dry erase boards there in my office up at Wilberforce. So guess what? We don't worry about the mule being blind. We just load the wagon and tug on the line. So guess what? I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you guys. Well, he'll share my screen. Let me take this virtual thing off of here and we're going to talk a little bit about what this looks like. Let's see, none. All right. Now, don't mind the mess. If you see that back there, that's the grandkids, you know, so they all there. So let's see if we can get this. You still see me? Y'all with me? All right. So now, let me take this and I'm going to hold this up for you guys. Let me draw on it for you just a little bit. So as you see this court, offense for us starts off with the rebound or the make, okay? So whoever gets, let's say we're on a make, we're always gonna end up with 1, 4 taking it out, 2 runs, 3 runs, 5 rim runs, and then he gets out to the porch. And our porch for us is anywhere here. And like Coach Lewis will tell you, we will have, once again, Coach Lewis, we're in a poor situation. We don't have floor tape. So we put the cones out there. But the 5 rim runs, it gets to the porch. Doesn't matter. He just runs and gets to the porch. We don't get too crazy about what happens there. So 1 normally half moons it, hits it running. And once he hits it running, we're up here. And every time down, what we always try to get is the 4 through and then 1 off of it. That is one of the hardest actions to guard in transition. 4 through, 1 drive. All right. Then we get to this point. Then we'll get to this point that we have here, okay? this one over here. All right, I won't use this the whole time. I just wanted to kind of give you the idea. So now we have a paired side, okay? So one went through, four went through and he bumped two up to that high wing. One, as he came off of that, he's trying to get this first kick up. We're turning, we're there. We're looking to penetrate this paint, either finish or pitch 3. Okay, that's what we're looking to get every time down. We're looking to get that every time. That's just our base. Okay, that's just our base. Okay, so you get 4 through, one dribble kick, one dribbled hard to this elbow right here. That's your first kick up out of transition, and then we're there. Okay. Now, a lot of people think dribble drive motion is just dribble drive. Let me help you guys out. Dribble drive is just some concept. I was fortunate while at Ohio State, Vance Wahlberg came and visited us. And he says, wow, you know quite a bit about this. Trust me, I was in the inner city with great guard play. So we figured this out long ago. So at the end of the day, dribble drive is just concepts that go within your offense, okay? So now let me help you guys out. Some of the concepts that we use, okay, in our offense, some of the concepts, just basic concepts, okay? So let's go here at the top. One concept we use, obviously we got attack, dribble drive. One concept we use is called swing, okay? We use what we call swing. And swing is simple because swing is 1, 3, 4, 2, 4. So right here, swing is simple. One with the ball, swing. One goes there, they pass there, they pass there. We just interchange right there. That's this swing. And out of this pass, and I'm gonna show you some video clips of how we develop this. Out of this swing, bang, bang, or bang, rip and get, interchange, we normally get this drive right here, if they want it, to a pitch out. Great. If not, we get this one more, and what we do is give you another concept out of that. So you got the one more, 3 interchange 1, okay? So now you got the one more to the 4, 3 and 1 interchange. Now, instead of cutting this guy through, we take and give him an action that's really hard to guard. We just sprint right here, and this guy just cuts across. They have to honor this. If not, they'll sink and hold in this drive. If X2 decides he wants to get nosy in this drive, no problem. Who's going to get caught up in helping on this screen right here on 3 filling? So we'll set that cross screen right there. Get that guy coming off of there. And then what we normally get is this screen, bang, to a slip, to a field, okay? So we got swing. We got attack. We got screen. And then we got follow. And this will be the last one I use on this. Follow. So we have designated follow guys. All right. So follow guys are guys that would be our stretch fours. Anytime they get it, they can follow or ghost. My bad. Let me get that on them. So we got swing, attack, screen, follow, and ghost. Ghost. That would be 5. Number 5, ghost. Okay. So those screening those are different concepts that we use. All right. So in those concepts, they allow us to continue to create space and gaps to be able to attack the rim, draw 2, pitch to 1. Follow guys are guys that can either follow, sprint into a ball screen, and roll. In that case, we get 5 who reads and gets to the opposite porch. So soon as 5 sees 4, pitch, and then follow, 5 is going to sprint and get to the other porch. Okay. And then once he gets to the other porch, then 4 can roll, or he can ghost to that other corner. We can end up taking 2 with our ghost and throw back to our 4, and then we'll shoot that 3. Or we'll turn that into another drive, okay? So those are some of our base concepts out of our attack motion. So I'll show you just a little bit of how we get to that. And well, let me say this first. So out of that, we create great space, which is the key. We create great space. The next thing we do is we create space to attack space. Once we create space to attack space, we either finish off a 2 or throw to 1. That's it. This is where the fun starts, because at the end of the day, we now do all of our skill development. And this is where all the fun goes, is once we get into our skill development, we're in great shape, okay? So now what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna show you some of our skill development things, just a few things that we do to get into it, because I don't have enough time to be able to show you all. So what I'll do is I'll put my number and email in the group text, and if you want things, just hit me up, because at the end of the day, it would be, we could be here till midnight. I have so many different things that we do, but I'll just give you some base concept things that we do, okay? One thing that I didn't put on video is this right here. And then after this, Louis, we can share the screen. We do this drill to start in our skill development. So we'll get ourselves into a full court situation, and I'll show you. We'll get 3, 2, and we'll get 1. We'll start there with the ball, okay? So we'll get into this kind of setup. Man, let me take that off of there. All right, here we go. So if you see this right here, this setup right here, all right, this is our first one, and we just call this spray, okay? We call this spray. And in spray, one is gonna speed dribble up the court. One starts slightly behind 2 and 3. 2 and 3 have to get to the corners before 1 gets to the elbow. Okay. And from there, 1 can either pitch, he can either pitch out, he can continue to drive and drift, on that concept there. This is how we do it. We call it spray, and we do it every day. It works on our speed up the court. It works on us getting the ball from point A to point B. It forces 2 and 3 to have to run, because if we're going to shoot the 3 in transition, we have to be to the corner. You have to be to the corner before 1 gets to the elbow, because you got to get yourself set up. So we really preach that. So that's where we kind of start with that. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll get 1 to come down, and then we'll work this. Instead of 1 for us going straight up the court, this time we'll get 1 to seam it or cross the street to the other elbow. Because our rule is, when I get the ball, if I have to take 1 dribble, do not throw that ball up the sideline. If I have to take 1 dribble as a guard, any guard, don't throw it up the sideline. Just seam it, get to the elbow, and make a play, okay? That's one thing that we preach. We preach that, like clockwork. It has to be that way. We teach that, all right? So now, that first drill we do, that's called spray. And what we're looking to get is up the court as fast as we can, 2 and 3 sprint before 1 gets to the elbow, get set up, pitch 3. 1 can continue to drive through the paint, go drift to the other side. That's just simple stuff that we do there. All right. So now if I can share my screen, Coach, I'm going to show, do I just click share my screen? You on mute, brother.
Sorry about that. If you click share screen, and then it'll bring up some options there, and you can just click on screen, and it'll show exactly what you have on your screen.
Oh man, I could have used my whiteboard. I forgot I'm on this Surface Pro. God dog, boy. Man, what you mean? All right. So let's see if we can get this up here. Okay. Everybody still with me? All right. Let me know if you see this come up. Who's up next? Who's up next? Come on, man. Run. All right. Everybody can see that? Somebody tap in because I got this full screen up, so I don't know if everybody can see it. Yes, no?
Not yet. I still see your files.
Still see my file.
So what you may have to do is when you go to share screen, go back out. Don't share your screen. Go to your actual
I got you.
file, your actual files.
So let me open that file up. You right.
Yeah.
This thing, I was at a technology high school, so I should know that. Shouldn't I?
Up next? Come on, man. Run.
All right.
Oh, somebody said you should be able to drag it over.
There we go. Hold up, scroll up. Let's see where I'm at here.
I think somebody asked a question about your spray. They said, why do you ask them to do that? Does it make them sprint down to their spots faster?
Yeah.
In the way that you do it?
Yes. You end up sprinting as opposed to jogging. And what ends up happening is spray, because if you don't coach this, they'll jog on you. Can't let them jog. You have to be able to sprint. And that's the whole focus, because if one catches you, then that tells me one thing. Either one is so much better and quicker than everybody else. Maybe we need to go find faster wings, or you're not running hard. So guess what? Run hard. And that's the focus that you have to preach. Whenever you're in offense, you can't let people just jog. You can't let them do it. You must coach them to sprint every single rep. Every rep, we say this all the time, every rep must be intentional. If it's not intentional, guess what? You're wasting my time and your teammates' time, and you're selling them out, okay? All right, let's see where we at here. Let's see if I can share this screen now. Let's see. Share. Oh, here we go. Y'all got me now? Let's see where we at. It's gonna be good. Y'all got it?
Yep.
We see it?
Yep.
We in the building. All right, here we go. Let's go. So now, this spray was the first one. So now this is how we then go to our breakdown drills in terms of sprinting the lane, choosing the side, because sometimes in the lane, you get caught in funny situations. So you got to talk about that, and you got to train that, because a lot of times 2 and 3 might be in the paint. Somebody might have taken a charge, or we might have gotten a loose ball, or somebody may dove on the ground for something. That's fine, but get up and sprint. So get up and sprint will end up looking like this. Who's up next? Come on, man, run. Nobody walks. And this is a thing in our practice. Nobody walks. So he sprints. He gets to the elbow. Now I'm gonna rewind this just a little bit. In our skill development, this is important. Offensive closeouts are as important as defensive closeouts. You offensive closeout so you can stop and slow everything down. The offensive closeout allows you to survey, under control, and slow everything down. And then out of the closeout, we can teach you a laundry list of things that will allow you to be able to continue to attack the rim. This is just one of them. So we got one kid attacking, he's seaming, and he's attacking to the elbow. He gets to the elbow, he offensive closeout, makes a decision. The other guy, he's behind, but he now has to sprint because he has to be there before the pass is delivered. All right, so this is what it looks like. Good drift pass here, bang, ready hit, hold your follow through. We really talk about that in the off season. Last one here, come on, man, come on. Push through, tough right here. All season, champions are made here. Good action. Oh, good basketball. All right, so that's part of our transition build up there, okay? let me get out of this. All right. All right. As soon as I get out of this. All right, here we go. All right. So now, so that's our transition series. As we get into our transition, we have a number of things that we do, but once again, that focus in terms of running your lane, getting there, getting set up, holding your follow through. That's one thing that we really worked on in this all season. We went back and we literally put 10 minutes on the clock. After we come from weightlifting, we do form and follow through for 10 minutes. We don't shoot the ball at the rim or nothing. We flip out, we walk into our shot, we lift, we hold there. Now, here's the thing. In shooting, your form, your follow through, your guide hand is as important as your follow through hand. If you let your guide hand fall off, where do you think the ball is going? It's going to start to lean that way. So you have to continue, and you got to train this. Here, hold that follow through. That hand has to be there. Now, what we teach is the form and follow through. When the ball comes up and it comes down, the ball has to land right between our hold, our follow through hand, and our guide hand. If it lands right or left, that means that you're not keeping the ball in a straight line. If you can get the ball to land and hold right through your follow through and your guide hand, guess what? You're keeping that ball in a straight line. That's all you can ask for. It's not guaranteed to make it. There ain't no guarantee in that. But if you can keep the ball in a straight line, you got more than a good chance to be able to knock down shots. So that's one thing that we teach, and that's part of our focus. Whenever we come out of the weight room, we do 10 minutes of follow through. We do 10 minutes of it, and we stay true to that. All right. So now our next concept that we get to, see there? Okay. Our next concept, let's go. We go transition, build up. So now, attack, space, cut on, cut and field. All right. So now we talk about attacking space, and we talk about and it doesn't really matter how that goes. All right. So here we go.
Share your
All right,
screen.
so now
again, bro.
I'm gonna share my screen
Okay.
on this one. Okay. All right. So now we call this is our attacking space. So you remember how we turned the corner, we came down the transition and we pushed. So now we're at this point right here. And you got to really train this. And this is one thing why I'm a really big fan of Jay Wright, who was at Villanova, who's retired. This catch, this shot fake, and playing off of 2 feet is really, really important. Because here's the deal. If we're going to play fast, we can't turn it over. Now, we don't turn it over in terms of travel. What we do is our guys, because our guys' IQ and vision is not as good, it's better now. And they understand not to get too deep now. They now don't turn it over when they travel, and then they land off of 2 feet and they still don't turn it over. So this drill teaches that, okay? And we call it attack space with a shot fake. Once again, just playing off of 2 feet. And got to be able to develop that shot fake. Got to be able to develop that shot fake. Playing off 2 feet. All right.
Coach, let me ask you a question while you're there. Like, what's your importance of the 2 feet? Like, I know, but I want for the coaches to hear the playing off the 2 feet.
Well, what happens is when you play off of 2 feet, it gives you control. you get control back. Because see, if you play off of one, you're out of control. And so if somebody's ready to slide in to take the charge, you're dealing with a 6'9", 6'8" guy, and they in there. And then guess what? If you playing off of one, you're playing into their favor. If you play off of two, it gives you the opportunity to be in control of everything. And then when you land on those two and you give them that shot fake, once again, it slows everything down. It allows you to see everything. Correct, base and balance. We talk about that a lot in our program. Hey, what's up, Coach Kyle? Yeah, base and balance, but it also gives you the opportunity to slow everything down and see where to go with the ball. Because sometimes you get too deep. The one thing that'll save you if you do get too deep, if you play off of 2 feet, it always puts you back in control and you can see where to go with the ball. Answer your question? Good, okay. All right, so, and I'll show you another one that we do in tag space shot. Let's see, all right, let's back. Now we'll show you this one. And this is another one we do too. This is once again, playing off of 2 feet. But here's the beautiful thing about that. If you're going to play fast, you got to incorporate these things in your offense, these concepts. I should have wrote that down. We always try to get 1 or 2 backdoor cuts every possession. Why? Because backdoor cuts or basic cuts opens up gaps, okay? Backdoor cuts opens up gaps. And here's the example right here, okay? Share my screen. Where we at here? Where we at? Come on now. Here we are, sharing the screen right here. All right, everybody good? You with me? Let me go here. All right, here we go. We dribble at, bang. He cuts, he's off the other side. We dribble at him, send him back door, bang, off of the 2 feet. And we drill this every day. Yeah. All right. So that's a dribble at, send them back door, and then here's another concept that we use, okay? Whenever you're always in attack motion, you're going to get stopped sometimes, and that's okay. That's when we teach what we call the bounce off, okay? So let's go here, bang. And so I'll show you 2 examples of the bounce off. And in this one, you'll probably see my daughter. This is the off season. So she was here and we did this. All right, let's see. All right, oh, my bad. Let's do that. All right, here we go. Let's share. Bang. Bang, share. We're gonna share this one. All right, so now you'll see us here. We'll use this bounce off. So what the bounce off is when you attack, you get a defender. Some defenders are going to guard you. So that's when you have to have plan A. And I'm gonna say something after I show these 2 clips. But you drive, you get the bounce off. When you get the bounce off, you gotta open your shoulders and re-attack to be able to give the ball. Here we go. So this is an example of a bounce off. Drive, bounce off, square, re-attack to a pitch, to a shot, okay? All right. I'll show that one. I'll show the next one, and then we'll talk about, I'll show the next one, and then we'll then I'm gonna show you what it looks like in game action. So the bounce off. All right, so let me show you this. Now, this is what it looks like in game speed. Same concept, same thing we just worked on. But now this is what it looks like when you're playing a game. So this is it, game action, live game. We in action, okay? So we were in the HBCU Classic down in what's your name? Warner was one of the top teams in the country, and we were down. but my guys just kind of kept playing. And the one thing that they said, we were in the Virgin Islands. Well, let me show you the clip and I'll say what they said. So we get a drive, we get a nail drive, a bounce off, a reattack to a back door. All right. You get a drive, that's a nail drive, bounce off, reattack, boom, back door. Okay. All right. So we were down there in the Virgin Islands and everybody said, hey man, y'all don't run plays. No, we don't run plays. We just teach our guys how to play. And then what we do is we turn the game over to them. We do all of our work in practice. That's why our skill development is nothing but one big practice. So everybody says, well, we do this and we do that. Well, we just skill development, and skill development is the way that we play. And that took a while for my guys to conceptually understand, man, well, this is what we do in practice. Yeah, just do that. And once they figured it out, it was like, oh, wow. So at the end of the day, instead of me playing joystick, go here, go there, man, y'all go play the game. Do what we do in practice. And that's the important piece. So no, we don't run plays. Now, do we have actions? Yes, we have actions that allow us to be able to create gaps. Let's say we're playing against some teams that do a lot of pack line. So what we'll do is in that pack line, we'll come down. What we'll do is kind of what the Warriors do. We'll go a through cut, and that through cut's gonna set a wide pin down. Okay. So if you can kind of visualize, we talked about one coming down, 4 going through, 1 coming off of. We get into a kick up on this side here. 3 comes off the kick up. Here comes 4 setting that pin down. Curl, 2 curls. 4 replaces itself. 3 pitches to 4. 3 continues on with his cut. 4 drives right off his butt. That gets teams out of their pack line. And once we did that so much to Thomas More, because Thomas More was really, really good. We did that to Thomas More, and they end up going zone. We did that to Georgetown, and we were up 7. We were up 8 against Georgetown, and we just couldn't seal the deal. Up against Georgetown, we were up 7 with 3 minutes left. Couldn't seal the deal. But we did that to them. They just said, forget it, we going zone. And that's what, then you got to have really good zone offense. But our zone offense is really conceptually just like our attack motion. Basically it is, okay? Any questions so far? Anybody? Good, okay. All right, so now let's go. So now let's kind of talk about, so we talked about our bounce off, our attack plans there. All right, so now let me show you this. I got a couple things. Let's say cut and feel. All right, so you remember me talking about earlier, talking about being able to cut to feel, okay? And that's part of your one concept that you have to use, all right? You have to use that concept, the cut and the feel, to be able to create natural gaps and natural driving lanes, okay? So let's share right here. All right, so now we'll go cut to feel. So we teach this just as a basic concept. If I am cutting to feel, I have to sprint to cut the field. Once again, that spray drill, when we talked about sprinting the lane, that conceptually all goes hand in hand with this. Sprint on your cut to feel, read the catch, on the catch, then be able to rip and drive. So here's some concepts that we work on it, and how we kind of develop our skill development within our cut, feel to attack, okay? So we get a feel, a catch, a rip, a drive, a decision, bang, back to play there. Playing on, once again, playing off of 2 feet, all right? Now I kind of let you guys see that again. We get a sprint to a field, bang, catch, rip, show, slow down, playing off of 2 feet, being able to get that done right there. That's one of our skill developments we use whenever we're filling on a cut, we catch it, we rip, and we get at the elbows, okay? All right. Anybody got any questions over that one? Good. Anybody? Okay. Next one out of that, we'll now teach our, once again, our shot fake work off of that catch, okay? Let me get that out of this catch and then I'll be able to kind of two more, okay? All right. Once again, our shot fake work. This is important. Once again, whenever you're talking about, you know, playing an attack motion, being able to play off of these 2 feet, you have to be able to understand the importance of landing on 2 feet and getting a defender when they're in a long closeout. That's the other thing with the shot fake. Because we drive so much, we get a lot of defenders in long closeouts. So we just show them the ball. And because they know that they're late on that long closeout, they're normally jumping and we're driving right at them. And I mean, trust me, we sucked at shooting a 3, but people still ran out at us and they were on that shot fake. All right, so let's show this. It's just our basic shot. I should have showed this a little earlier, but my bad. Here we go. We shot fake, bang, boom, shot fake, bang, shot fake. He didn't shot fake. Bang, shot fake. Here we go, shot fake, bang, boom, off of 2 feet. And I think this might have been the same clip from earlier, but my bad. Boom, land off of 2. He didn't shot fake. Boom, bang. He shot fake. Bang, land off of 2 feet. Got out of every step, being able to shot fake, bang, shot fake, boom, shot fake, bang, land off of 2, shot fake, bang, shot fake, boom, landing, playing off of 2. Okay. And you know, that's the beautiful thing when you get athletes who are really good and really athletic, and you get them playing fundamentally sound. I mean, they apply a ton of pressure on whatever defense is playing, they're playing against. You apply a ton of pressure to them. All right, so now once we get into that, we now got to be able to teach some footwork wherever you catch on the floor. The kick up out of any type of attack motion, the kick up is one of the toughest things to have to deal with consistently. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to get your kick in the kick up. We have to get you to be able to pop your feet and get yourself square. So this may seem a little unconventional, but what we do is we teach this. This is how we started. We teach this. Let me see, where am I here? All right, let me get back. All right, here we go. All right, we teach this. Pop your feet out of the kick up. So this is, once again, what I found was, and you got to be innovative and creative when you're working with your young people, because the things that you're teaching, they're going to really try to get them done. You just got to give them some tools so they can get it right. So what we found is our guys were leaving out of that corner early, out of that kick up. So what we did was we had them turn this direction and pop their feet off of that third dribble. And that third dribble symbolizes you catching it and not getting too far and getting too loose off the drive. And I'm going to show you a couple things out of this. All right, so here's our pop our feet to get ourselves set for our kick up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, pop. Now, on that pop, you notice that we're now square and getting downhill. A lot of times out of that kick up out of the corner, you get those athletes leaving early. All right, and you don't want them to leave early out of the corner. So then we get this drive into a step up, and then we just kind of work some different ball handling things just to kind of work on some skill development stuff so that you don't turn it over when you get a step up. So here's the defender, drive, bang, they stepped up. So now, once again, I got an offensive closeout, be on base and balance. Then, you know, when you got really good players like Kelsey, you can do some different creative things with her just to kind of give her an opportunity to kind of be able to get to the rim. All right. When you got basic players, no problem. Just use a between or in and out. You don't have to do all of that. You can use just the basic between or sticking in and out and get by a defender. All right. All right. Now let me show you next another one that we use out of this pop our feet. Let me see. All right. All right, where we at? Kick up. All right, so now, this is, if you really want to find out who do you have with you that can attack the rim, this is a great drill that we use. Like when I was playing pro football, now I was a center, so I was always with quarterbacks. But I always found it interesting what some coaches were doing. They would take that like that big physio ball and they would use that and they would roll it and the quarterback had to move. Well, I took the same concept and bought it with us. And this physio ball is really, really good because it gives you the bounce off and it's very similar to an individual guarding you on your hip when you're turning the corner. All right, so let me show you what it looks like. We call this jungle finish. And I'll explain why it's like that. Get it to his hip. Get it to his hip. I'll show it to you one more time. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. Get it to his hip. Get it to his hip. All right. So now and this is why you might say, well, why is it like that? Well, what we found is out of the kick up, and then you got to really do good at this because when you're doing that kick up, you can get up too high and you end up killing your spacing. So you got to get them as deep in that corner as you can. Then you got to get them to be patient. And then here's the next point. This is the purpose for the physio ball and the jungle finish. You have to hug and squeeze the defender as you're driving to the rim. You have to squeeze and hug. You got to suffocate that defender's space. Do not create space for that defender to play in because all they're going to do is they're going to arm bar you. The refs keep saying they're going to call it. They ain't going to call that crap. So they're going to arm bar you and they're going to force you to the elbow. So how do you combat that? I got to get my shoulders to the mesh point, squeeze the defender to the baseline. That then gives me the opportunity to finish on the other side to be able to finish a play. Okay. So that's once again, that's our jungle finish. And that's out of that kick up. And we early on in time you're in attack motion, you really got to teach that kick up because what happens is out of that kick up, that person leaves early. So you got to really do a really good job, really over teaching that. Okay. Let's see, that should be it there. Oh, talking about the backdoor cut, okay? So this is a backdoor cut that we use, and we drill this pretty much every day. All right, because like I told you before, anytime you get backdoor cuts, the more backdoor cuts you can get in offense, the better you're going to be, the better your offense is going to be, okay? So you got to be able to really drill those backdoor cuts to the point where you're in a situation where you're creating natural gaps, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so let me open this up a little bit. All right, so now, once again, we're attacking. Boom. Downhill, boom. Dribble at him. Send him back door. Boom, reverse spin dribble. Send him back door. Land, play off for two. Dribble at him. Didn't dare, he was open. Bang, dribble at him, sent him back door. Okay, one more time. I know this was probably kind of a little choppy anyway. Let's get it right. I got you. Make sure you add the shot fake with this. This really, really helps. All right, and last one right here. Do it playing off of 2 space shot fake. Da, 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 da. All right. Before I show you, I did have some game action here. So I'm gonna show you this. We use this concept, and I was watching John Beeline, okay, and he used this concept called waffle and pancake, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. But I see where he was going conceptually, because he forced his guys to take a basic concept, use that concept to be able to understand how to set up cuts. Okay, so a basic pancake is nothing but a catch, step through. Okay, and the step through focus is I take my foot and I step through the defender's legs, right between their legs. It backs them up. Once again, to force you to be aggressive. Okay, so anytime we work on catching it, we got a defender in front of us. They catch it, they step through, and when they step through, that shoulder has to make contact with their chest. We don't care if the ref calls a charge, so what? Okay, but we're gonna be aggressive. We're gonna come at you and we're gonna punch you right in the mouth. So we catch it, boom, step through. Catch it, boom, step through. Then we'll get our guys to sprint on the field to catch it, pancake, step through. That's just the pancake. I'm gonna show you the waffle, and I'm gonna take you through the waffle, and you're gonna be like, wow, the waffle sets up more backdoor cuts than you could ever get anything else to set up a backdoor cut. Watch this. Now, because I got guys that sometimes they ain't the brightest guys. I love them now, but they ain't the brightest guys, because we're supposed to be able to waffle in this one, bounce off and reattack. But he did the waffle so well, I had to use this clip. All right. So we catch it. We're in a situation, we catch it. He's just gonna waffle. We kind of walk through this to begin with. He steps through. That's your pancake. Backs him up. Then he reverse pivots and waffles. All right. And then we get a drive. We get a bounce off. And now he shoots a jump shot. We get a bounce off. We want to reattack that guy. Okay. And I don't know, that's one of our guys, man, I'm telling you, heck of a player, but sometimes, man, he make your hair gray. So once again, pancake, step through, waffle, bang, turns you to the corner. Now, here's the crazy thing, and I'm gonna set this up for you. So imagine him coming down, we come down full speed in transition. All right, we go through, we go attack right off of that. We get this guy coming off the kick up. We throw to this guy who they interchanged over here. We throw here. That guy that's coming there, he catches it and he waffles at that baseline guy. It sends the baseline guy back door. Bang, layup. We get a lot of them. I mean, we get a lot of those just because that waffle sets those things up. And once again, there's no call with that. We just teach it to where it becomes a really good feel for what we're doing and what we need and how we need them to play. Okay. And let's see. That's it. I had some game action on here. I thought I downloaded it on here, but I didn't get it. So neither here nor there. But questions. Anybody got questions over anything?
I really like that last. I'm a player development guy, so when you showed that waffle there, like that's one of the things I show players that I train with now, where when you step through their legs, they gotta back up.
Yeah,
they gonna back up.
Yeah.
So if it's somebody that's like, coach, I got them all on you, get them off of you, step through your legs. They're gonna back up, and if they don't, go around them.
Just keep driving right through the hip. Just keep driving. You're right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. But once again, it forces you to think. Everything that we do forces you to be aggressive and play downhill. Play downhill. I see God Stefan, I guess it was. He had a question about younger players. I didn't see it. I thought
how would you approach this with younger players, like middle school or high school? Is it pretty much the same approach?
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't waver. Once again, that's like you don't. And now let me say this: at the lower levels, you're going to be a little more frustrated because hopefully you're looking for it to happen quickly. Don't blow a gasket. Don't do what I did because I wanted it to happen right now. But that's just the process. The lower levels, the middle school coaches, the fourth, fifth grade coaches, y'all, you got to understand. You guys, you young ladies and young men, you are the gatekeepers of whatever basketball is going to become. So if you have to go through some frustration of, teaching the basic fundamentals, teaching some of this stuff, and you lose games, don't worry about it. Don't trip on that. Let me tell you why. I was playing super major softball. Man, I was getting paid by TPS to hit that ball 400, 500 feet. I was crushing it. My wife tells me, she picks me up, but we had just got back from down in Disney. We were playing in the major. And she says, this is my last time picking you up. She didn't care about the money I give her. I come home, I give her the envelope. She get it. That was me paying my way to be able to play that weekend. We got 2 sets of twins. She there all weekend with the kids. She said, this is my last time picking you up. At some point in time, you have to figure out and have to now come and work with your sons because they're now in the 4th grade. You got to work with them. Because up at that point, when they started playing, when they were 3 and 4, we never did any work. They come to the gym. When I was coaching, I was assistant coach, and they just be in the court. They be on the court running around. I didn't teach them nothing. Well, then I had to teach them something. So we put the team together. And because my goofy self did not have the concepts of process, I end up rushing the process. But my wife had to come back once again and tap me on the shoulder. She said, hey, slow down. They just 8 years old. They ain't got to be great right now. And she was right. So we took our lumps. But the funny thing is the team that won the national championship in 4th grade AAU, when they were time to pass out scholarships, my group stayed together all the way. We weren't a Nike sponsored team. We weren't Adidas. We weren't nothing. I just knew some people that gave us some shoes and gave us some reversible. No problem. Guess what? When it was time to pass out scholarships, that same group, they finished 18th in the country. You know how many of those teams that we played when we were playing in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade? You know how many of those teams were around? One. It was the Georgia Stars. And we actually beat them for the opportunity, and we ended up losing to DC Assault in the game, but we finished 18th in the country. So, and everybody on that team, they got a chance to get a scholarship, and they all played college basketball. And all of them did really well. Like my twin boys, they were NAI All-Americans. They went NCAA D2. Didn't matter. I knew their level. I didn't care. Just go to school and play ball. That's what you want to do. Don't be me, because I played Division I football. Don't be me. So at the end of the day, you got to find your own why. And I helped them get through that process. So if you're younger level coaches, you are the gatekeepers of the program, of the game of basketball. So just be patient, go through the process, teach them the right way. They gonna succeed, they gonna fail. Don't have a conniption over it. It ain't the end of the world. You just gotta teach them, go through the process, and I guarantee you, if you keep your group together, by the time it's time to pass out scholarships, they're gonna be there.
Yeah. Man, we got some more questions. I'm gonna get those questions to you, or even if you can Coach Sandra, if you can direct send that to Coach Mitch. I do have to transition to our next speaker to keep us on track.
Let me, I'm gonna put my number in the group text and you can give me a call. You guys come.
Yeah. But man, Coach Mitch, I really appreciate you sharing, man. Of course, you know, I call you one of my day ones because when I first stepped into the women's game, you was there for me. I appreciate that, man. And of course, I appreciate you stopping by Coaches Conference 2022 to share with the coaches, man. So I appreciate you being here, man. And thanks for being a part of this.
No doubt. Hey, I really appreciate the opportunity to serve and work with you guys. And like I said, I put my number and email in the group chat for whoever wants to call me can. I just appreciate the opportunity to serve you guys, help you guys. Like I said, we all in the same boat trying to figure this thing out. But hey, it's all a process. Don't run from the process. Enjoy and embrace the process, and everything will work itself out. Like I said, I got 16 of them, and each one of those rings tell a story, and each one of those rings was a different process. So hey, I get it. Holla at your boy when you need me. I got y'all. Be easy. Good luck, Lewis. Thanks for everything, babe. Take care.
Man, appreciate you. Thank you so much, Coach. And you guys got his information right there. Don't be a stranger. Hit him up. He got a lot of wisdom and knowledge, and he's been so gracious and just willing to share with me over the years. So thanks again, Coach Mitch. All right, we're gonna keep this thing going. I am excited to have our next speaker. She is doing great things in the game. Man, just building something phenomenal down at Jackson State, and of course, has been on display for everyone to see. I'm so excited for what God is doing through her program, through her university as a whole. My goodness, and I'm so elated just to have her here to share with us today at Coaches Conference 2022, presented by All In Team Sports. We want to welcome to the stage Coach Reed. How's it going?
Hello, everything is going great. Thank you so much for having me.
I am so excited to have you here. A pleasure. I know that right now is a high time. There's people out recruiting. You have recruits on campus. There's all kinds of things going on. But just for you to stop by and take a moment to just share with us, share your knowledge, your wisdom, and whatever's on your heart to give to our coaches today, I just so appreciate you. So I'm going to give you the floor and do your thing.
Absolutely. First of all, I'm so excited. I think I've been in pretty much most of the afternoon, and there have been some really great speakers. Coach Mitch was phenomenal. And as he was talking, I saw a question that Sandra asked, and I would like to address that, and if she's still on towards the end, because that's true, but nevertheless, HBCUs are doing some great things, and it's not about what level you're on. It's about what you bring to that level. And that's what I want to kind of talk to you all about. I know we may have some college coaches, some high school coaches. I'm sure we got a variety of people online today. And I don't want to talk at you, because I know a lot of you know some of these things that we're going to talk about. But, I just want to share with you my journey at Jackson State, what has worked, what has been great, what has helped us be successful. And then I want to show you all some video clips of some of the things that we've done this year in the basketball games that are a little bit different from a lot of programs. Some of you may do it. If you don't, if you want to steal it, you can. If you want to call and go more in depth with some of the videos, I'm wide open and can help you do that. But I just want to start talking about building a championship environment. We can say building a championship team, but I think before you build a championship team, you have to build a championship environment. And that's one of the things that my staff and I focused on when we came here to Jackson State in our first year. I took over a program my first year. all players returned from the previous team. The athletic director, the president at the time, would not let me bring in my own team. And so I had to take those players who were slated to finish 8th in conference. I had to take them, make them believers, retrain their minds, and get them to not only believe in me, but believe in themselves and believe in each other. And so that was really, really tough. Just changing their mindset. And so I just want to encourage you as I'm talking that if things don't happen right away, it's okay. It's going to take time. Everything is a process. The building is a process. Take your time and be okay with that journey and that process. So one of the things that I did when I came into Jackson State was, you really want to invest in a personal relationship, especially with this transfer portal. Everybody is transferring out and not happy with the coach. They look for reason to blame the coach. So you have to invest in a personal relationship. And that may look like, having dinner with some of your players who are having challenges and trouble, waking up every morning, texting every player. That was hard for me because my players just wanted so much attention and I couldn't give it because I had a son, I had a program I was trying to change. It was a lot. And my staff said, you know what, Coach Reed, you really need to text each player every morning. And I was like, are y'all kidding me? But when I did that, the relationship really started to form. So I think that's really important. Invest in a personal relationship with your players. Learn about them. How was your summer? Talk about anything other than basketball. Because I think I heard Coach Mitch say, once you can have that relationship with the players, they'll run through a wall for you. They'll do anything for you. You can win championships with those players. And so that's the opportunity that we were afforded in that first year. We got beat the first game by 50 by Division II school. I cried. I thought my world had ended because I was not used to losing like that. And, we paid them to come to Jackson State and they blew us out, and then we went 0-5 in conference that year, my first year. And everybody kept saying to the AD and to the boosters were having meetings saying I was the wrong coach. I shouldn't have been hired. And so, we had to really change the game. And so my staff and I, we locked down and got focused. And we were able to take a team slated to finish 8th to finish 3rd, but we went to the championship game in the first year and lost by 4 points. So investing in a personal relationship is really, really important. And so I would say the next thing, and with this new day, with the pandemic, you really should consider investing in a therapist and a life coach. That helped us tremendously. With the transfer portal, we had all types of personalities. We had all types of personality disorders. We had players that transitioned in with baggage from their previous institutions. And so it was just a lot. And so before we touched a basketball in the summer, we were doing sessions with our team therapist, and we were doing sessions with our team life coach. Mental health training is really important. And what we call our sessions were empowerment sessions. These are not sessions that we had where you're sitting back talking about, woe me, this is what happened in my life. No, that's not the type of sessions I'm talking about. We're talking about empowerment sessions where, you're speaking in power words, how to work through a challenge when you're facing a challenge, how to properly, be a team member and how to properly team build and how to build chemistry. Those are some things that we addressed. It was all about empowerment, and we didn't focus on the weaknesses. We didn't focus on any of that. We spoke power to the ladies and how to overcome challenges. Because as you know, when you got a team full of dogs, a team full of big time players, you only have one ball. And you got to figure out how to get them to share that ball. And so that's what our focus was early on with our life coach and our team therapist, was really to get all the players mentally prepared. So, the first thing I would, want to reiterate is build a personal relationship. The second thing, invest in the mental health training with a life coach or a licensed therapist. And the next thing I would say is meet your players where they are. We have high expectations a lot, and, we want to get it done overnight. We want to build, we want to win overnight. Sometimes the players that we have aren't ready, aren't there yet. Even with me, next year we have a USC transfer coming in, 6'6" McDonough All-American. as much as her accolades show that she's a great athlete, she still have to come to my expectations and to my level. And so I got to meet her wherever she is, wherever that may be, I have to meet her there. And so that's what you have to be okay with, because the players have different mindsets. And in order to change the mind, you have to get them to see things in a better light. So that's really important. And, you know, when you meet them where you are, you can get them to believe in your vision. You can get them to totally believe in themselves and believe in the role that you have set for them. So I think that's really important as well. Just meet the players where they are. You know, help them properly know how to build chemistry. Help them properly know how to be a team member, how to accept their roles. You know, these new day players, you know, the NBA, the WNBA, they have just messed up the players' minds. Everybody want to be Steph Curry, you know, but nobody wants to be Dennis Rodman. So you have to be able to help these players establish how to believe in their personal role and how to establish team chemistry and what true being a team member, being a team member truly looks like. So those things are really important. And just speak forward, speak positive, speak power. You know, I think those things are really important. Speak exactly what you want us to establish. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to say what you want and train them how you want. Don't be afraid of that tough love, because now we went in order. We said establish a personal relationship. So now when you got that personal relationship established, when you get on the players, when you're training them hard, when you're coaching them hard, they understand it and they appreciate it. So that's really important. You know, the words that you speak, powerful words that you speak, encouraging words, and just powerful reinforces. We will, you can, no disappointments. My expectations are, you know, those are power words that you use, and you can get players to really buy into your system and what you stand for as a coach. So again, invest in the personal relationship, invest in a licensed therapist, life coach, meet players where they are, and speak forward, speak powerful, and use encouraging words for your players. And then this is the thing that I'm going to implement this year with goal setting. In the beginning of the year, you know, a lot of teams set goals, some don't, some of you guys may or may not. And I want to have a dialogue question session after, you know, I finish, because I would love to hear how some of you do it. But, you know, we have set goals throughout the entire year, what we want to accomplish in preseason and what we want to accomplish in conference play. And I think it's kind of overwhelming, especially when you have really deep preseason goals you want to accomplish. So, you know, my assistant coach made a good point. Let's break down our goal settings by seasons. So if our preseason goal is to beat a Power 5, that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on that and accomplish that, and then move to our conference goals, whether that's go undefeated in conference play, or whether that's, you know, whatever our goals are in the conference. That's what we'll begin to set once we get into conference play. So you don't want to overwhelm them, especially if you got a team that can be really good. And if you're really coaching them, showing them a lot of different sets and showing them a lot of different things, you just really, really don't want to overwhelm them. And the next thing I would talk about is, and this is what, you know, Sandra talked about in that question that was asked, you have to invest in skill development. I mean, skill development is so super important, especially if you are in a lower tier conference playing higher tier teams. If you are starting off with a new program, you have to overly invest in skill development. And don't be afraid and get upset with the players or feel any type of way by being redundant. That's okay. Redundancy and consistency is what builds programs and champions and gives championships. Just be redundant until they are great at it. And so you have to invest in skill development. Here at Jackson State, we do skill development every day, 30 to 45 minutes every day. And even days where we have a lot of travel that we done the day before and we don't want to have a full practice, we'll still come in and do some type of skill development. So I think that's really, really important as well. Invest in skill development. and establish your team's identity. You know, what are you going to be known for? I think that's really important when you're talking about building a championship environment. Establish the team's identity. You know, are you going to be known for your offense? Are you going to be known for your defense? Are you going to be 94 feet? Are you going to be, you know, half court? Are you going to be zone? You know, whatever your identity is, you know, establish that. But don't establish it based on your thoughts and where you are. Establish it on what your team can do and what they can bring to the table. Because if they aren't where you are, then you're talking about, you know, you're not going to be successful. You're not going to get through to them. You know, they're not go-getters right away, you know, ease into that. So I think that's really important with establishing your team's identity. Excuse me. And you can establish your team's identity through drills and practice, which I want to show you guys a couple of drills that we do. Because for me, at this point, when we built the program, we are tough. And everything we do is tough. And the way we talk is tough. And the way we walk is tough. The way we eat is tough. Okay? Those are power enforcing words. And that's how I talk to the team. Everything is about being tough. And so you want to have those drills that you do every day for us that's going to be based on toughness. And so I think that's really important when you're trying to identify your team's identity. And again, you know, tough drills. You know, have tough drills that's going to keep you competitive, drills that's going to make your players compete against one another. Have drills that are measurable, where you're keeping score, where you have a winner and a loser. Now you make the players, you know, hate, you know, coming in and losing, because the loser got to run, the loser got to do this, the loser got to, you know, feed the winners, you know, something like that. Now they hate it. So it's always competitive when they come into practice. It's a drill that I'm going to show you guys, and I'm going to be real transparent when I show you. It's one of our tough drills that we do, and it's called Perfect for 30. And Perfect for 30 is a drill where you cannot touch the paint or get an offensive rebound for 30 seconds. Defense has to defend for 30 seconds. And when I show y'all this drill, you're going to hear at the end, if you have your speakers cut up, they're going to start cursing, fight. I mean, they're going to want to fight. I mean, it's going to be crazy, but I'm going to share that with you because that's who we are. We're tough like that. Now you're going to hear me in the background saying, wait. But that's what it's about, having a tough drill. But before I show the drill, I'm going to just kind of talk you guys through it. Because the angle of the camera is a little bit different. We pulled up the iPhone to capture that because it was so lit that day and we wanted to get on it. But what you're going to see is 5-on-5. Our players 5-on-5. They will, the offense can do whatever they want to do. The goal of the offense is to touch the paint. The goal of the offense is for the post players to get 2 feet in the paint. Guards want to touch the paint on dribble, and offense want to grab offensive rebounds. And so anytime offense get 2 feet in the paint by the post players, anytime the guard get to the paint off the dribble, anytime they get an offensive rebound and knock down shots, the 30-second clock restarts, okay? And so defense has to keep defending until they take that 30-second clock down, all right? Now, the goal for defense is, okay, if I keep them from touching the paint, if I keep them from getting 2 feet in, the clock is steady running. And on any dead ball, we stop the clock, okay? We stop the clock. If defense get a deflection, we take 3 seconds off the 30 seconds. The goal for the defense is to get down to 0 on the shot clock and not have to defend over again. So, and if they get 2 feet in the paint, it's you know, the clock is gonna start again. So what you're getting ready to see, I'm gonna share my screen. Our post player, Misha Williams, got drafted in the WNBA. You're gonna see her on this Perfect for 30 drill on offense. And she's unstoppable. So she's gonna touch the paint every time, but I'm gonna show you 2 different videos. All right, coach, how I do this? Share screen. Okay.
Yep, once you hit share screen, then wherever you have your video up, you could just press on that. If it's like in a file or on a desktop, press on that and then click on your video.
Okay. Can y'all see that? Come here, coach. It's excuse me, y'all. You know, you become a head coach, you forget some stuff. How to do this. You gonna later.
If you pull, you got it. If you pull your video up first and then go back to the Zoom and click share screen, and then you'll see your video come up in the box that you click.
Oh, there. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Where I go now, Coach? All right. Got you guys. 1 second. Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is the one where you will get them arguing. Coach, how do I make it bigger? Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Perfect for 30. Paint touch. Can't get a paint touch. The clock starts over.
Come on, Daphne.
That's the WNBA draft pick. She's gonna step in again in a second. Defense right now is drained. They're tired. She stepped in again. The clock restarts.
Oh, good pass.
All right, now the clock starts back over at 30. Again, they can't stop the girl. So you see right now, offense is wearing defense down. All right. Well. All right, come help me, Coach. All right, here's another one. You'll see our girls kind of get aggressive on the sideline of the play. This is about 38 seconds long. No paint touches. You don't want any paint touches.
Oh, yeah. Give me that shit. Yeah, Leah. Yeah, Leah.
All right, they're at 18 seconds now. Now we want them to work it out. They're at 18 seconds.
Back door. That's a shot.
They're at 10 seconds. They're at 10 seconds now. All right, and then it stops. But you see the shot clock got down to 9 seconds. Okay, how do I stop sharing? Okay, so before I move on, does anybody have any questions about that drill?
I love it because of the energy. That's my kind of atmosphere. People in the chat, great drill. Yes, love it.
Awesome. I think let's see, any questions in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody said, how often do you do drills like that?
That's a great question. So because it's an overload, it's a lot on your bodies. We'll do, if we're playing, say we played Texas, and before we played Texas, I told my players they're gonna play tough 40 minutes. They're number 8 in the country. I do not want to go over here and get my butt kicked. We gotta be tough. So we played Texas on a Friday. Excuse me, we played Texas on a Friday, and we did this drill Tuesday and Wednesday. Just getting after it, getting the players to play tough. So we don't do it a lot because it has a lot of wear and tear on your bodies. And we went over to Texas. We played them so tough. I mean, we outquicked Texas. We lost to Texas by 12, but we missed 14 free throws. So that was a game that we should have had, but those drills like that really get us prepared. So that's a great question. All right, so the next drill I want to tell you guys about is a drill we call Be There on the Catch. And I don't have that with me right now on the video, but I want to show you guys on the board. And if you are, where's the marker? If you are playing a team who are really good shooters, this is a great drill to do. Be there on the catch. And again, this is all based on our team identity. What are we going to be known for? So these are the drills that we do to help our players be tough. So be there on the catch drill. You have one person on offense out on the perimeter, and then you have 3 along the baseline. Okay. And then you have 3 players on defense in the paint. Okay. Can you guys see that? 3 players on defense in the paint. All right. So the ball starts on the baseline with a coach. The coach will throw the ball out to this player right here, and the defense has to be there on the catch. So when the ball comes here, the defense got to be here on the catch. And then offense on the baseline can run wherever they want to run to confuse the defense, okay? But they all have to be outside the perimeter, okay? Nobody can stay around the block area. They have to all run outside the perimeter. So what you're going to have is 4 out on offense. So what it would look like is you have 4 out on offense, okay? And then the ball went here, so you'll have your first defender here. So we tell our other players, get into anticipation mode. You don't know where that next pass is going to go, but you got to be there on the catch. And so we put them at a disadvantage, 3 against 4, so they can really scramble and be there when the person catch the ball. So if this person skips the ball over here, she's got to be there on the catch when she catch the ball. All right. The way this drill works is if the defense is on the catch 3 times, they got to be on the catch 3 times, which means they got to be in that player's face. Hands up, running them off the line in that player's face, mirroring the ball, really putting pressure on that ball. And when that ball is skipped, this player got to get there, okay? You got to be there on the catch. So you got to be there on the catch 3 times, and you want your offense to get a shot off. So you got to be there on the catch 3 times, and you got to block out 2 times to get off the floor from this drill. This is another very competitive drill as well. And the players are really scrambling around, and it just can't be one player that block out. All 3 have to block out somebody 2 times in order to get off the floor. So that's a drill that we have called Be There on the Catch. And when we played Arkansas, at Arkansas this past year, we lost to Arkansas by 4 points. And they were a team who can flat out shoot it. And so that was one of the drills that we put in before we went to play Arkansas to help the players get there and be there on the catch. So that's another good tough drill that we use as well. You guys don't hesitate coming in to ask questions and talking about it, because I want to help you grow. I want to help you be tough. The offense, does the offense have rules? No. The offense, well, the only thing the offense can't do is hang out around the block area, because obviously we're doing this drill to simulate playing against a team who have all shooters. And Arkansas had 5 shooters on the floor when we played them. And so we wanted to put our players at a disadvantage. And so you want the offense to stay outside the perimeter, but they can get shots off. We want them to shoot, because the next component of that drill is working on blocking out. Great question. All right. So that drill is called Be There on the Catch. And the last drill I just showed you was perfect for 30. And then we do another drill where we do 4 on 4 on 4. And it's at half court. A lot of you guys may do that. We really don't have any rules in that drill. We try to ask the players not to foul, but of course, sometimes they get out of character and start fouling just because they get so competitive. But the 4 on 4 on 4 drill, we have 4 players on white, 4 players on blue, and 4 players on red. And so they are just, the only way you put 2 teams against each other. The defense team is trying to get 2 blockouts, and a rebound, and they're trying to get 2 stops. And so if they don't, they stay on defense and the offense just rotate in, a new team come on. And what you're going to see is that the offense is going to start taking it to defense. Offense doesn't have any rules. They're just trying to play 4-on-4. They're trying to score. They're trying to really do you in. And defense have to get stops and have to get blockouts. And it's fast. The offense comes in from the sideline on rotation, and defense got to pick up quickly. They got to pick up quickly to match up. But that's the 4-on-4 drill. Okay. I'm trying to, are the offensive players live or do they try to get open shots? In the 4-on-4 drill, the offense is live. They're trying to drive, they're trying to, pull up, they're setting ball screens. I mean, they're really trying to, they're trying to score, because as long as they score, they stay on offense. But if they miss, they get off and a new 4 come on. Unless they get their rebound and put it back up. But if you miss and don't get the rebound, a new 4 come back on. When teaching your players to be there on the catch, are they chopping feet on closeouts or running players out 3-point line? No. When you have shooters, you cannot. If you chop your feet, you're going to be dead. You have to get there. You have to be under control. So we don't teach run through the line. We teach a long closeout, and we're under control where we stop right in front of them, hands up, being able to contest that shot. So that's really important. But we don't choppy feet. We don't want to stop short. We want to get there and stop right in front of them, under control. Sometimes we'll do a run by. If we know that player won't do anything but shoot, we'll do a run by where we get our hands up to contest that shot. So that's what we like to do. Let's see. All right. So, and then we do competitive shell drill. I know you guys all do shell drill, but that's always, that always helps as well. So now I want to show you guys some stuff that we do in our toughness drills that we kind of that goes into our jump ball sets. I want to show you guys a couple of jump ball sets that we have. A lot of people, I don't know. From what I see, a lot of people don't run sets from the jump ball, but we do. And I would like to share with you a couple of those sets that we run from the jump ball situation. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, this is against LSU in the NCAA tournament. Let me see, Coach, how I cut this volume. Right there. Okay. This is our tip ball. All right. And I'm going to rewind it for you and play it again. All right, that's off the tip. We execute that from the tip, and we have very athletic players who can make that happen. All right, so first, what we're trying to do, our center wants to tip the ball back to the point guard. Okay, we want to tip the ball back to the point guard, and then we want this player right here to set a back screen for our center to run the floor to hit this block, okay? So when I play this again, you're gonna see that first option is what's open, okay? That first option is what's open. Let's see. Okay, we couldn't go back to our point guard because they were matched up there. So Amisha Williams-Holiday, our WNBA draft player, she took and hit the ball over here to our post player, our 4 player. Okay, our 4 player got the ball to our guard. All right, now right here, if our point guard dribbles down a little bit more, our first option is open right here. Our first option is open. Okay. Okay, now if we don't get that first option, we have a player here, Maya Crump, athletic, can shoot it, she can get to the rim. I knew that LSU was going to press up on us, be in the pass lane, and just apply a lot of pressure, because that's what Power 5s do to HBCUs. And so they got up and put pressure right here. And I took my smallest guard, which is a shooter, to set a back screen here. All right. On this back screen, my athletic player comes around. I thought she could have grabbed it in the air and tipped it in like we work on, but she brought it back down. All right. Made an athletic move and scored the ball. All right. So for me, that's a punch that we want to throw. All right. You know, we wanted to send a message that we're in this game. We're going to play y'all, 40 minutes. You're not going to run over us. And that was a mighty punch that we threw from that set right there. But that's what we like to run as well. Anybody have any questions about that set? I remember that play. Yeah, that got us. That was awesome. All right, so here's another play that we run from the jump ball. All right, so again, we have a different lineup, all right, because it's almost the same, a little bit different. We want to throw our opponents off. We don't ever want them to know what jump ball set we're going to do. So this is another set that we run. We got our jumping player here who won every tip this year. She's going to tip the ball to this athletic player right here. This athletic player has to be up on the circle. Okay, she can't be in line with this player. She's got to be up on the circle. If she comes out to the floor, excuse me. If she comes out to the floor and the player matches up with her, she'll bag up and then she'll run forward for this tip. So this player is going to tip it to this player, and then my outside guards are going to sprint hard to the basket for a layup. All right, let's see. Let's go back in slow motion. If you guys have any questions. This player that's receiving this tip have to be athletic. You don't swat down, you tip it in the air like a volleyball tip, and we go in for the layup. So we like to do that. And I know my time is running about out. I would like to show y'all one more set that we do. This is in transition. This is against Arkansas.
Fort Jackson State.
We come up and set a double back screen for our post player, and she comes off of it for the score. All right. So what happens is our post player goes to set a ball screen right here, okay? And then we have another post player here on the block. This is our freshman. She started this game, so she doesn't run this quite right. And then we have our guard over here. So they go up and set a staggered back screen because we knew Arkansas set they hard hedge ball screens. And when you got a team that hard hedge ball screens, we like to go up and set picks on them. Okay, so y'all see her hard hedge that screen. She's good for the picking. All right, so we set that back screen on her right there. All right, we got a guard trying to help. She can't do anything with this 6'4" post player right here. All right, so we come around and she scores the ball right there. All right, now we like to get deep seals, but Amisha Williams-Holiday would rather shoot a jump shot than get a deep seal. The next play that should happen out of this set is when they set this double back screen right here, this post player right here supposed to set a pin down for this guard. Okay, supposed to set a pin down for this guard to bring this guard up for a three-pointer shot. Y'all see that? The action right there? All right, so that's what we like to do in our break. All right. Well,
Coach, you got a few more. You got a few more minutes too. You got up to 15 more minutes if you want to take it. If you want to answer questions, if you want to share, you got it.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, what we started talking about is how to build a championship environment. And what are some of the things I share with you, or some of the things that work for our program? You just, all you guys know that you just got to find what works for you. And those are some of the things that are really important. If I didn't take anything else away from this, I would take away to really invest in building a relationship with the players, to keep these players from going to the transfer portal, and really, focus on their mental health. Because as y'all see, coaches are still getting fired because players are saying that their mental health has been disturbed. So you really want to focus on that, and allow the players to have some space to have some, to have issues, and be able to work through those issues. And everything that I talked about led into those drills I showed you at the end. We're tough because we do tough drills. We play good. We're competitive in our conference, Sandra, because we focus on skill development, because, we're doing what the other schools are doing. We are coaching our players. We are teaching our players. We are not predictable. Our scouts aren't predictable. So, that's why we've been so competitive this year. That we were right in our Power 5 games. And I'm telling you, our goal is to come in and knock down some doors and be really good, and get some of those wins in next season. But I would like to take some questions. If you guys have any questions, feel free to push your mic on and ask some questions.
Hey, Coach, thank you. Do you all do skill work every day for 30, 45 minutes?
Yes, we do. We do skill work every day, and a lot of times we'll have it broken up, guard post players for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come and put groups on each floor, on each side, mixed with guards and post players, to get them being able to play together and to build that chemistry. But we do, and my coaching staff is so excited. They're so dynamic in their teachings. They're so creative. We don't just do busy skill development work, like ladder work, just to be doing. We watch film and we see what players really need to improve on in order to be great. And so that's what our focus areas are when we come to the floor. So now I can tell the player, hey, last night you didn't get up and hard chase that screen. So now that's the focus. So now they're working hard at it, really working on getting better. So yes, we do skill development every day, 30 to 45 minutes.
And do you consider skill work defensive skill work as well? Like you said, like hard hedging screens and working on defensive slides and things like that?
Absolutely. We have a post, and I really want to capture some of this stuff and be able to share with you guys, but we just didn't do a good job in filming our practices this year. But we have a post workout that we do with our post players, because in the SWAC, they play guards at the 4 spot, guards at the 5 spot. And, I know for us to be successful out of conference against Power 5 teams, we have to be able to play 6'4" at the 4 and 6'6" at the 5. And so to get those girls agile, we put in, we create stuff, to get them active, moving up and down, sprinting up to the screens, sprinting back to the block, the 9 on the block. We do a lot of defensive things to get our girls active and mobile, to be able to defend in conference and to be able to be great out of conference too. So we do defensive breakdown in our skill development.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else that you all consistently do in practice? I heard you kind of talk about identity. Are there specific, for example, are y'all doing half court offense every day, half court defense every day, and transition every day? And those are the 3 things that you focus on, or are you trying to hit everything?
Well, I break my practices up. We start off with defense, because defense is really important to me. So everything that we do, we build up. And so we'll start in half court defensive sets, and then we'll transition into full court defensive sets. I'm big on transition defense. And so we have a lot of breakdown drills where we stop the ball. We don't want teams to run by us. So we have a particular place on the floor where we stop the ball. And so we have different drills where we drill that. And then that just works into our full court components of our transition defense and building the fence, getting in the gaps, especially in the SWAC. We have players who really like to drive more so than shoot. So we really slow them down in the gaps. But, you know, I would say this, every scout, we had a different practice. Don't be afraid to do that. I talked about being redundant and consistent, and some things you have to be, but don't be afraid to change your scout every game. That's why we were not predictable. We had a whole new game plan going into the LSU game. I mean, LSU couldn't defend because they didn't know the sets. You know, we put in new offenses, we put in new defenses. You know, we changed our whole plan, our whole system. So don't be afraid to change things up as well and prepare your players and challenge your players. But that doesn't start in season. You have to challenge them out of season.
Thank you.
And I will put my email address in here, and you guys can email me. And what I'll do, I'll have these drills drawn up, and when you email me whatever it is that you want to see, I can get it drawn up for you and email it back to you. I do not mind doing that at all. So I'm gonna put my email in now. Any more questions? Did I answer the question in the chat, Coach?
Well, I had a question.
Yep.
Yes.
I was wondering, is there a possibility that maybe one of the coaches can come and watch your workouts or anything like that?
Absolutely. I would love for you all to come in and watch and sit in on our practices. I'm actually going to have a coaching clinic in September. And if you once you email me, I would love, you know, to get you over here. We're going to have NBA coaches here presenting. We're going to have our team life coach and our team therapist talking to you guys, you know, and just teach, you know, giving some drill work to do with your team throughout the season to help with their mental toughness. And then we're going to do a lot of drills. I have my team here. We're going to do a lot of drills, and you're going to see some really athletic girls get after it and be extremely tough, but that'll be in September. So I put my email address in there. Please, please, please send me an email, and I will get you all the information you need and give you more information about the coaching clinic in September.
All right, thanks, Coach.
You're welcome.
Coach Reed, I had a comment and a question. First comment, thank you for answering the questions that I asked. I know I kind of asked a lot of them, but I'm currently an assistant at a junior college. We actually have a player that's going into the SWAC next year with Alcorn. But for, you know, me being an HBCU grad, of course, my ultimate goal is to be on the sideline for an HBCU program at some point. So just for any coaches wanting to get to that point, like, what's your best piece of advice?
You know, be great where you are. Let your work speak for you where you are, and you know, network as much as possible. You know, what you're doing right now, asking the questions, going to coaching clinics, getting players to go D1, like all of that can help. I got the job at Jackson State because we had a great success at Hines Community College. Amber Clay is she's in this conference right now. Amber Clay was my longtime assistant at Hines Community College. We took a program who had only won 4 games in 10 years. We took that program to 10 wins my first year, 21 wins my second year, and, you know, to the championship, first ever championship in school history. So we were great where we were. We made noise, you know, and Jackson State saw it. They were following me for a long time, and when the position came open, they offered me the job. So I would just say that and continue to network and do the things that you're doing right now.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I'll definitely see you in September for sure.
Awesome.
Same here.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Coach Lewis, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking time. I know you're busy and everything like that, but this is such a blessing to so many. And, you know, thanks for stopping by and giving of yourself and, you know, giving of your knowledge and your wisdom. We were blessed by it, and I appreciate you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you so much. I'll touch base with you soon. All right, guys, that was Coach Reed, Jackson State University. That was amazing. Appreciate you guys listening in intently and asking questions. Like, this is what it's about, just getting out of it what you need to get out of it, learning what you need to learn. We're doing a lot of tweeting of different quotes and things like that as well. So joining on those conversations. Also, the hashtag Coaches Conference 2022 is where we're posting everything at. So use that hashtag when you're tweeting out some of your notes or thoughts and things like that, so that everybody can engage. So before we get to our next speaker, we got a couple more speakers, man. This is going kind of quick. But we got about 4 minutes before we hit the 3 o'clock hour Central Time, 4 o'clock hour Eastern Time. So we'll allow you guys, if you need to use the restroom, grab a drink, something like that, please feel free to go and do that now. I'll kind of keep talking, but I just want to give you a chance to stretch or take a break, and we're going to get back going with our 7th speaker of the day. Exciting. And make sure you guys reach out to Coach Reed. She's graciously shared her information and things like that, so please feel free to reach out and connect. She's one of the great minds in the game today, and I really love hearing from coaches like her. She gets after it. So I really, 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 really enjoyed that. So like I said, we're going to get into our next speaker here in the next few minutes. Plugging my phone up because I've been tweeting away, tweeting notes and just different things like that. So we're going to get started in just a few moments. I'm so grateful to be able to have this conference Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports. All In Team Sports was present earlier today and talked about a mental health component that they are adding to their platform. Is going to be amazing piece for programs and student athletes at all levels, not just college, but high school, even pros. So go and check that out as well. We're going to be sending some more information out. I'm going to try to gather as much of the information that the coaches are offering as possible, and then be able to send out an email with some of those things attached as well. So we're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes. And Coach McKenzie, if you are already on, looking for you here in a second. I see you. So
yes, sir. I'm gonna need to share, be a co-host so I can share my screen.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get you set up here in just a second. All right, guys, we'll give you about 60 seconds, and then we are going to get right into our next speaker. I'll be back in just.
So, share screen. Can you see that, Coach?
Yep, definitely can see it.
Okay, let me get the slideshow up. All right, we'll be ready to go.
All right, guys. So I'm excited to welcome our next guest to the stage here. Coach McKenzie, my gosh, he's done so much in the game. I was blessed to be able to connect with him a few years ago, and had an opportunity to jump on a Zoom call to actually talk with his staff, and we chopped it up about some defense, some different things, and that led one thing into another. I was able to travel to Minnesota and be with him in his program, and just do some collaborative work together. And man, I just really love the connection. I am just elated at some of the things that he's done in the game over his vast career. Still winning awards, still leading teams to championship games, and So honored to just have him here to present for us today. So without further ado, I want to welcome to the stage Coach Larry McKenzie. How's it going, sir?
Coach, thank you for the invitation. And I want to say I'm truly honored to be on this platform today. Man, you've had some really, really great speakers. And I want to say to all the young coaches today, I always like to say this. I remember when I first got started, and it has been a while ago, just finished my 42nd year of coaching, 25th year as a head coach. But I just want to tell the young coaches today, don't try to take everything that's coming at you today. Take the things that you think you can help you, because I've seen too many young coaches, go to coaches clinics and get information and how to, and just it creates more chaos than it does in terms of helping build a program. And so what I want to share today is, just my own personal philosophy and what's worked for me. As Coach Sean say, first of all, I just finished my 25th year as a head basketball coach. My 9th year at Minneapolis North, we're fortunate enough to make it to the state championship this year. It's always tough, finish second. So what I want to talk about is what's worked for me in building a championship program. So one of the things that I often reflect on is this. The game originally was founded, right, to change lives. It was founded, at the YMCA. And so one thing that I live by is, and this is his quote by Reverend Billy Graham say, a coach will impact more people in 1 year than the average person will in an entire lifetime. I like that because I always say, I don't think there's any greater thing that you could be doing than to be tapped on the shoulders and to be called a coach. And if you're coaching, and when I'm talking about building a championship program, one of the first things I want to say to everybody on here, if being crowned the state champs, NAIA champs, NJCCA champs, NCAA champs, Division I, Division II, Division III, whatever, if that is your definition of being a champion, then you might want to question why you're doing this. And I say that is because one of the things that you have to learn is how you're going to define what being a champion means. And I say that because in my state, at the end of the year, there's 742 schools that start out in November with the goal of being a state champion. But in the end, there's only 8, 4 on the women's side and 4 on the men's side. So if that is your definition and the only thing that's going to determine whether you're successful or not, 9 times out of 10 is you're going to be very frustrated and you're going to fail. And I always say, to me, my approach has been a little different in this game. For me, it's been about a ministry. It's been about using that little orange ball to change lives. And while I'm fortunate, I know some of you all may have had an opportunity to look at my bio, 6 state titles, 3rd most in the history of state of Minnesota. Most recently went into the Minnesota State High School League Hall of Fame. I've had a lot of success. 31 Division I kids in 25 years. What I'm most proud of is, as I sit here at this moment, 100% graduation of kids who go to school in a district that historically have graduated African-American males at a rate of 28%. I used to say that my players had a greater chance of going to prison than going to college. 100% graduation on time. 100% of my kids have gone to a 4-year or a 2-year school. And that's what, to me, makes me a champion. A little bit about my background. You've already seen the bio, the what, and the how. I put this here because I think most coaches understand the what and the how. What you're doing is the game. I think you understand that you got to have offense and defense and all of those kind of things. But I think the most critical thing as a coach is finding your why. Why are you doing this? What got you into coaching? Because in order to stay in the game, in order to have success in the game, you must know your why. And I remember reading a book about by Napoleon Stone. And one of the things that book talks about is that 95% of the people in the world are just living life. Only 5% of the folks are blessed enough to find their purpose. And I know for me, I've been tapped on the shoulder by the man above to change lives. That's my why. And that's the reason that I go and coach every day. And I believe that's the reason that I've been successful, because I know my why. And I think too many coaches oftentimes are challenged because they spend too much time on the what and the how, and they make the game a lot more difficult than it really is. And I'm a believer that kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so my success have been, my kids know that I love them unconditionally. And so my approach is, again, using basketball, and I'll talk about my mission statement here, but my mission from day one in this game has been using basketball as a tool to help young men and women become champions, first and foremost in the classroom, in their families, in the community, and lastly, on the hardwood. Find your why. What is coaching? Let me get rid of this here. So, get the screen up here. Coaching is I'm sorry, let me go back here. Coaching is a profession of love. And one of the things when I talk about finding your why, and this is so true, you can't really be successful as a coach unless you love, first of all, what you're doing, and then love the kids that you're coaching. And I do know that that's a challenge sometimes. And I think one of the things that happen for us so often is as coaches, I mean, we get frustrated with young people because I always say something magically happens when you turn 25. You forget about all the mistakes that you made as a 14, 15, and 16-year-old. But you have to care. I think that's one of the most critical criteria that you gotta have. It requires that you care. And not just care about a kid who's your point guard. You got to care about them on the court and off the court. Without loving basketball, and one of the things that I've really been in over the last couple years is you have to be, it can't be transactional. It has to be transformational, right? It's about, and I just listened to Coach Reed, and one of the things that I heard that I thought was very interesting is you have to be willing to constantly adjust and constantly make changes. My job, I tell my kids all the time, my job is not to be easy on my player. My job is to help my young men go from good to great. Good, better, best, never take a rest, help them understand that their good can always be better than the best. So we talk about mission and vision. If you don't have a mission and a vision in your program, I would highly suggest that you get one, right? I mean, that should be your foundation, right? That should be the thing. And it should be, when you talk about your elevator speech, that should be something that your assistant coaches, your administration, everybody should understand what is the mission and the vision of your program. And as I said before, the mission of Minneapolis North Polo basketball is to offer student athletes through participation in competitive athletics and opportunities to have meaningful growth, accomplishments, and success. Be a positive role models in their school. Our vision is to develop a foundation for a championship program that use basketball as a tool to empower young men to be champions in the classroom, in their families, in their communities. Our desire is to develop the whole person, not just young men who can jump high and score, put the ball in the hoop. And I say that's important is because every single day when you walk across that line, right? You should be mission driven. You should be mission driven and vision driven, right? And so we talk about 1%, getting 1% better every single day, right? And that starts with the vision of our program and the mission of our program. What coaching isn't? Coaching is not what you do. It's not who you are. It's something that you do. And I think sometimes we can get so caught up. And I can just tell you, even for me as a period in my life, I got so busy sometimes being Coach McKenzie that I forgot about Larry McKenzie. It cannot, and again, we got to learn, in particular, as I've learned to become more of a transformational leader. Our goal is, as coaches, should be about empowerment, but it can't be all us. And I know with Coach Shine and some of the other coaches that may be on here, our faith is a critical part of that. And faith and family and those things have to be first and foremost, not just being a basketball coach. It's not something that you can punch a time clock. I don't know about anybody else, but I know it's making yourself available 24/7. Many of the kids, I coach in a very challenging community. And so I get called sometime at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't tell kids that I'm off work, right? I need to be there for them. It goes back to that unconditional love, not just caring about them as a basketball player, but caring about them as a human being. Can't be about egos, personal glories, agendas. It's about servanthood. And one of the things that I like, and somewhere in this presentation, but I always love a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King: everybody can be great. You want to be great, serve somebody. Basketball, coaching have given me the opportunity to be great by serving young people and making a difference in their lives. Can't be, obviously, a little bit different from the college coaches. There's not a lot of money in this thing. So can't be about the income. It has to be about the outcomes. And this goes back to what I was talking about in terms of finding your why. Why are you doing this? What are you trying to accomplish? What do you really want to get out of it? If it's just about hosting a trophy, you will be disappointed more times than not. It's not about what's best for you. It has to always be what's about best for the program. And I always tell everybody that, my kids, my staff, it's not about one person. It's about what's good for the overall of the program. It's not about championships and silverware. It's about people getting involved, people who care. Not about all about X's and O's. It's not about a destination, about the journey. I like what Coach said. Be good where you are. Be the best where you are. It's not, again, we just said, it's not about other coaches. It's not just a selfish kind of thing. And lastly, to me, coaching is not a job. It's not a vocation. It has to be a calling. I think one of the things that we talk about all the time also is important for our kids, for a coach, not just, I would say, not being a role model, but being a real model. So often, I could just tell you my experience is that I've had kids come to me, ask questions about, I know they it's not always about what I say, but they watch what I do. They watch how I treat my wife. They watch how I communicate with my own personal kids. They watch how I treat my family. So the best leaders, in my personal opinion, leads by example. It requires integrity, right? Coaches must, and especially these days with all that's going on with the new stuff, with the name, image, and likeness, the transfer portal, and some of those other things that eventually will come down to high school. You know, some men are born great, some men achieve greatness, some have greatness thrust upon them. nothing determines their legacy like their integrity. What you do and how you do have to mean something. I think when you're a great championship program, I personally believe it starts at the top. You can't ask your assistant coaches or your players to do something that you're not willing to do. You can't get on a kid for being late at practice if you're not going to be at practice on time. You can't get on kids about the kind of language that's being said oftentimes at practice. If you're that type of coach and using that type of language and those kind of things. And so you got to set the tone. And I got here, set the tone at the top, follow the rules. But one of the things I've learned over the years, it's not about rules, it's about standards, having standards. And so, you know, we always talk about a standard of excellence. And what I talk about with my kids, we may not be perfect, but every single day we're striving for perfection, trying to get 1% better. Make sure that you know your kids. And when I say that is, I remember I had a situation with one of my kids who got in trouble stealing French fries, actually my best player at the time, stealing French fries out of the cafeteria. And the principal called him in and called me in. They wanted to suspend this kid. What they didn't know, because I had a relationship with my kid, I was able to advocate that this kid was living in a situation where both of his parents was unemployed. There was no food in the house. He had been eating Skittles for breakfast, and he was simply stealing out of the cafeteria because he was hungry. If I didn't know my kids off the basketball court, I couldn't have been an advocate for him in terms of what was going on in that situation. One of my favorite movies, and here's where I like to do a little commercial. I happened to play with a guy when I was in high school by the name of Al Garcia and Andy Garcia. I'm sorry, Andy Garcia, getting a little old here. But Andy, one of the favorite movies that he made is a movie called Ocean 11. And what I tell my kids that we have to understand all the time, especially because our athletes tend to become leaders in the building and leaders in the community and all of that is, and us as coaches, we got to remember, and I love that in that movie, Ocean 11, somebody is always watching you. And you may not think so, but somebody is always watching. And I'm sure many of the veteran coaches here probably have kids in your building who have come to you and talked about the influence that you may have had on their lives that you didn't understand simply because of the way you carried yourself or the way that you did things or the way that you held your team accountable, any of those kind of things. But people are watching, you know, and I always say this, and if you're a parent, you're a parent, especially if you have teens, you know that kids are always trying to move the line on you. They're always trying to move the line. And so they're watching, they want to get you in that aha moment where they say, Coach, but you said this, and now you're doing this. So we have to be conscious of that as real models with our kids. Many of us, and especially those that are on here talking about that are assistant coaches, that want to be head coach, I can tell you there's a lot of difference between the second chair and the first chair. A lot of times, the paperwork, administration, fundraising, and all of those kind of things, you have to be able to multitask and you have to stay on things. And again, I always say, especially at the high school level, it's a full-time, beyond a full-time job for less than part-time pay. But that's not an excuse that you can have when paperwork or things have to be done. Buses schedule, game schedule, all of those kind of things. You have to be on top of things as a coach. There are 7 key components, I think, that we deal with our program. And Coach Sean, you got to keep time because I don't want to go over, but I'm going to try to run through this real quick. 7 key components, I feel, of building a championship program. And so these are some of the things that we do in our program. First and foremost, I tell my parents, I'm a believer in this. If your kids come and they play for me, I guarantee that they're going to go to college. And I can tell you, this is my second. I spent 9 years at a rival school, 9 years now at Minneapolis North. When I was at Minneapolis at Patrick Henry, I inherited a team with a GPA of 1.6. When I left, we had a team GPA of 3.55 Black males as National Honor Society students. I believe in being student athletes. And I don't think it's any magical kind of stuff, but right now, one of the things that I'm proud of, and I posted all over Twitter last year, this past semester, we had 100% of our players AB honor roll, 100% African-American male with a team GPA of 3.45. So 3 National Honor Society students. First Black kid, first program to have an African-American kid, all state, all academic. So I believe in student athletes. And so one of the things that we talk about in our program is I do a parent-player contract with my players. My kids and their parents have to sign a contract. And in that contract, if you have a D, you can practice, but you cannot suit up. But you sit on the game, you must show up for the game and sit on the bench in your street clothes. And I can tell you, over time, kids don't want to be that one. So, college coaches, you're dealing with the APR and all of those kind of things. But some of the things that we do on an everyday basis with our kids is we do mandatory study hall. We bring in people for ACT, SAT prep, and we provide tutoring, after school tutoring every day with our kids that we don't have a game. And so academics is really important for us. Professional development, in my assistant coach's contract, they must attend one coach's clinic in the spring or one in the fall, or I won't renew your contract. I'm proud to say, if you look at memberships, all of my coaching staff, they're members of the NABC, Minnesota State High School League Coaches Association, Minnesota Basketball Coaches Association, the National Federation of High School Basketball Coaches, and all of my coaches are USA Basketball Gold certified. And so we pride ourselves in terms of having that kind of standard of excellence and expectation as a staff. The other thing I got to say is I'm blessed. My staff, I have a fairly large staff. My top 2 assistants, one have been with me for 22 out of 24 years. My second is 20. All of my staff, the least amount of time that we've been a person on our staff is 8 years. So we have a staff that's been together for a long time. And while we encourage those guys to go get, look at other coaching opportunities and look at being head coaches, they just like what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so we've been in this together. Player and team development. So we do and as an educator, I believe in this thing, individual learning plan. And so we do a player skill learning plan, each individual kid. What do you need to work on that we do in the spring for every single kid in our program from top to bottom? A plan of ball handling, getting in shape, mental, basketball IQ, all of those kind of things, strength and conditioning. So you see the list there, nutrition, all of those kind of things. We do a lot of, it says team building events, but I like to say family events. If you were to talk to any of my players, they won't describe their teammates as teammates. They'll call them as brother. And one of the things that we talk about quite a bit is family. So academic compliance, professional development, player and team development, scouting, we got to be prepared. We make sure that we scout every opponent that we play. Coach can tell you, Coach Shine was there. In addition to filming games, I also film practices every day so I can go back and look back. We sit down and have discussions with our kids around analytics and those kind of things, and around their performance. So I'm not all the way there in terms of making decisions around analytics, but I'm a big supporter of analytics. If you're a high school guy, I'll tell you one of the things that we pride ourselves on is knowing all the 6th through 8th graders that are possible good players. And while we can't recruit, we can show up in the gyms with our gear on that says that we're North High, and we know that we do a lot of social media and that kind of stuff in terms of marketing. So find a way to make sure that people know about who we are. Got to have relationship with feeder programs in the community if you don't have a feeder program. And then just your current players, you got to make sure that again, relationships are important so that when people ask them about their experiences about being at your school, they have good things to say. Game, program, operation, all of those kind of things. I have on my staff, one of my coaches' titles is directors of basketball operation. And so they're responsible for all of those things. We travel quite a bit, make sure we're scheduling workouts. I'll say summer camp, a lot of safety protocol this the last 2 years around COVID. And then I think one of the things that I didn't know early on as a high school coach, the importance of marketing, being out in the community, right? So you got to get out, and I get out and I go to the Rotary clubs and other organizations in terms of fundraising. I'm making sure that we have gear and apparel that's out in the community. We work with our fans and our booster club, fundraising, and we do things a little different. And I tell people I've been blessed with my program because we do one of the things that I don't have on here that we did this year that I thought I've been trying to pull off for actually the last 9 years. We did a workshop for our kids. We took them to a restaurant, happened to be a African-American owned restaurant, where we sat them down for a 7-course meal and did an etiquette workshop. So we raised over $50,000 a year to support our program. We start off our season with the retreat, take our kids out of the city, out in the woods, no cell phone reception, take their cell phone Friday through Sunday, and it's all about team building and having team building workshops that we do with our kids. Again, we've already talked about putting academics first. We know that if you get it done, and I tell my kids and parents, the most important stat that you will ever have is not how many points per game. In all the years that I've been dealing with college coaches, I've never had a college coach ask me how many points, how many rebounds, how many assists. What they ask me, first of all, what kind of person are they? And then most of all, what are they doing in the classroom? We talk to our kids that when you represent your school in the community, it's not a right, but it's a privilege. I work closely with my administration at the beginning of the year. Once we pick our team, I send a letter out to the administration telling them, introducing myself, who the kids are that made the team. Our expectations is that our kids sit in the front 3 rows. They have my cell phone number, my email. If my kids are late, if they get a referral, if they got homework, if they got a paper due, please communicate with me and let me know that we have a real accountability system. And I just talked about our leadership retreat that we do. We've been fortunate the last 2 years. We worked with a friend organization called You Won't Game, where all of our kids are matched with a mentor in the area that they hope to pursue in terms of their skill. So broadcasting, sports management, sports journalism, business, all of those kinds of things, we match our kids up. So again, 85% of my kids don't have a dad at home. And so we want to make sure that in addition to our coaching staff, that they have positive role models in their life. Talked a little bit about our A+ program. And this is the letter here real quick that goes out to the administration. A+ and A+ is academics plus athletics. We want students first, athletes second. And so you can see, to help us win off the court, I'm requesting the following. All players sit in the first three rows of the classroom when possible. Notify me by phone or email if a player is constantly late or absent. Notify me if assignments are not turned in or incomplete. Notify me of any scheduled tests. So again, every Thursday, I personally check every player in my program grades. We have grade sheets that they take around to the teachers that are due on Thursday afternoon. I look at every single kid grades in my program on a weekly basis. And again, one of the things that they know, we don't tolerate being disrespectful in school, referrals, or any of those kind of things. So this is a copy of our A+ program. Athletic development, you guys are doing that. You understand, that you got to keep your kids in the gym. We have what we call the breakfast club during the season. Kids show up. One of our coaches that works with player development is in the gym every morning from 6 a.m. to 7:30 for kids that want individual workouts. And then we typically, kids get out of school at 3:15. They eat from 3:15 to 3:30. 3:30, we start with study hall, goes from 3:30 to 4:15. 4:15, we have life skills. We bring in speakers at 4:15. 5:30, they need to be in the locker room starting to get tape. We practice from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., 7:30 to 8 p.m. Big on character development, and I tell our kids, I already said, it's a privilege, not a right to put on that Minneapolis North uniform. I'm a believer, and I don't preach to my kids, but we talk about what high character kids look like. Know that that's important in terms of the recruiting process. We do a lot of, we make sure that our kids do 2 community service events every year. The parents know that as part of our program, that they're going to be doing those community service programs. And so that threw a lot at you in the last 30, 35 minutes. So I want to save some time to open up for questions. But again, for me, basketball has been an opportunity for me to change lives. And I'm so proud of, like I said, over the last 24 years, 33% of my kids who have gone to college now have college degrees. They're working in education in the community. They're giving back. Many of them are now getting into coaching. And so for us, this is about, as much as it is about collecting trophies and winning championships on the hardwood, the most important thing is it's about changing lives. And again, I think the reason that I've been able to have the success that I've had and create a championship program is because our kids know that we love them unconditionally. And I always tell folks, I've been surprised the last couple months with some Hall of Fame recognition. It's not because I'm the greatest X's and O guy or any of that kind of stuff. It's because I care about my kids and my kids know that and they play that way. And I think if you do your research, John Wooden, Coach K, Dean Smith, all of the great ones, one of the common things that they all have in common is the relationship that they have with their players. You got to know the kids that you're coaching. And when kids know that you care, they're produced. So with that, Coach, I'll open it up for questions.
All right, man, that's some good stuff right there. Coaches, if you got any questions, please feel free to hammer away in the chat. If you want to unmute yourself to ask any questions, you are more than welcome to do that as well.
Coach, can I just share
Uh,
one other quick thing too? And,
yes,
I
sir.
heard Coach Reed talking about it. So one of the things that I think make us different as well, as you know, you spent some time with us. You know, I didn't realize this till this season. And I always say, so in September, I put together what I call the puzzle. And so I have a November, my team changes. Literally, we add a different defense and a different offense every 3 weeks. And so the team that you see in March is totally different from the team that you may have played in November or December.
I love that. I love that. Honestly, I love that what you just said. And it kind of went along with something that Coach Reed said. She was just saying how she might change her game plan up all the time, but she was saying that you have to prepare for that in the off season. So if that's like the kind of scheme you have, you can't just throw it at the kids like, oh, tomorrow we're gonna do this.
No, right. And so again, I call it the puzzle. So I sit down with my two associate head coaches, my offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and we talk about, okay, November, you know, we understand we're gonna be pretty vanilla, right? Motion, man to man, but then we're gonna start doing some other things. And one of the reasons that we brought you in this year is because we wanted to do more trapping, run and jump kind of stuff and stuff like that. And so we, you know, and you watched us a couple of times and we didn't use it. You know what I'm saying? We worked on it. We didn't use it till the playoffs. Major difference. But we're constantly, so September, I write down what offense, what defense, what sideline out of bounds, baseline out of bounds, all of those things that you're going to be doing during the course of the year. What am I going to do in November? What new offense, defense I'm going to add in December? What new offense, defense I'm going to add, out of bound plays, et cetera, in January. Now that can be tough on high school kids, but when you create that kind of culture, right, kids just make the adjustment.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And I think it's a different way that you can really get the advantage on other opponents because they're not used to that. Like you could be playing a game and, you know, a lot of times you go into halftime and that's when coaches make their adjustments. But let's just imagine that your second half strategy is different from your first half. Well, by the time they go in and try to adjust, you're coming with something different. So, you know, or if you're a different team in the first half, but then when you make that second conference swing where you got to play them twice, by the time they see you again, they've watched film on that first game, but that first game is almost not valid because you're doing something completely different. So it's like they're playing a new team.
So Coach, if I could tell a quick story. So when we won our championship in 2016, I played man-to-man 99% of the time. And so we played, first half, we played our standard man-to-man defense. We went into the locker room. We were down. You know, my coaches, we had worked on our matchup zone, right? Because I never, ever played a zone. And so anyway, long story short, we came out in the matchup zone the second half. We won by 30. And the opposing coach was said, like, it just threw us off. We never thought that Coach McKenzie would play a zone. And so they were not prepared for something that we had been practicing all year, but we saved it to the championship game.
I love it. And for the coaches that are in here, man, you got to be unpredictable. Like that's the thing about it. I bet that coach didn't know what to do. I bet all of his time was spent scouting you based off what he think you normally do, and that you showed him, but then you threw him for a loop and couldn't do nothing about it. I love it. I love it.
Any questions at all?
I know we got some brains in the room. Coach DJ, me and him have talked before. He's a really smart coach. Any questions? We could talk forever. We do have a question here. Nope, that was a comment. One of the coaches just mentioned that they did that against a team in the semifinals last year. Yeah, I love doing that kind of stuff because it really, the game of basketball is a thinking game. If you can outthink the next coach, you can beat the next coach.
So
that's simple and plain.
And then let me add this, Coach. So one of the things, and I'm glad you said that. So one of our ways, and you were there, you and I talked about this when you visit, right? Part of our life skills for my kids is we teach them how to play chess. And that is part of our mental preparation, because I tell my kids, right? That's the off the court stuff, because chess is, you got to be 2 moves ahead. And if you understand offense and defense, if Coach Shine is guarding me, when I do this, he's going to do this, and I know my next move, right? And so that's part of what we're doing with our kids off the court, is using the game of chess to teach them how to be good basketball players.
Man, listen, I could run around the room on that one. I'm just being honest. Listen, every coach in here teaching players how to play chess. Like it's so awesome how you can take outside things that apply to the game. Like, for instance, I remember one of the books I used to look at when I was coaching at the Division II level. It was a book called The Art of War. The Art of War. And yes, hey,
it's a mandatory read for my assistant coaches.
A mandatory read. So, like, books like that, yeah, it's about real war. But like, if you start taking certain strategies, you can literally put that into your game plan and begin to use it. And people think, well, you know, I got a sweet motion, or, you know, I got the best kid from the area. Don't none of that matter to me. Because if I can outthink you, I don't care who you have on your team. I don't care if you got All-American. I don't care if you're more athletic. I don't care if you got the tallest players. It don't matter. If I can outthink you, which I'm spending 99% of my time developing myself as a coach to outthink the best of them. If you put it in right there, I don't care who you playing. And if you train your players like that, playing chess. I've never heard that. It makes sense, but I've never heard it. Teaching your players how to play chess. See, now their minds are thinking differently. They're not thinking, and this is more geared towards the now, Coach Mitchell, do you guys have a shot clock in Minnesota?
Mackenzie, but so we haven't had a shot clock in Minnesota. We'll have it next season, but we play in Iowa and South Dakota. So we play 2 or 3 games a year with the shot clock. We've been playing that over the years.
What did I just call you? Did I call you Coach McKinney? I might have said something else.
Hey, Coach Mitchell, but I'm cool.
You know, Coach McKenzie. But so one of the things that I taught my players, like, you have to think more than, hey, we trying to go out here and press somebody. Okay, you break that down, and now you're breaking it down to you have 30-second shot clock. So if you're pressing someone, and if you're doing a good job, 9 times out of 10, they're going to average between like that 7 and 8 mark of getting across half court. So now they're playing with 22 seconds. And then if they trying to enter it into the offense, they might be at 20 seconds. So you just average, you make a team play at 20 seconds instead of with a full 30. You're speeding their offense up. So now you're going to recognize where their mistakes happen, because anytime you speed someone's offense up, you're going to see where they're prone to make mistakes at. It might be in passing. It might be in dribbling. You never know. So, like I said, I'm just extending basically what you said. Playing chess is that's what you're playing.
And Coach, I think for the coaches in here, I mean, I think at every level, right? So, you know, we talk about kids going from high school to college to the pros. The major separator, in all honesty, is not about talent. It's really about your ability to be able to make an adjustment quickly in terms of the game, mentally, right? your ability to think faster at every level that you go to. Because when we hear people say speeds up all the time. Well, the speeding up is much about the mental process as it is about the physical process. And so for kids that can't get it, that can't, you know what I'm saying? See that guy that's open fast enough or think ahead. Again, like I said, and I don't care, the game is this simple. If coach goes to, if you jump to your left, I'm gonna jump I'm gonna jump left to guard you, and then what's the next move? So if I do this, he's gonna do this, and I already know what my next move is. Chess.
I love it. What you're saying right there too is it reminds me of a lot of read and react. Like I believe, so when I coached, and I refer back to my Central State days only because that's when I was a head coach in college. And so I had full autonomy to do it how I wanted to do it. I taught probably 95% read and react, period. Because when players are in the game, it's not going to be just like practice. It's not going to be just how you like orchestrated a cookie cutter defense and the defense already knew what you was doing because they're your teammates. You have to teach the players how to read and react things when they're on the court. And so we used to give counters for counters. Like we used to throw different things at them. And a lot of times I would get on the court and just do things because I knew that you can't show them every look because there's going to be looks on the court that they're going to see that you're not going to see, nor can you teach them. But if you teach them how to react to certain stimuli and you do as many counters to that as you can, it will help them to be able to react versus, hey, I just want you in emotion and I want you to go there. And then if you go there and if you're not there, you're in trouble. No, give them liberty. Give them liberty to react and read what they're seeing. And I found that helps so much. I really enjoyed that. So,
again, Coach, I mean, I know there's got to be some questions out there, comments, or anything that I said that might have been a little bit controversial, somebody disagreed with. I want to hear from some of these coaches on here.
Yeah. I got one coach in the chat box. He said, Coach DJ, he said, I agree. Mental aspect of the game speeds up as well as the physical speed. It's good stuff right there. That mental piece is what you have to train your players on. Like that ought to be, oh my gosh, like over 50% of what you do. Because if they can get it here, they can get it out there. If they can't get it here, there's always going to be something that comes along that they're going to be like, man, I can't do that. So we'll give it a few more moments here. Any questions for Coach McKenzie? I really appreciate Coach McKenzie just in my time and spending up there and seeing how he runs his operation and his program like A1. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people do it like he does. As you can tell on this conference, I mean, he's about what he's about. He loves to do what he does. He embodies it. One of the things that stuck out to me is when you talked about just how every Thursday you're on academics. You have those things like, I tell you, like a lot of people may talk it and they're not walking it. I've been around him for at least the time that I've known him. Like he's a coach. He's a coach. And so I really appreciate him taking time on here. And like I said, we got a few more moments. Anybody have any questions or comments that you want to share? Put in the comment box. You can unmute yourself, ask anything, but I definitely want to make sure that while he's here, ask of him, ask some things, so you can learn. We're doing this for you guys. So, and Coach McKenzie, you guys, had some success this year as well, back to a championship game. And one of the things that I always say is you don't just wake up and roll over into a championship. There's things that you're doing. And so kind of as we close out and give a few moments for anybody to ask any questions, like what? Well, here's a question, Coach Q. She says, strategies for over-involved parents. or absentee parents?
So for me, first, let me comment, Coach, you were talking about, and you were there. You remember all year long, and I think I text you, we gave our kids March 26, 2022, beginning of the season, put it in everybody's locker, right? Because we planned on playing March 23rd. And I text you that day, we were there, right? And so again, that's part of that mental stuff. You know, one of the things for me that I do at the beginning of the year, I bring in, do my parent meeting, and I give I didn't put it in my presentation, but I have a letter or a little summary that I give to parents about playing time, how it works, all of those kind of things at the beginning of the season. And what I say to my parents is a couple things. One, I won't tell you how to parent, and I have both of my kids play Division I basketball, I think, and we're good kids, and I think I have some ideas about parenting. I won't tell you how to parent if you don't tell me how to coach. And then one of the things that's in my materials that we talk about, like, when parents want to talk about playing time and all of that kind of stuff, like I used to say, I won't talk about playing time, but I'll talk to you about your kid, Mr. Shine. But if you're gonna talk about Mr. Smith kid, Mr. Smith has to be in that meeting as well. And so I've been blessed, and I can't say I don't get a lot of parent issues. I really don't. But the other thing of it is, and I'll tell you, is being like an educator, though, too. Communicate with your parents. We send out a weekly newsletter every Sunday night, what practice is going on, all of the stuff that we did, a rehash of the week, who was our practice player of the week, all of those kind of things. If you got good things going on, it's just like a teacher, right? Don't wait to call the parent when bad stuff is going on. Let them communicate with your kids. Hey, D'Amico or whoever worked really hard this week in practice. I like the way he's starting to listen, that kind of stuff. Here's what's going on, that kind of thing. And I think if you keep parents engaged, it takes a little bit of that tension that often happens between parents and the coaching staff.
That's really good.
And the other thing that I'll tell you that's worked for me too is we pick one Saturday. During the course of the season. We do a breakfast and invite all the parents to practice.
That's good. That's really good. I like that. Those touches, those kind of like those touches. I found too, and tell me how you think about this too, is sometimes you have to give parents responsibilities. So for instance, I seen it in my high school program where if a parent was over like a mom's club, then they want to be involved, but when they sit in the stands, there's no involvement. They'll try to be involved in the coaching, because they want to be involved. But if it's like, hey, can you help us feed the guys every Friday after the game, or can you bake some cookies for the road, or then it fulfills that, it is just an example. I've seen that kind of thing.
Coach, you're right. So we rotate, right? We ask the parents, so every home game, we do a hot meal. I ask moms and families to be involved with that. And I'm telling you, I mean, it's like anything else, right? You have to have a relationship beyond the players. Because the other thing about it is, if parents feel like they know you, right? If they feel like they know you, then they're less apt to come at you. You know what I'm saying? But like anything else, I mean, and I tell the parents all the time, I understand, because I'm undefeated in the NFL every Sunday. Don't lose. You know what I'm saying? So You may not agree, but I also welcome them. If you want to know, if you really, give me 24 hours. If you want to know why I switched from man to man, or I took this with this kid out or whatever, we can talk about it.
No, I love it. I love it. And I think it's a great way to go about it. And DJ
And I like
said,
that comment by Coach Morrow. You're absolutely right. I mean, so here's the thing about it is, why should a parent trust you with their kid if they don't know you? And one of the things is, Coach, because I did not put in my presentation, but I want to ask this question to one of the things that to all the coaches on here. I don't care what level you're coaching. Building a championship program, are you winning practice every day? Because if you don't win in practice, how you gonna win a championship? How you gonna win games? Are you winning practice every day?
man, that's powerful. I'm over here tweeting out what you just said. Why should the parent trust you? Why should a parent trust you with your kid if they don't know you? But then what you just said too, that's powerful. Winning practice.
I hear. I mean, sorry, but so many people talk about winning, right? You got to teach winning. So if you don't win in practice, how you gonna win in a game? And what I've observed, like you, when I get an opportunity to go sometime and watch other people practice, they're not winning practice. And their record at the end of the season is reflective of their practice.
Wow. That's just a paradigm shift. People want to skip that part. And oh my gosh, that just opens my mind up a little more. And even something I'm gonna be watching for, even as I, travel and work with programs and things, just kind of watching that, because you got to have a handle on your practice. Like, and like you said, practice winning. Like, a part of that too is practicing the game. I've been to a lot of practices where, it's a lot of cute drills and things like that. But I'm like, man, like, you'll never do that in the game. Like, backflip over 3 cones and do a crossover and shoot. Like, oh, that look good for the gram, but that's not gonna get that win for you. So you gotta win.
And that's what I'm talking about, coaches, right? The drills that you're running and all of those kind of things. Like, how does it relate to your game plan? When is it going to come in to what you're doing during the course of the season? I'll say this: if you're not winning practice, you're not winning games.
Man, that's a mic drop right there. Listen, I know we're great to close this thing down and move to our next speaker of the day. But man, this has been phenomenal. But that right there, if you're not winning practice, you're not winning games. When you think about what practice is, the word practice, what are you practicing? You got to win in practice. Like that's going to stick with me right there. I love that. I love that. And coaches, I hope that you really listened to Coach McKenzie, man. That's some great stuff. I know some of you have already messaged me and mentioned that some of the things, they want some of those letters and things. So I'll reach out to you and see what you're, willing to depart with.
No secrets here. I'll share everything.
Yeah. And so I had a few coaches I want to get some things to. And so I'll get those things from Coach McKenzie. And then I'll shoot those out to those coaches who would like to have those things. But man, I really appreciate this. I do. Can you get this last question?
What are a few, let's see. So I mean, yeah. So I think in terms of what are a few wins in practice that a coach, your turnovers. Your turnovers when you're going through your drills and that kind of stuff. Your percentage, like for example, coach, you watch a team run a 3-man weave or 3-on-0 drill, miss layups and shots. don't rebound, put the ball back. So if that doesn't matter there, why is it going to matter on Tuesday or Thursday? So are you tracking the percentage that you're shooting every day in practice? Your turnovers, right? The stuff. So those are all things that matter to me, right? Taking care of the basketball, communicating, right? Coach, you've been there. You know how I am when kids aren't talking. So those are things that you have to win on the. So here's what I would say to you: the things that really matter, you got to win on a daily basis, right? You can't. How you gonna be a good shooting team in a game if you don't shoot well in practice? Free throws. Do you get in enough time for free throws? What's your practice free throw percentage? Not your game. What's your turnover percentage in practice? Because those are all the things that are going to impact you on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday night. But a lot of coaches, what coach just said, you just go through the drill. We're going to do a 3-man weave. We got that on the practice, right? Coach, you came in, right? Why do I bring a Coach Shine in to work on defense and then we don't get turnovers while we practicing the drills? So it's just those kind of things that, and again, coach, it sounds like a little thing, right? But it's like, if you're not, and this is something that I just started to pay more attention to this year. If you're not winning practice, you're not winning games.
Man, it's powerful and it's profound, and it's so simple. And sometimes we can make the game so hard that it's not simple anymore. And time out for that. It's just time out for it. Okay, it's time to go back to what it's supposed to be. And teaching the game is not hard. It's not hard. And honestly, for me, that's why I love to listen to coaches like Coach McKenzie. He's old school. He stays old school. Old school to me is simple. New school can be complicated. I'm like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? We're doing Euros, Australios. Like, it's just like shoot the ball, make the layup. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we have to get back to with the game, because sometimes we can confuse our athletes. They like, what's going on?
Absolutely.
But if we could keep it simple, it'd be better off for the coaches and the players. So,
Coach, I appreciate. I know you got to get to the next speaker. I certainly appreciate being a part of this and having an opportunity today. I hope that I've said something that will make a difference to somebody on here. But again, use this game. For so many of our kids, use this game to change lives. And if you do that. And hold them accountable, right? And then you got to practice those things yourself. Don't have expectations that you're not willing to be, make sure your kids are holding you accountable as well. So I can keep going on, but I'm so honored to be a part of this coaches conference, and thank you for your time. I'm grateful to be here.
Thank you so much, Coach McKenzie, man. I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Like, I absolutely love it. I feel like just jumping up and running around the room. I love to talk about the game, and I love the simplicity of the game. I think we can get so much out of it when we simplify things and keep them simple. So I appreciate Coach McKenzie for you being here, and I hope you guys have as well. And so we're going to transition here. If you guys need to get up and stretch for a second, I'll give you a chance to do that, grab some water or whatnot. We're going to go into our final speaker of the day, and I'm so excited to hear from Coach Sue. And so we'll give you guys about 60 seconds if you just want to stretch real quick. We'll get right into our next guest here, and grab me a little water here. But oh man, it's been such a great day, and I hope you guys have been blessed by this. Just really tried to put something on that can give you just some nuggets, some nuts and bolts that you can apply to your programs and help you in what you're doing. And that's the main thing. And, one of the ways I was brought up was to be a how do I want to say it, for lack of better words, to be stingy for wisdom. Like, go after it, like be a sponge, like go get it, because at the end of the day, what may put you above the next coach, the next team, and allow you to have that success in your life is that wisdom that you picked up years ago or whatever that might be. And so I hope you guys are being blessed by this, and I'm excited as we go into our last speaker here. Coach Sue Ramsey, man, I've known her from afar. Of course, she's done some great things in the game, and I'll let her kind of talk through her history or whatnot. But like I always say, you don't wake up and roll over and I've won a national championship. There's things that you have to do along your journey, and things that you have to buy into. And a lot of those things, which I've found out from great coaches, even coaches like great coaches like Coach Ramsey that we're about to introduce, is a lot of it sometimes can deal with stuff that's even before you get to the court. And then it translates to the court, and so, I just love like what she is about, what she embodies, just the integrity, her walk with the Lord, and the fact that she loves basketball. That's a great combination. And I'm so excited to have her here to close out our day. So we want to welcome to the stage at Coaches Conference 2022. Welcome, Coach Sue Ramsey. How's it going, Coach?
Hey, Coach Shine, I'm great. Can you see my screen and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, that's a good thing. That's the first thing, check off that box there, because I'm in my 60s, so technology. But I think I got Coach Fraley beat, so that's a good thing. Hey, it's great to be here, and I'm honored to be the one to wrap it up. And for those of you who've stuck with it through this whole day, I know you've learned. I know you're growing, and great advice through every speaker. Don't try to adopt everything, but take what you need to take, the nuggets, and maybe make some adaptions and see what you can grow from and grow your program. I say this all the time. I retired in 2015. I coached for 35 years. 31 of those were as a head coach. High school for 3 years. Then I went to Division I assistant coach for 4 years, a Division I head coach for 8 years. And my last 20 years as the head coach at Ashland University. So I bring clarity by saying I started when I was 10 years old. And, but boy, did that fly by. And I was blessed with each step, and very, very thankful for the lessons learned. Not always easy lessons, as we've heard through the speakers. Starting off with Ty, I love that mindset, growth mindset, and failure is a part of it. But failure doesn't define you, it refines you. It serves, I like to say this is, when you fall, you get a bruise, right? And so you learn and it goes away. When you fall, it's not a tattoo. So, you're going to learn from it, and hopefully next time, then you're going to watch your step and not fall. But all those things tied together, and people and relationships and all that I'll get into, but just so blessed. So I get the opportunity to thank Coach Shine for putting all this together and all the hard work that went into doing it and bringing all this information to you all, and having all these speakers and growing. I grew today. I got better today. So very, very thankful for you, Coach Shine. And when I think of you, and I love your last name, because I think of Matthew 5:16, let your light shine before men in such a way that they will see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. And I know that's how you live your life. I know that's why you set this up. And hopefully some things have come to that bright sunshine today for all of you that you can take with you. So continue to keep learning. And I'm going to just talk briefly as we wrap up the day, a little bit about the journey. And obviously my journey, but also things that I've observed along the way and things that work. As I mentioned, the 20 years at Ashland, they were so gracious to me to allow me to stay that long, to be able to put a program in place and build on the core values that we'll touch on those and create that culture. It was truly a blessing. And my last 7 years with Coach Fralick sitting beside me, Just couldn't have asked for anyone better, and was so thankful to be able to leave the program in her hands. Obviously, well deserved, and she did a tremendous job, and she continues to. So I'll touch on some of that, but not always easy. In 2000 we won 6 games, and 2013 we won national championship. So it's not a sprint. It is a race of endurance, and you got to stay the course. And I'm going to give you a few things today that'll hopefully keep you engaged in this profession, because we need great people out there having those influences in people's lives. So I decided to be a little catty to hang up my whistle in 2013 after we won the championship, right out of town on my white horse. So stayed 2 more years. Very grateful I did that, and retired in 2015 from coaching, but not from doing the passion of my heart. And that is the reason I love coaching so much was to help coaches, help athletes grow in understanding what great teammates look like, to understand leadership and the roles that we all play. And I do a lot of mentoring and a lot of speaking, a lot of workshops, travel all over the country. So if you need something, let me know. CoachRamsey.com website. All right, enough advertising here. The journey. So I love that the Greek language has, a lot of times they have 2 words for things. So for time, they have the word chronos, and that's where we get the word chronological. So time, chronos time, is a quantitative. It counts minutes. It's sequential, right? And a lot of times we go through our seasons and we let's count the days down, and maybe it's not a great year and can't wait for this, but hopefully not. Hopefully our athletes not counting that. Instead, I love this word which is kairos. And what kairos is the qualitative time. It captures the moments. And when we get to the end here, we'll talk about legacy. But when you think back on your career, when you think back on your season, when you think back on a game, hopefully and prayerfully, you've been able to capture moments, because it's the moments that keep us going. So it's not a race, this coaching thing. It is a journey, and we need to enjoy those moments. We need to enjoy and celebrate moments. So important to be able to do that. All right, so 3 questions here: the why, the how, and the who. Some of this has been touched on before, but I'll just reinforce it in my way. The why do I coach? Why do I coach? Great question. And if you've never explored this, I challenge you to do so. And one, you just heard it from our last speaker, transactional reasons, and the other, transformational reasons. All right, so what is the difference between the transactional and transformational? Well, here's some listings of transactional. I like to compare that to like short-term goals. Transactional, clarifying tasks, initiate structure, provide awards. It's a present-oriented approach to things, and it's focused on managing. Whereas transformational is more innovative. It recognizes needs, which is required then to have relationships. So needs. It's to inspire. It's future-oriented. I've got these kids now, but I'm going to pour into them now so that they're prepared for what's next in life. It's focused on influencing and guiding. So as you see the little demonstration at the bottom, transformational. And I hope and pray that that's one of the motivating factors of why you coach. So the question is, have you developed a transformational purpose statement? And you've seen several of our speakers that have their vision and their mission. I kind of narrowed this down to a transformational purpose statement for my life. And then from that, I'll show you how that evolved into vision. So what this transformational purpose statement does, it puts into a brief statement, 25 words or fewer, just really identifying your values and your gifts. And then you make it structured, the target being your program, your athletes. And the first thing I put there is you really need to take time to look in the mirror and don't should yourself. You know what I mean by that? Don't should you. This is what I should be. This is what my athletic director thinks it should be. This is you. You're the one in charge of your program. So this is you writing the statement for why you coach, why you do what you do, and what those identity of values and gifts look like. So start with the core values. Ethics is a code of values, which, and this is why we have them, guide our choices and actions, determine the purpose and course of our lives. So very important to have those. And I'm going to quickly go through a list of not exhaustive list by any means, but a list of words that might pop in your head. I have a handout for this, Lewis, so I can email that to you if anybody wants this, and you can work on developing your transformational purpose statement. So there's some of the words as far as values are concerned, what you value, what you put a high priority on, excellence, integrity, knowledge, joy, love, nurturing, some more here, relationships, responsibility, wisdom, understanding, truth, respect, all those things. Well, serve us well in why we do what we do and how we react to things in our life. It's so important to have these in place because coaching is so hard. It's so hard what you do. And I say these are things that serve as the rocks, right? If you don't have a solid foundation, like scripture tells us, if it's not built on the solid foundation of the rock, it's going to fall apart. It's going to wash away. Okay. The second is the areas of giftedness. What you are is God's gift to you. What you do with those gifts is your gift back to God. So how he created you, the gifts he gave you, all of us different, but he needs all of that. And now when I develop those gifts and give them away, it's a gift that I give back to God. So this might be harder for some to identify their areas of giftedness, but seek some advice from other people. Here's just a short list. So you might be great at building confidence or listening to other people in the counseling role, expressing empathy, encouraging others, giving, inspiring. Your knowledge is a gift. To listen, to love, to motivate, to serve, to have that vision, to teach. So again, not an exhaustive list, but some ideas of things. So then you bring them together and you write the statement that emphasizes what you value and what you're gifted at, and the target area obviously is going to be your team. So here's some that I've received over the years. I've worked with many people on this. Relentlessly pursue my passion to inspire and motivate others to reach their full potential by demonstrating love, optimism, and humility. So clearly the values are love, optimism, humility, and the areas of giftedness are relentless pursuit, inspiring, and motivating others. Another one, create genuine caring relationships and positive impact. Others with encouragement and motivation so they in turn can do the same. So it's that mentality of pouring into them so they can then, once leaving your program, give to others. And the words jumping out there, genuine caring relationships, positively impact, and then the giftedness, obviously, encouragement and motivation. All right, so I retired from coaching. I had my purpose statement for the coaching part. So when I retired from coaching, I said, I got to get a new vision. And I'll show you that in a minute. And then a new purpose statement. So mine is to share my life experiences with others, to inspire, encourage, and motivate them to fulfill their God-given purpose with joy, humility, and gratitude. So my areas of giftedness are the inspire, encourage, and motivate. I guarantee you, if Robin Frelick's not sitting next to me, we don't win a national championship in 2013. We're not runners up in 2012. Brilliant in X's and O's, as you probably already could tell from hearing her this morning. So that was smart to recruit her and have her on staff for 7 years. And then my areas of my core values are the joy, humility, and gratitude. Now, what this has done, being that solid rock foundation, it has served me well in decision making. And women on this call, you know this better than anybody. We as women have a harder time of saying no than our male counterparts. So since retiring my last 7 years and doing what I've been doing based on this statement right here, I've gotten several offers for full-time type positions, and they're good positions with good people. But in each case, I had to say, I'm going to pray about this, and I'm going to refer back to my purpose statement and came back with a, thank you very much, but that's not what I'm called to do in this season of life. And it was so good to have this as a foundation, because I love these people, and they had good offers for me. And one was kind of more of a salesperson, and I'm like, this doesn't say I'm a salesperson. And so it served me in direction, gave me permission to say no. And I'll do the same for you as a coach in your program. Okay, how? Why do I coach the way I do? How do I coach? And why do I coach that way? I heard a speaker at a conference and it worked for him or her, right? So I adopted all of that, and that's why I do that. Or this is how I was coached. And I hear that a lot through the generations, but here's the thing. How you were coached was different. Now the game not different, but the athletes were different. So as the athletes change and have all the other forces that are influencing them, obviously the big one, social media, then we as coaches need to change as well. Or sometimes I hear this is just how I've always done it. Well, again, look in that mirror and take a hard look. And you're on this call probably because you want to learn some new things. And is that going to be the most effective way to influence my athletes to run this program, to create a culture that will be one of transformation for their lives? In that being said, the vision, the core values is so important. Proverbs 29:18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. How important is that to know where you're going in order to know what to do to get there? And I love this quote by Helen Keller. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight, but no vision. Yeah, someone that overcame a lot of things and found a lot of ways to do things, not the traditional way because of her limitations, but still was able to have vision. So important. The vision derives from your purpose statement, your why, your core values. So that's why it's so important to write that purpose statement first. Then you go back to it, you dig out those core values you've already identified, and then that works into your vision for your program. Second part of that is from Habakkuk 2:2. Probably not a book y'all pick up every day and read, but Habakkuk 2:2 says, make it plain on tablets. Okay, all those things that you want to incorporate or that want to be those rocks in your program, so he may run. So there's action involved in it. Who reads it? So basically, write it down. And I love the one who reads it. Well, that's got to be everybody in your program. That's got to be your parents that know your vision, your core values for your program, so they know why you do what you do. It's got to be in your administrators' hands. At the college level, every recruit that came into our office, whether we're recruiting or not, got one of those, so they would know if they could actually fit into the core value standards of the program, the culture. And some were like, I can't live up to that, I'm going to go somewhere else, and that's fine. You want to know that ahead of time, right? But it's so important to write it down. We had it in the team room, we had it in the office, we had it in the locker room. It was on every player's playbook. We talked about it and we reinforced it, and it was visual. So this is what Ashland University's was when I was coaching there. And I went to Women's Leadership Summit, and I was challenged there. Do you have a PDP? And I said, I don't know what a PDP is. And I'm a coach. I don't know. Personal development plan. I said, help me out a little bit more. And they said, do you have philosophy? Yeah, I got a philosophy. And, parents come in, coaches, recruits come in, and coaches come in. I talk about my philosophy. We'll write it down. So I went back to my office that spring, and I looked on my wall, and I had John Wooden's Pyramid of Success, and I had Kay Yao's Life Sayings. And I prayed and asked permission. So I borrowed from them some of these words and some of these thoughts, but this became the program. So it's, everything starts with a jump ball. Everything starts with commitment. Then we're going to go end line to end line, integrity and trust. So, t-shirts said commit to it, right? Integrity and trust. But within the framework are things like undisputed character, consistent dependability, determined effort, focus, passion. Big words, but we broke them down and we defined them by actions. And then the key area here are the heart things: the selfless love, honesty, sincerity, loyalty, communication, how we acted. If you heard Coach Freilich this morning, this was what we built the program on. when I left, I looked at her walking out the door and I said, "You're going to keep that, right?" And she said, "Oh yeah, yeah." And then a year later, she knew that she had to get her own. And I'm out talking to coaches and I'm saying it has to come from you, the head coach. It has to be your core values, your heart. This is not something you negotiate with your players. You can do goals with the players, but this is you, coach, looking in the mirror and coming up with your vision, your core values for your program. And this served as the program, right? The court was the program. So when I had disciplinary reasons to bring somebody in, or if a kid wasn't cutting it and I had to dismiss a kid, it was always based on these values. And that's the program would make the decision. And all of us in the program had to measure ourselves against those values every day. And yes, grace and mercy extended, but when it wasn't a fit, we knew it. We knew it because it was written. It was solid. All right, so I walk out the door and Coach Freilich referred to him today, and I wanted to scream at her and say, "Hey, I've got this on the next slide, but this is what she came up with." And when I called her, she said, "Coach, I said, you got to get your own." She goes, "I have it. And it's the same principles. It's the same idea, same cultural pieces, just written in a way that she's comfortable with," which made total sense. So they're her 5 as she referred to them. And I love the breakdowns. And I'll give her a shout out right now because I've worked with a lot of coaches, a lot of programs, and there is nobody that I have found better in this country that reinforces core values than Coach Freilich. And you heard her talk about the classes she teach and how they, every day before practice, they talk about it. Each day is assigned a different core value. Here's another thing she didn't tell you, but I love this. You know how they tweet out player profile. And on the player profile, you ask, what's your favorite food? What's your favorite actor? What's your favorite movie? What's your favorite core value? Wow, boom, up front right there. I love that. I love that. So reinforce them and live by them. Now, there's the transition, right? So go back. Yep, there's the Ashland emblem. And what changed? Nothing except orange. And now we're looking at the Falcon because it's Coach Freilich. So she's going to coach the same way because those are her core values and reinforce them. All right, so here's a few others. This is from a high school coach here in Ohio that I thought was brilliant in spelling out success and what that looks like. And I love it. The root of the tree is love. So they're going to build everything on love and selflessness. And then from those come those other things. This is a high school actually in Indiana, Goshen girls basketball. I've had this for a while, so I don't know if they still have it in place, but I love it. They have the words and then they backed it up with scripture as well on the pillars. So good stuff. So I challenge you to put that down, to create it. I've worked with just got one from a volleyball coach, has it on the volleyball, softball on the diamond. Each base represents something. I mean, you can get really creative with it or just keep it simple. Whatever fits who you are, but reinforce them. It will help in everything with your program. Once you have the pieces in place of solid rocks, then you can go forth and make lots of decisions and hold your kids accountable to things that are bigger than themselves. Because everybody, I don't care who you are, really wants to be part of a team, wants to be part of something bigger than themselves. And direction is key. All right, this is just, I'm going to share with you, this is so I retired and had to go from the court to my own. So for me personally, it was important again to keep that vision out front, and my purpose continuing matching my transformational purpose statement. So you see my areas of giftedness at the top, and then my core values, and then I did it on building pieces because I wanted to continue to grow. So with the rock of faith being in the middle, and then I have verses that I've memorized that there's 40 on there that reinforce that, and then how I make my choices daily and serving others and tend to the temple, take care of the body, learn and grow, read, relationships, and prayer. And that's my day. That's my win the day 24-hour period, and refer to that and try to stay on track to stay grounded in what I'm called to do. All right, the who, and this is more about impact. All right, who is our athletes, right? But who are we impacting? And goes along with how are we impacting? And yeah, this quote was just said by by Coach McKenzie, and I loved it when he said it. It's when I do in a lot of my workshops. A coach will impact more people in 1 year than the average person does in a lifetime. And so you're going to have influence. And the question is going to be, is it going to be a positive influence or a negative one? And I don't care what age you are. I'm going to tell you this. I went oftentimes to our local grocery store in Ashland because they had the little coffee and donut place, right? And so I walk in and grab a cup of coffee and cream horn and sit down, and who's sitting there at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning? Mostly men, mostly 75 maybe or older. And we talk, and they chat about the game and ask about players and all. But I'm telling you what, they would share their experience with their coach. I remember when coach so-and-so, they're 75 and older, and they remember and the impact that coach had on their lives. You're going to have an impact. Now, how do you want to direct that? How you want to be? How do you want your legacy? It's up to you in making those decisions. So with great power requires great character. That's the warning sign. So you do have that power. Now, check yourself, get yourself in line with trying to be as consistent as you can be with your transformational purpose statement, with your core values and vision for your program. The original, I love this from the 3D Coaching Institute. If you're not familiar with that, look that up as well. I'm a presenter for them, and it's just great information. The original definition of a coach. Yeah, how about that? Remember that? They call those coaches on Gunsmoke. Yeah, here comes the coach. So it is a covered carriage that takes a person of importance from where they are to where they want or need to go. So the first thing that jumps out at me is that it is a covered carriage. It is protected. It is part of your job to protect those in your program. And in protecting them, you have to build those relationships, as you've heard throughout the day, to protect them. And then the second thing that jumps out is a person of importance. Whoever is on your roster, whoever is on your team, managers, assistant coaches, whoever helps filming, whoever's associated with the team is a person of importance. Whether they see the floor or not, for that time, for that season, God has put them with you, and you are responsible for that. They are a person of importance. I reinforce this all the time. All roles have equal value. And that's a hard concept with social media and with all the hype on certain players getting a certain amount of money and Yeah, but every role is important. And it's like a jigsaw puzzle. If one piece is missing, it doesn't work. So person of importance, and make sure that they know that they are valued. And then the last part is obviously taking them where they are. So you got to know them to know where they are and know what's going on in their life, home life, whatever, and then to take them where they want or need to go. And oftentimes, I don't care what age you're coaching, they don't always know what they need, but you as a coach do. So that's part of that responsibility that you have. Where are they and where are you taking them? I saw this one time and it was just tremendous. It was in a high school, and it was in a just stuck in the window of a coach's office. I was there to do a workshop that evening, and door was locked and everything. And I saw it and I went, wow, I got to take a picture of that. So I've included this. All right, my coach in my world. Pamper me and I will not respect you. Manipulate me and I will resist you. Intimidate me and I will reject you. Humiliate me and I will despise you. Wow, right? Powerful stuff. Does that stuff still go on in coaching? It sure does. It sure does. It shouldn't, in my opinion, but it does. And that's going to be the results. That's the generation that we're coaching. No longer is it maybe that old school of do it because I said you need to do it my way or the highway, or whatever that phrase might be. All right, here's the backside of that. Then prepare me and I will trust you. Care for me and I will love you. Guide me and I will follow you. Be an example to me and I will be like you. Walk the walk, talk the talk. Yeah. And you pour into your athletes at this level, and they're going to do anything for you. They'll run through that wall for you. I say that level because in our 3D Institute, we talk about the 3 dimensions of coaching. That first dimension being the physical, and very important. You got to have those, the X's, the O's, the skill development, the training, all that kind of stuff is important. But then take it to that next level, that second dimension. Now you're talking the body and the mind being the motivational, team cohesion, communication, those factors. And then take it to the third dimension, the mind, the body, and the spirit, or the heart behind the jersey. And those delve into a lot of the things we deal with now with mental health issues, the self-image, the value that they feel in themselves. And really, you hold the key, coaches. You're the one that can unlock all of those areas. And a 3D coach is one, in my humble opinion, that is going to make a lasting impact on someone's life, and it's going to be transformational so that they will carry that on in the future. It'll be a positive experience as being part of your team. Intentional. Yeah, great definition, right? Performed with awareness, done deliberately, consciously, or on purpose. So a lot of this stuff doesn't come natural. And again, I go back to Robin talking this morning, to be intentional about pouring into your athletes. And, you know, hey, I noticed I haven't talked to so-and-so for extended periods. So as walk on the court and they're going through warm-ups, I'm going to make an intentional effort to make sure that communication is there, to be intentional about reinforcing your core values. Make a decision to do it. And if it comes naturally for you, great. If it doesn't, then write it down. Put it on your to-do list, just like you would any other task, but be intentional about it. Then it becomes more of a habit. But if you're not intentional and changing something, then it's just like this quote, right? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And nothing's going to change unless you change it, unless you take that initiative and you reinforce it and you make those changes. And you can do it. And it's necessary. It's like having all these tools in the toolbox, right? So today you picked up extra tools. You got a little more hammer in there and a little wrench, and now you got some things. Oh, I'll try that. I want to teach my kids how to play chess. I love that, by the way. That's beautiful. I want to do this kind of stuff, but it means nothing if they sit in the box, right? You got to put them into a plan. You've got to have action steps. You've got to be able to say, okay, this is what we're doing and this is how we're doing it. And in this day and age, there's no excuse not to, with all the resources you have at your fingertips. I mean, you can go on TED Talks and you can watch podcasts, and I mean, number of books that you can read, and take the things that you need to take them to your team, your coaching staff, to reinforce what your program is all about. So why? That's the transformational purpose statement. Work on that. Work on why you coach. The how? That's the vision. That's the vision, taking those core values from your purpose statement and putting them in a vision, which gives your team the non-negotiables, right? The expectations. This is how this program will go about doing everything that we do. And then the who, the impact that you will have, the impact you will have. No doubt about it, you're going to have it. Will it be positive or will it be negative? All right. Please think about your legacy, because you're writing it every day. You know, you've heard the phrase, you know, begin with the end in mind. Not to get morbid, but, you know, what's your funeral going to look like? You know, what are they going to say about you? Or let's put it back a little bit, at your retirement celebration, what's going to be said? I was very blessed and thankful. Ashland had a day when they brought some people in before a game and acknowledged my 20 years there. And it was so cool because we were playing a team that was coached by one of my former players. And so she got to share. And I was so happy for her sharing that so her kids could hear it too. But the best gift I got through all of that was she had collected from my former players, had reached out to all 20 years, generations of players. And she handed me a notebook with letters from each of them. And I treasure that. That's, you know, you're having a down day, boy, you go read that stuff. And what's cool about it is not one person in those 20 letters mentioned winning a national championship or being national runner-up or a win-loss record or All-American status or whatever. Not one. It was all about core values, lessons they learned, relationships that were built, and now continue. I had one kid that hardly played at all. And she said, you know, I've carried everything that I learned in the culture that we had into being a lawyer, and now my newest endeavor as a mother. I mean, that's a great gift. I'm very thankful for that. So let me go back real quick. The other piece of that, the legacy piece, is when I talk about the program, and obviously after I retired and Robin took over and just kept things rolling in 3 years. I mean, she was modest today. Yeah, they won 73 games. Her record was 104 wins and 3 losses in 3 years. Who does that, right? Who does that? And I'm so very, very proud of her and how she did it. And it's not all about the record, but that's going to be the byproduct of doing these other things. So she's ready to go to Bowling Green. Well, we made sure that our 2-time assistant coach, our 2-time National Player of the Year, was an assistant coach. I fundraised for her. When she graduated, she played a little professional ball over in Australia, came back and was on staff. And so we were prepping her and ready for the next. And so Carrie Darty Pickens has taken over in 4 years and just kept it rolling. Just kept it rolling. Undefeated season in 2020, getting ready to hopefully to win another national championship when it got canceled. But same results, the winning. She got to 100 wins this year. I mean, really quick. But doing it the right way by pouring into the people. So what I was able to do my last year was to let go of the reins. So I said to Robin, I said, hey, I put it in contract. She was going to be the next coach. So there's going to be no question. And I said, it's yours. I want you to play in practice. I want you to do the substituting during games and you know, have at it in an environment where if you fail, it's okay. It's still on me. I'm still the head coach, but start taking over. And it was so much fun. We had such a fun year. One game away from going back to an Elite Eight. And we grew throughout the whole year. And she got her feet wet a little bit. And we're sitting there one day in a game and she's sitting beside me and we're chatting, and all of a sudden a player gets up to go in. And I looked at her and I said, what is she doing? She goes, oh, I forgot to tell you that I gave Carrie the responsibility of subbing. It's like, oh, okay, that's great. Right? Good. She did a great job with it. So they both got a little experience under an umbrella of protection, I guess I like to say. So that was fun. That was fun to be able to do that with them, and then to watch and just be there for them. And the phone rings, I pick that up anytime they need me. All right. So in that legacy mode, I'm going to wrap this up with this verse from Psalm 112. And I thought it was just so perfect. Great blessings and wealth fills the house of the wise, for their integrity endures forever. Even when darkness overtakes them, sunrise brilliance will come bursting through, because they are gracious to others, so tender and true. Ooh, that for good direction and coaching, right? Life is good for the one who is generous and charitable, conducting affairs with honesty and truth, and others will never forget their example. Never stingy and always generous to those in need. Their lives of influence and honor will never be forgotten. And again, they're going to forget the records. They're going to forget, the All-Americans are going to forget a lot of that stuff, but they're not going to forget how you treated your players, your staff, the community, and what kind of impact you made at that level. And that transformational purpose will hopefully be an example to others and be able to live on. So that's what I got. And I'm going to exit out of this if I can figure out how to do that. So you all can ask questions and tell me what you need.
I love the last piece where you were talking about just kind of that under that protection with Coach Freilich and just allowing her to learn like that. I mean, honestly, I feel like that's the way it should be. I look at how Coach K went out. It seems like he was kind of in that same kind of vein, and just And I love that. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty awesome. Want to open it up to anybody that has any questions. This is our last session. So if you're on here, got any questions, any comments about what Coach Sue just mentioned, talked about, definitely want you guys to ask any questions. Got any comments? Maybe ask any questions about something that she didn't cover. If you looked into her history, I mean, my gosh, like she's done a lot. And one of the things I really got out of it was the fact that you talked about how the players, and it opened me up a little bit. You talked about how the players didn't talk about like winning championships and things like that. And you know what? Like I'm a huge proponent about like winning championships, things like that. Like I want to win. I want to be on top. But it's just some kind of how you said it to me. It was now in my programs that I ran, I did focus on if people listen to me and people that's on my spaces and things like that, I will talk about the championships more than the off the court or the behind the scenes or the character building, things like that. But I just like how you said that. And to me, it just kind of changed something in me to where they didn't even talk about that, but yet and still you had that result.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, it is huge. And again, if you take care of those important rocks, the foundational pieces of your program, the core values, the vision, all those things that you believe in, it'll be the byproduct. Everyone will buy in. If they don't buy in, they won't be on the team. And that's okay. Sometimes it's not meant to be. I'll give you a great example. Focus, passion, one of our core values. End of our championship year, 2013, I brought one of the players in, sophomore, loved her to death, showed up for practice every day, worked hard, gave me a hug, love you, coach. Yep. But I knew from her teammates that she was up till 2:30 in the morning designing homes on the internet, right? So she showed up for practice 2 hours a day, but she was never in the gym other than that. And if you're going to win a championship, you got to, get your buddy and get in that gym and shoot and practice. So I brought her in. I said, hey, I love you to death, but it's not your focus, passion. Well, yeah, it is, coach. I'm going to work hard this summer. And I said, it's not your focus, passion. And it's okay, right? It's okay because you can't put the round peg in the square hole. So we had a couple discussions and, finally came back and she wasn't part of the team. Well, she transferred to a school that had interior design. 6 months later, I get a call. Thank you, coach. I'm so much happier. Well, yeah, of course you are. Because if you're trying to do something that is not in your wagon wheel, is not your passion, basketball is hard enough. Being a college athlete is hard enough. Being a high school athlete is hard enough. If it's not your passion that drives you, then it's going to be a hard job and it might not be a fit. So that's where the program set the standards and said who could be on the team and who couldn't. Was there a question?
I love that. Yeah, there's someone just asked, did you have an email or number that they can send you a question to? They can get in touch with you through your website or however you want to do it.
Yeah, go to my website, coachramsey.com, and it's got my email address as well as phone number. So yeah, just reach out.
Sounds good. That's putting kids first. That really is, like, I think when you can be selfless, and I know for sometimes us coaches are like, we want that kid and no, they should be here for this or whatever. But like for a coach to be able to be okay with helping a kid get into a situation, even if that means transferring, like every transfer story or situation doesn't have to be negative. Like, oh, they're leaving and
it can be a positive.
So
it can be. And even in the recruiting, and I used to hate this when I would, have a recruit that, let's say, committed to us, and I'd say, great, this is wonderful. And I, how did it go with so-and-so? Like it was down to us and two others. And I'd hear, oh man, she treated me like garbage. I mean, she was just really mad. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is a 17, 18-year-old making the biggest decision of their life. Or, reverse, they call me to reject me. And if you can't deal with rejection, you shouldn't be in coaching, and say, we're not, and I say, hey, I wish you all the best. I'm rooting for you. Go have a great future. And I just thought it was crazy to tear a kid down for making a decision that was hard to make to begin with.
Right. Wow. Hey, we're winding down here. Any questions? Thank you guys for reaching out, the people that wanted to touch base with Coach Sue. And
Absolutely.
I do like that quote Dick Vitale says, bring the kids who want to play for you to your program. You also have to know when a kid isn't right for you as well. It's really good.
Amen. That is good. Yep. Got to know that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's been a long day for y'all. Yeah. But I, again, just want to wrap it up and thank you, Coach, for what you did, and many blessings to all you out there. It's a true honor to coach, and it's hard, but stay the course and know that you're having a great impact on your kids' lives, not just for now, but for their future too.
Yes, and thank you. And I appreciate you so much, Coach Sue, just for taking time. And, I'm so grateful because, like, if some of you all that have been here for the long haul, I know we had a lot of different situations where people were recruiting, like Coach Fralick. She had recruits on campus today. So, I mean,
of course
there's
she
some
did.
people
Of course she did.
There's some people out recruiting. We had people listening in as they were driving to watch kids, everything. But I'm just more than grateful for everybody that's been a part of this, and some of you that are still in here, you know me personally, that I really enjoy learning from those who have been to the top. In regards to winning championships and things like that, but also love to listen to people such as Coach Sue that has really done the things behind the scenes and ran her program properly, and the result was getting to the top. And so I really on purpose handpicked the people that we had today, and I hope you guys really saw the value in it. I hope you guys have really just taken from the speakers what was for you, and that you can begin to put those things into practice into your coaching careers and your lives as well as your programs immediately. There's a lot of good things that came forth today out of the 8 speakers, and so just grateful that you guys came through and checked this thing out. So Coach Sue, I salute you for your career and even the work that you're doing in your life now, and how God is continuing to just use you. And I'm grateful for you being here today.
Thank you. Right back at you. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Keep that light shining.
And, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And also, just as we close this thing off, if you have any questions, last questions, comments, anything you want to say as we close, I'll keep it open for another few minutes, and we'll close this thing down here at 5 o'clock at the latest. I just want to be able to just pray over you guys too. That's what my life has been about, and my life will always remain that way. And God has been too good to me for me to keep it to myself. He's blessed me with an opportunity to come across the paths of a lot of people, and I just try to use the favor on my life and the relationships and people that I know to be a blessing to other people. And so, before we get going, and I appreciate the thanks and in the comments as well, and all glory to God. I thank him for allowing us to put this thing together to be a blessing to coaches. And so I'm gonna go ahead and pray over everybody as we end, pray over your programs and things so that you guys can get off to a good summer. I'm here in the Chicago area, and it literally went from winter to like midsummer in like a month's time. It was like 37 last couple weekends ago, and it jumped to like 80. But I want you guys to enjoy your summers and enjoy your time where you're combing through your program and getting things in order and changing things so that you can get a good start in the season to come or whatnot. So Lord, we just thank you for every coach that is still represented here, even the coaches that attended today. Lord, I just pray a blessing over them, their families, their programs, their players, their administration. Lord, I just thank you for helping them, Lord, to do their jobs the very best that they can do it. Lord, I thank you for the wisdom that's come forth today. Lord, that you would help them to retain the nuggets and the things that they've learned, and help them to implement those things and not lose those things that they've heard today. God, I just thank you even for some of the relationships, some of the people that have been in these rooms today, in this conference today, have connected with one another. Lord, strengthen those relationships. We thank you, Lord, for each and every person, that you will make these coaches into the men and women of God that you have called them to be, God. And if anybody doesn't know you in here, Lord, I just thank you that you would give them that opportunity to know you. And even now, as we finish this, in Jesus' name, amen. Anybody that's in this room that you may not have a personal relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, and you know that God is tugging on your heart to go that direction, or even to rededicate your life, I would love to pray with you. Shoot me a DM. I'm going to put my information here in the chat. Would love to connect with you. And also I'll put my number. I almost put my old number. And if that's you and you would like to give your life to the Lord, you need prayer for something, you want to rededicate your life, I'm here for you for that. Would love to pray with you. Would love to connect with you to help you to take those next steps in your life. So God has been very good to me, and without him, I don't know where I would be. He's done so many things for me, and I just want to share that message. You know, sometimes we see good movies and we'll tell everybody, but man, God has meant more to me than a good movie. And so I try to tell everybody I come across about him. So if that's you, reach out to me. I would love to connect with you. Outside of that, if anybody has anything you want to say, we are at the end here, and would love to any comments, questions, anything, as we have a few minutes left. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I have some questions too. Will there be a replay? Yes. So we're recording this, and this was my very first time recording something of this magnitude. Like, this is like an 8-hour recording that's about to download to my computer after we're done. And so now the work begins. We're going to cut it up and try to see what the best way is to have it out there. I want everybody that registered to be able to have it for free. We will put it out there for sale at some point, but I want you guys to have it for free. So we have to figure out how to put it, whether that's like there are some different systems I've seen where people can represent it to where you can access it and things like that. I'm not completely versed on that, but I am going to get versed so we can make sure you guys get it. If anything, I'd like to be able to put it like on YouTube and put it like unlisted so I can send it to you guys. So we'll see on that. You'll hear from me. You'll hear from me on that. And if everybody in here, if you want those, please send me an email at my email. When we were doing the conference and we sending out some email blasts, you know, as natural with some school email systems, sometimes foreign emails will kick to the spam filter or the junk mail. So some of you may even have some of those things in those filters, because I know some people didn't get those emails and they may have went to junk mail. So if I send another email, it may go there as well. So shoot me an email and then I can reply to you, and we can go from it like that. So, man, that's awesome. And Coach Rice, I see your message, man. I'll hit you up about that. Man, this has been great. Oh my gosh, Line was strong. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Line was strong. Lima, Ohio. It's my second home. Went to high school there. My dad's side of the family lives there. My second dad, Greg Radar Williamson, he lives there as well. Has done a lot for me, and as well as a lot of other guys that have come up through the game of basketball and come from there. But Man, this has been great. Don't want to hold you guys any longer. Thank you guys so much. I got Coach Nicole in here. Give a few shout outs. Jason Callahan, appreciate you being a part of this. Coach Sandra, Coach Q, Coach Summer Q. Amazing. Love what you're doing up there. Love your energy. Coach Rice, the fams. Appreciate you, man, for being on. Coach Jason Fitch, Coach Burnett, Coach DJ, Coach Sharon, DeAndre, Ryan with Cerebro Sports, Coach Tim, you rocked the entire day. I appreciate you. Coach Green, Coach Terry, and Coach Sue, thank you guys for just being a part of this. And lastly, I really want to thank All In Team Sports for just being a part of this. They really, and I can't even explain to you, they really made this possible. Because, bringing speakers in and different things like that, sometimes there's a cost to things, and even this platform and a lot of things, what I'm saying? But to be able to touch base with people that are able to come along and they're aligned with your vision and helping coaches and things like that, and willing to get on board and help back some things to make things possible. I'm so grateful. All right. So if you guys could do me a favor, make sure you go and follow the coaches. Make sure you go and follow the presenters, Cerebro Sports, Exo Coach, All In Team Sports. Follow them on social media, and they've offered free items as well. There's another item that also for you guys that are here right now, and I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to do a giveaway. I waited to the end for this one. All right, so I'm gonna take a screenshot of who's left in the room. All right, and one of our supporters for this event was Fast Model Sports, and they're giving away to one coach a nice bundle of their product. And so out of the coaches that are here right now, I'm going to do a little drawing, a little random, and shake it up however I need to do it. And I'm going to pick a coach that's in here right now, and we're going to give that away to a coach, the Fast Model Sports bundle. They've been a great partner of mine. We've done some podcastings together. We partnered in a few different ways, and I use their products, and I love them. Made my life easier because you don't have to draw on napkins anymore. You don't have to do scouting reports on in Word. Like when I got to the level D, when I got to D1 and I had that budget for that, oh man, it changed my life. Because when I was at Division II, I didn't have a budget for any of that. So Fast Model Sports, but give them a follow as well. But big thanks, like I said, to All In Team Sports. They have a free trial. If you use the code Mental Health, you'll get a 120-day free trial that you could try out with your players, your coaches. 120 days. Like, that is powerful. Like, a lot of people don't let you try it out for that long to see if it's good for you. So make sure you go to allinteamsports.com, register for your free trial today. Check it out. If you train players, it'll help. I know some trainers that have signed on to it. You could communicate with your athletes, AAU coaches, high school, college coaches, pro coaches. Even if you're not coaching, try it and get a few players that you train on board just to try out the app, because your job is coming. Your next opportunity is coming. All right. So get ready. And like I say, we put these things together so that you can take advantage of some of these free things. It's, my goodness, I wish I had these things when I was coaching. So take advantage of them. Please reach out to me if maybe some of those things went past today and you were not on, or you're trying to remember who presented those free items. Just reach out to me, text me, shoot me a DM or email. I'll get all the information to you. Plan on doing that anyway. So with all that being said, this has been phenomenal. My goodness, man. This has been, it's a nice day, long day. However, it was well worth it. So, man, appreciate you guys stopping through. Coaches Conference 2022, powered by All In Team Sports. Appreciate you guys being on board, and we'll talk to you guys soon.